say, "Oh, I'm glad we're not them," and the bums speak about the squares up on the hill and say, "Oh, I'm glad we're not them."
Exactly.
Who wants to start over from scratch? Like you're born into the world, and it's like everybody's like, "What have you done with your life? What are you going to do with your life?" And people go, "Well, my Japanese we created the ping pong paddle. We did. I'm done. They want to have something to be proud of. There's nothing wrong with that. To say, well, our culture did this great thing, but then you got people nowadays throwing around all the negative, and now they're saying, well, there's some sort of negative thing, and now it's stereotypical racism because it's negative. But yeah, these positives should be or whatever is subjective, but these whatever your culture has accomplished in the past, you should tout it around proudly, no problem.
But I like chicken tikka masala and biryani. Like I would rather eat that than whatever culture I am to be associated with based on my ethnicity. Like I actually don't like German food that much, or whatever other food I should be eating.
Oh, you're German now?
I would
Yeah, my
say
mom
This
is
guy, this
German.
guy hates you.
Yeah,
I
it's
thought she
possible to
was
be
from.
multiple races.
Oh, and the Tatavia channel. You said your grandma was from Ireland. That's pretty
Correct.
weird.
Correct. My great great. Well, you want me to break it down? Yeah. So my on my father's side, his great great grandmother was raped by an Irish plantation owner. So yes, my great great grandmother was part Irish, part Native American. On my mom's side, they were Jew. They were sorry, they were pretending to be German, but they were actually no, pretty
Oh,
much like gypsies, like gypsy Jews from
that's what I was going
Austria.
to say. What were they before Irish?
Oh, I don't know.
And then what were they before that? Because you're always something, regardless. Like,
right. Yeah, you can't. You don't have to stop there. You can keep asking. But I think it's cool to know what your parents were. So you've got like 4 races to think of.
Yeah, like I can't pick just one. It doesn't make sense for me. Like because I am mixed, I can't assimilate with just one culture. And it turns out, dude, I don't like corned beef. I don't like kebab or what do they call it? Kielbasa. I don't like bratwurst. I don't need any of this stuff.
Shit, I might be German. I like all those things.
you usually only like it when you get introduced to it at like
If
a
you were,
certain, like, yeah, certain way.
if you're in, if you were in Germany and the season was right, you'd probably like it.
Yeah, if you
There's
bring me to
there's
Germany,
people
I'm definitely indulging. Yeah.
there's people everywhere that don't like the stuff that they eat. Like there's babies are picky as hell sometimes. I'm picky. So if I grew up somewhere and they ate squid and all that, I wouldn't eat it. They'd be like, "This is the weirdest dude right here. He won't eat none of the stuff we eat." I don't know.
It depends how good a taste you have and fear you have when you're a kid. I'm really fussy because I got freaked out by all foods as a kid.
I like the way stuff feels in my mouth if I'm used to it or whatever. I don't like, I don't know. The way certain things crunch and chew and go. Yeah, I don't know. I just like
It's
the
a
way.
sign of
But
hyperintelligence.
oh, thanks. Yeah, is it?
Yeah, that it's
It's,
like a heightened sensory.
it's also autism, isn't it?
Well, and that's why I would
Leave me
position.
alone, you fucker. No, it's fine.
Why I position autism is not what it seems, right? So you're saying
Yeah,
I have a higher bandwidth of sensory, and that causes me as a child, right, to lack self-control. Is that really autism, or is that just developmental issues
Uh,
that anyone would overcome if they didn't victimize themselves?
I feel like it's a normal problem. It was just a problem for me. I didn't like sloppy, weird shit. Other people put up with it, and for me, it was the other part of the scale. I can't
yeah.
quite
I
put
don't
up
like
with
the
it.
big chicken. big fat pieces of chicken that are all like fucking too fat and thick. I like crispier, edgy parts. And then
Yeah,
yeah,
dude, that's real. Because the texture is what is so 90% of the experience of food.
You know, I'm
Texture and
I'm
taste.
smarter than all you guys. I get from the Chinese food. I get the egg pork foo young, thinly fried. So I'm like combining all these cultures because I want it real thin,
yeah.
just like those crispy chicken eggs edges. But I'm also eating Chinese food by the Korean people who make the Chinese food. So I'm a fucking genius.
Yeah, that's pretty
Oh
genius.
yeah.
That texture surprise.
Texture thing and taste is related to culture a bit, so it depends what your parents gave you when you were little, I think.
Yeah, my mom would say something different. I was a very picky eater. I pretty much wouldn't eat anything if it was like texture questionable, which was a lot of animal fat. I struggled to eat animal fat because of the
You guys are
rubberiness.
what? You guys rich or something? Your mom, and your
Yeah,
parents
I
actually
think
made you
it's
guys
think
food.
they were
My mom
rich.
never
And
made me food.
Yeah, see, that was the catch. I just went hungry. They were like, "Oh, you don't
why,
want to eat it? Well, you can go to your room then, buddy."
why do some parents allow their kids to be picky, and some parents just say, "Oh, go hungry then"?
Yep. My parents were like middle income, you know, probably making
Yeah, I was like, we'll
eight.
take, dude, we'll take anything. Just feed us. We're fucking starving. And you know what her excuse was? If I buy food, you guys are just gonna eat it all. That was what she would say. That was it. I was like, that's why she doesn't buy food, because if she buys it, then we're just gonna fucking eat it all. So that was
My
how
mom
she
had
got
to
out of buying food.
experiment. My mom had to experiment because all three of us, my two brothers, we were really picky. And then like I'll never forget, dude. At some point, like in like fourth grade, she started making Cuban food because my older brother is actually his father's Cuban. And like, dude, we like fell in love with it. Like we stopped being picky. Like we
Wow,
stopped
dude.
complaining about everything.
Everything changed.
Yeah, dude,
That's
Cuban food is
hilarious.
damn.
I love
Picadillo,
it,
give me
dude.
that.
Caribbean food in general.
I think it's
Yeah,
a
and
rich
she was all
problem,
about it because it's cheap. You can make that shit with $5.
it's a problem of having enough money to survive, and then the children can be picky.
Well, I'm trying to really drive home this point about like, I think in nature, with entropy, we do end up kind of not sticking to these traditions. You have to really try hard to like maintain the traditions within your household, and then eventually your kid's gonna go out in the world and he's gonna explore and find things that he likes that are not part of his cultural identity, and that's normal.
Yeah, I was thinking of the paradox of it. If you tell your kids it would be really nice if you had a nice white girlfriend, they're going to slowly think, I want to have a black girlfriend just because you said not to.
I know people that did that, literally that exact thing. Yes, their parents hate black dudes, so they go out and date black people.
Yeah. Entropy, you say, so like the fall of man, like Lion would call it. This mixing is natural, but it's to do with the fall.
But honestly, everything I've heard get said
Not,
within this conversation has been super valid.
I'm not
That's,
against mixing, dude,
I
at
know,
all.
but you'd say it's
But
all
I also
related
think that
to
yeah,
program.
you should be able to preserve your identity, your culture identity, if you want to, or you could lose it. There's identities that get lost in history, dude. Cultures are completely gone forever, dude.
I think it was a pretty valid point that Tanks was making, that if people lean towards white culture, people get a bit uneasy, don't they? They like freak out a little bit, and they were
Well, what is white? Which
insinuating
white culture?
they were insinuating at the very least that he was a racist, right? That's what it. So Lion was right to come in and say, and even though they didn't accuse him, I
But I
think
think
it's fair to say they were sort of insinuating that, right?
I agree how he presented it was a bit racist.
Yeah, the whole work. I don't know. I didn't understand that part of it. That didn't make
He
any
was
sense at
baiting.
all.
Yeah, he was baiting for an argument. No doubt.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what
No
I'm
he was.
saying.
takes.
He said we shouldn't mix, mixing could be bad. So instead of saying we have to preserve culture.
I think you got to be more specific because if you want to preserve your culture, you can have people of different races that have the same cultural norms and values, ethics. Sort of like when, during Ellis Islands and the immigrations that occurred after World War II or before World War II.
In America, they agree on nearly everything. They share culture
Yeah, yeah.
every day, all day.
Yeah. Versus somebody who might even be of the same skin color, but have completely different culture values, ideology.
Right.
They're less harmonious, even if you are the same skin color.
Yeah, so when I said culture, I was diverting by accident by using that word. There is still a benefit in preserving your bloodline and race, but not everyone would want to. And I don't think doing the opposite is bad. It's always natural to seek out some marriages outside the tribe.
It's a losing battle, anyways. I mean, it's going to be difficult. It's an uphill battle that you try to preserve your bloodline or your race, because we've been mingling for thousands of years.
Yeah, I don't want to see any, culture go away, right? Like I would love to be able to visit like every country and experience their culture to the fullest effect.
I'm a bit worried about Islam in general, but most of the other stuff I'm alright with.
Eventually, though, if you have if there is no isolation, right, where people are preserved, like there's isolated pockets of cultures in the world, that the only reason that they've been able to preserve themselves to such an extent for so long is because they're very remote, and they've been able to preserve their way of life for thousands of years, dude. Basically untouched. Like maybe there's some changes over time, but it's very difficult to discern a change from like the families today and the families 1,000 years ago. Well, I don't know how you would know that, but like if you go right now to the Amazonian jungles, like those people have been living like that for who knows. You know what I'm saying?
Honestly, they could probably. Never mind. I'm not gonna say.
I'm saying we're parts of a global society. We're going to mix.
They've been doing that since they left the garden or whatever.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like they've been living like that for who knows how long. And
Like,
so
I
your
think it might be necessary. My bad.
No, go ahead.
All right. Well, this story is gonna sound random as F, but yeah, like driving for FedEx, dude. These parts of Nashville. I mean, not Nashville. Like I'm going out west towards like Dixon, and these towns are like really boondocks. Like you go deep in the woods, like down these gravel roads. Dude, I accidentally got lost. Right, my GPS isn't working deep in the woods somewhere. I pull up someone's driveway. It takes me like a minute to do it, and this guy comes running out of his house like he's so surprised somebody's like driving up his hill. And I'm like, dude, like I can't find like Wind Dancer Lane. Like I'm looking for a road. And he's like, I ain't never seen anybody come up this road. And like he was so shocked. I'm like, you probably could use some, like you need to get out and go experience other shit, dude, because all that isolation, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not good either. Because then you start inbreeding and stuff.
Dude, Jesse,
Eventually,
literally,
you gotta.
like literally, that's where I grew up. Like exactly that area you're talking about. And you get off 40 West, exit 192, 188.
Oh my fucking god, dude! That's where I was. That's where I am.
That's exactly where I grew up. We had a giant farm out there. Yeah, that's exactly where I grew up.
So like, yeah, like how I'm like figuring this argument is like, yeah, you don't want to be stuck doing the same. Like, you need to go out and explore, find out what you like. Like, what if you don't know that you actually really like something?
So the crazy thing is, so a bunch of the kids, like all of us, a lot of them got good at sports. So we went to different schools and stuff like that. But almost everybody, if they went to college, went to UT Knoxville or UT Chattanooga or some local Tennessee school, I would say the majority of my friends, about 80% of them, went out of state from that area. And every time we all get to meet back up, it's so great seeing everybody. A lot of them moved back, but exactly what you're saying. A lot of people in that area, like, like, hey, the world's big. Let's try to see some of it.
Wow. Yeah, I'm glad you told me that, because in my little, whatever you want to call it, inferior perspective, it looks like that they're not trying to get out there, but
There's a lot. There's
literally
some that
said
aren't.
the opposite.
Yeah, there's some that aren't. That's for sure. I mean, and the ones, if you're not thinking about it, like out there, like my little brother, like he doesn't have to leave. He inherit. My parents gave him a farm. You know what I mean? He doesn't have to make his way in the world. Doesn't have to do anything. He wants to stay there. He married an Iranian woman, but he wants to stay there, and that's what he wants to do. It's fine. But if we didn't have that strip of land and he wanted to stay there, I'd be like, dude, get the fuck out of here. There's nothing to do here but meth.
Dude, one of the culture shock things I experienced out there, dude. I'm in training, right? They're teaching me this girl's teaching me the area. I'm taking over her route, and she's like, right here's the spring. I'm like, oh, cool, right? There's like fucking 5 people at this tube sticking out the side of the rocks, and people are like literally filling up jugs of water with the spring well.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, that's awesome. Like, I've never seen that at all in my life.
So
I've never seen an actual natural spring where people in the town go and just get free water.
When I
Do
was
it every
younger,
day.
when I was younger, I would say exit 201, that Charlotte exit off of 40, that was the last place you could connect with the sewer with a house. And everything west until you got to about basically Memphis was exactly what you're talking about. But they just built a new municipality out there. It's crazy. How you liking Nashville?
I've been through hell already.
Dude, that's where the bachelorette parties go. Just go downtown, stand outside, and be tall, and 700 girls will come flock up to you. Oh, it works now. That's why I had to leave.
I'll tell you this, dude. So I'm lucky that I came out here and my cousin's already here. I think about how my cousin was out here by himself when he was like much younger. I'm like, God damn, bro. That
Did he
must
go
have
to high
been
school out there?
double hell.
Did he go to high school out there?
He went to some university out here when he graduated high school.
Also, he left high school and went to college there.
Yeah, he moved to Nashville 18 years ago. He was out here on his own, dude. I came out here and I had family to support, and he didn't. And I'm like so humbled. He came out here and did this all on his own. It's crazy.
Yeah, Nashville's a cool spot. It's changed a lot, though. Changed a lot.
But honestly, I experienced hell trying to, make
Find
it
an
all right.
apartment.
Well, for one, dude, getting a Tennessee license was the most difficult process.
Because you're not born there. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, they made
asked
it
you to
so
bring in your
difficult. They
original.
literally did not tell me which document. This is what happened, dude. I go to the DMV. I'm talking to people that are like, "We're going to make sure you have proper documentation. Let me see what you brought, and I'll tell you if you can get your license." And I show them what I brought. They're like, "Oh, you actually need this, this, and that." And I'm like, "Okay." I leave. I come back with this, this, and that, and they're like, "Okay, you're good." And then I go up to the counter after waiting 4 hours. The lady at the counter says, "Oh, you need this, this, and that." That happened to me 5 times. I can't make that up. Like, they literally did not know what I needed every single time I went there.
Tennessee has a process like that because the surrounding states, the surrounding states makes it so a lot of people would like to get Tennessee residency to get some benefits from the state. Did they make you bring your original birth certificate or let you bring a copy?
Yeah, yeah. My birth certificate, my motor vehicle report from the
what was it?
previous state I had a
Yeah.
license in,
What was it?
two
The
proofs of
original?
address, and both the addresses had to be the same. And when I went to get a bank statement, my bank statement did update to show like my new address within Tennessee because my first apartment I moved out of. Dude, it's such a mess. I can't explain this mess of a situation.
Oh,
But
they
what
made it
really set me
purposely
off,
like that.
what really set me off was like the fourth time I went, dude. I had everything. I had my lease agreement, I had it notarized, I had two bank statements, and I had my birth certificate and my motor vehicle report from the previous state I had a license. And literally, it was like four times I already like been instructed to like come back with more stuff. This time, like every time I brought my lease agreement with the notary on it, they said, "Yeah, this is good." On the fourth time, they said, "Oh, sorry, actually, the
The date.
the lease agreement needs to have the landlord present when it's notarized." Like they told me that on the fourth time I went there. I'm like, "Yo, you should have told me this the first time."
Yeah, they just
Anyway,
hope you
I'm
wouldn't come
venting.
back.
Yeah, my bad. I don't want to.
No, they just hope you
that
wouldn't come
bullshit.
back. That was their goal. They just want you to come back. Yeah.
But yeah, I got my shiny blue and pink Tennessee license now, so it's cool.
Dude, 1.3 stars. That's all you need in life.
Oh yeah, and
One
after
dot.
going through that grueling, annoying process, dude, when I finally got out, I was like, "Oh my god, thank goodness!" They handed me a fucking piece of paper. I'm like, "What is this?" They're like, "Oh yeah, you get your license in like 60 days." I'm like, "Yeah, I hate it all." Like, fuck you.
It's a coupon.
Pooping.
You get a license coupon, a money coupon. The license coupon just gets your picture, you know,
Yeah.
in the Bathaga or the Thaga, whatever, the window.
But
Dude, I moved
so
into this apartment. No, never mind. I'm not gonna tell the story.
earlier when you said you lived in Tennessee and you're talking about you had to go to like an area where black people were, that's why I asked. Because if you're in West Tennessee and you went to Memphis, you are going to run into a completely different culture of everything. It's a completely different everything there. It's really funny.
Yeah.
That's where like your headquarters is, FedEx. I'm surprised you didn't go down there for training.
Yeah, I want to check out Memphis. Dude, I listen to a lot of music out of Memphis.
Memphis is a cool place. Go to Beale Street. You've heard the song "Walking in Memphis."
This whole time, this is one big counter to something No Tank said like 2 hours ago. Still on it. Like I should go explore the culture of Memphis. I should indulge and possibly no longer carry my cultural identity as I would have if I never went there.
So two of my sisters went to University of Memphis, and they literally sent a pamphlet of local slang that you need to learn. It was awesome. I didn't know that "make a ghost main" meant leave. Yeah, it's a completely it's like New Orleans met. It's like the way they speak. It's really interesting.
I just pulled it all that.
Walking in Memphis.
So Renee, you know what evolution means about race, right?
What?
Oh, let me straw man evolution real quick, and you can
Oh,
correct it.
thank you. I'm not going to correct it. I really don't want to get in this comment. I fucked up and I engaged with Taylor and I got frustrated and that was really bad on me. But
Nah,
like I said,
that wasn't too bad, dude. Not a big deal.
Shouldn't have even engaged. But the thing is, I think the biggest thing that we were kind of always jumping around and avoiding was young Earth creationism. You know, it kind of was always, that was kind of like the centralized topic, and it kept on going from there to different areas: abiogenesis, evolution, you know, cultural references. It was, it just never kind of stuck to that same centralized idea.
It was the hot take, right? So in this evolutionary model of the human species, so what people tend to end up considering to be the case is that Black people are less evolved from Black people, that we are closer to our common ancestor than white people.
It's a hard statement, but I see why people would say something like that. Over time, you know, the differentiations between a European and an African American are pretty fucking minuscule, dude. The differentiation between Homo Heidelberg and, you know, Neanderthal and the earlier ones, it's there's physical attributes and things like that that were different across the board. I mean,
Things
I
like go
think
beyond basic epigenetics.
yeah, I think like a European and an African are closer related than like a Chihuahua and like a and like between dog breeds. You know what I mean? Um, but yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting statement. I can see how someone could make a statement like that, but I don't think that's very accurate. I think when you associate, like he was saying, epigenetics and, you know, just the time and the drift in between. Um, I don't think that Black people were less evolved or evolved less. They just evolved differently. And one of the main things they didn't have to evolve to was skin color, because they were in an environment that had darker skin was an advantageous trait.
I don't even like using the term evolution for these like minor differences, because like there's no
Yeah.
speciation or anything. It's just the small epigenetic
Change.
factors between populations. Yeah.
You just say adaptation then.
Yeah. Well, adaptation you could apply adaptation to the finches, and you would say that the hook different beaks that they had was a, you know, particular adaptation. And I'd say that with the same thing with the skin color, like you're saying, Andy, like having lighter skin was an adaptation to the European climate.
Yeah. I would even say less an adaptation, just more that like high amounts
Yeah.
of melanin were no longer required. It's not even really an adaptation, it's just a lack
It
of
is.
necessity.
It's not an adaptation like as Darwin would say it in that regard, but it is,
Yeah.
you know, and yeah, in the big grand scheme of it, it is an adaptation of a human creature that once potentially had darker skin, lived in an environment where having lighter skin would be better. There were kids that had lighter skin; those kids were more productive, more successful, and then you get Europeans.
Fair.
I'm trying to land the plane as fast as possible.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah. But it's hard. Evolution's it's a slippery slope, I guess. If you get it wrong on some levels, it leads you to like when people say it's survival of the strongest and things like that. Like those are the types of things.
That's
Yeah.
crazy to me. Like I've had that debate a lot where it's like, no, evolution isn't it isn't even just advantageous traits. It's just shit that stays around. Like you can argue only advantageous traits would stay around, but we can look at most things that live on the planet, and that's not true. Like they may have an advantageous trait that like helped keep them going or put them above other, so like in their group, but they maintained a fuck ton of like terrible traits for like things you could argue, like a lot of megafauna you could argue genetically was superior to a lot of things that survived a lot of megafauna. Just like they were too big. There just wasn't enough food.
Yeah, same thing with bugs. You know, like bugs used to be huge when there's a lot of oxygen, and then oxygen got lower and lower. And if you had a big bug, those same little dragonflies are the same ones that used to be giant. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Race realism is such a exhausting conversation, especially as somebody who's like my grad degree is in anthropology, and I have a really big interest in paleoanthropology.
That's
Which
awesome.
Paleoanthropology sucks so hard as a field, like it really does. Because
why is that? Because like you can't, you have to like,
because it's all estimation. Like it is all guesswork. There is no concrete that I get to give people. But a really big one, like okay, you know how there are a lot of red pillars that talk about like early humans and like why the gender divide is the way it is and how it's programmed into our brains. Like there's a mix of evo psych and evo anthropology, well, or paleo anthropology. The issue is like most of the information they use is like old theories that were kind of shit. Evo psych as a field is really weird because I feel like that's even more guesswork than what I studied. But like the hunter gatherer divide is the one I like to bring up a lot because people are like, you know, men were the hunters, women were the gatherers. That's like really old, flawed information. Like no one runs off of that in these spheres anymore. From what we find, it seems like it was more. I have to always say shit like more than likely, but it was more than likely that it was young, able-bodied people across any sex hunter. You just want the able-bodied people doing it, and then the older people, gatherers, older people and children. Because if you're old, that means you have survived longer than everyone else. You are the perfect person to stay back, do the slightly easier job of gathering resources, and you can pass down the skills that have helped you stay alive longer than everybody else to the children, so the new generation can build off of that success. And
does your field go back and answer sexual dimorphism, or is that too far back?
It does, but I'm more when it comes to anthropology, like I'm the hard biology of people is not a thing that I tend to be part of. Like I'm more the social aspect of things.
Okay.
Like how we develop society.
Safety in a cycle is what they need to make. Once you can figure out a cycle and then safety, you're good because the cycle would be like the idea to trap another thing instead of having to go work as hard. You work a little smarter. You figure out like you sit back and you watch like nature, the system. The ones who can pick up on that the most and actually mimic it the best are the ones that are going to make it. Just like an animal or an insect.
Do you know the actual aneurysm that is trying to figure out how early humans started domestication? So like it's easy when you think of it like campfire theory for wolves, right? Like wolves, when given the ability to, are just scavengers. They'll take the easiest meal they can get. Humans were hunting massive megafauna and would have a bunch of excess meat to keep the wolves at bay. They would like just throw off scraps to the side. The wolves would over generations learn that like, hey, these guys will give us food. Right. And then people learned that having these things around can be advantageous. That makes sense. That's all good. That works for like that particular species, and it's a solid enough theory to run with, although there are competing theories. When I think about who was the first guy that thought, yo, that horse,
exactly,
I could do something with that. Like,
right. Take nature and use it to your advantage. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I
like
was the first person who sucked on a cow's teat. It was like,
yeah, I think about shit like that too. Like somebody's like, okay,
the batteries,
that gives
the
nourishment to the kids. I as a kid drank milk.
Yeah, I'm really interested in what you said about these.
The horse
I'm
is really
really
cool though. You see literally like in the steppe area the evolution of it. I say like who was the first person? I don't know, but how it got to be used the way it did, you can literally see the lineage of them. It's really cool to see the evolution of the horse. That was basically one of the most. That was one of the biggest parts of human evolution, in my opinion.
Oh
Was the
yeah.
horse.
I would say even bigger than the horse is
I
like
think we're riding elephants too and everything.
aurochs, like
Sorry?
aurochs, oxen, cows.
So
Oh,
Like
Tuxedo, you mentioned before that
I think we
you know
made
your
cows.
paleoanthropology model has a lot of estimations. What did you mean by
well, so when I say it has to be a lot of estimation, which is like we cannot for certain be sure of these things, right? Like we are trying to cobble together how prehistoric man lived. So it is like these theories do come from an evidence base. Like we look at findings we look at fossils we find, we look at like remains we find, tools, et cetera, and we use the knowledge we already have of this time to build assumptions that we try and reinforce with as much fact as possible. But it is at the end of the day like all guesswork.
I love hearing it from the people that are literally taking the course.
Oh no, I'm done with the courses. I'm done with that shit.
Oh,
And
well, you
there's
took the
nothing wrong
course.
with
Okay.
that. I mean, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you can say all you want electric, but that's what you got.
Yeah, and also like the only time I ever get like big in my britches about it is like I brought up the red pill shit earlier for a reason. I don't normally feel the need to correct people if they talk about hunter gatherers in a way I think is wrong. But if you're giving me an argument for like how men and women should interact with each other and you're basing it off of my field, yeah, of course I'm going to say something. That's fucking crazy.
I mean, I guess it's all guesswork, but would you not say, as you're able-bodied, whatever, but let's just say there's 10 able-bodied ones, would you say probably the hunters were probably majority male and the gatherers majority female? Well, females live longer.
That's the thing. That's the thing.
You know?
It would, yeah. The majority of the people that survive the longest would probably end up being women. Just
Yeah.
even if women are engaging in the hunting across time, even the harshest times of mankind, women have always lived longer. So
Why
like,
that is. I wonder why that
there's
is.
a myriad of reasons. Even in matriarchal
yeah.
societies where women like engaged in warfare, women tended to live longer than men. So
Right,
I don't. They got the sauce,
because,
dog. Like
because there's a bias. Because there's
Maybe
a
that's what
bias
makes
toward
the
that
king.
because they could tell their daughters how to care for their grandkids.
No, it's maybe so they can have kids.
yeah, but
Maybe
also again,
so they can keep the whole thing going. Like without the lady being able to produce that thing, the whole thing you got doesn't. Yeah.
So one of the things that made this theory get more scrutiny was there was a find in Eastern European country. I'm gonna just say Russia, even though I feel like it wasn't Russia. There was a find in an Eastern European country that found wounds that like bone breaks that seem to be consistent with what we understand to be damage from massive prey, like a mammoth, right? Like I'm just saying a mammoth. It probably wasn't a mammoth. I'm just using that because I don't have the shit directly in front of me. And you could say, well, that person was probably just in an incident. Sure, that's a one-off. But as they found more remains in the area, they found both men and women that seemed pretty consistently to have these injuries across the board. So either they're getting dog walked by things constantly, which is possible, or as these same like bone fractures and damage to the skeleton have been used before to suggest like these people were hunters. That gave more credence to the theory that it's the divide seems probably more hunter, young, able-bodied, gatherer, the old. Especially as we tend to find more of that concrete across like the world. It seems like that was probably more of the breakdown. Now, as time progresses, like, you know, the advent of civilization, yeah, men went to war more, men hunted more, men did a lot of the big shit, and women stayed home and like took care of kids, like would run shops and shit.
And the
Yeah.
fields.
Well, the most important shit.
Well, everyone was working the fields. Hold on, everyone was working the fields.
Yeah. Like if you weren't hunting, you were working the fields.
Bro, the most compelling argument I've ever heard is my friend being like, "Do you think you would want to be like in a lord's retinue?" And I'm like, "Fuck no. Why would I want that?" And he's like, "Okay, so hear me out. You're in a lord's retinue. Most of your
I don't know
job
what
is
that
standing
is.
by all day. Like you are trained to be a soldier, and you are one of the foot soldiers for a local lord.
Okay.
Now,
No,
as
it's got
opposed to like a peasant being raised as a levy, you are a professional soldier. Most of your job is going to be keeping guard all day, and like sure, your chances of dying in war are still high, but you're better trained than the average peasant getting
That's
raised to
it.
like hold a spear. And also,
Yeah.
you're standing guard all day. That sucks. Your alternative is you're working the fields.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? When you put it that way, yeah, fuck yeah, put me in that retinue, dog. It's over.
And I think people really don't understand how labor intensive it was for humans to gain calories, prior to like the
Oh
turn of the
yeah.
century. People really lose that level of appreciation.
Dude,
A big one.
I get 3 edible strawberries a day from my garden. It's fucking ridiculous.
Nice.
Gatherers had it easy.
My
Maybe were Filipinos gatherers?
I mean, presumably every population probably started as hunter gatherer.
Man, listen to this race, this motherfucker.
But one thing that I always love is it is genuinely hard for me to be put in the mindset of somebody that lived before like the 17th century, because even then your options for your life are very limited, but like you could do shit. You could like
Yeah.
you know what I mean? You could like end up
You could
having a
leave.
career that isn't I run the farm that my parents like your dad's a blacksmith in the 8th century. Congratulations, dog. You're
You're a
learning one thing.
blacksmith.
That's how to
Yeah.
be a blacksmith. You're learning how to be a blacksmith or you're becoming a soldier. That's it. Those are your choices.
Well, like a lot of times, the first son inherits it, second son, military or clergy.
Yeah.
Was
They
kind
say
of like the route.
you could be a clergyman if you were intelligent.
Yeah, military or clergy would be like the second son route if they had to. Yeah, I would
Well,
say if I wanted
you
to go
had
back
12
to,
kids. You know why you had 12
okay,
kids back then, right?
they all died. My parents had 12
Yeah,
kids.
that's one
I'm one
reason.
of 12. I'm one of 12, and
Okay,
also
how
to
many
get a
died?
farm.
Damn.
How
Zero.
many passed away? 0? That's good.
Yeah, in childbirth, 0. I lost one sister, but she was 39 at the time.
One of
So
12
what are
is
the
crazy. I
logistics?
can't even imagine.
What are the logistics of like
Same
eating?
mom, same dad. Oh,
Yeah.
dude, it's a
What are the
fucking military show. It's a
What are the
military show.
logistics on eating? Is it like shifts or something, or like a buffet or what?
So we're bigger people too. Like my dad's 6'8", 260 pounds. We're bigger
Oh God.
people.
Jeez.
So like legitimately, dinner was a war. If you
Fucking
weren't first at
Viking feast every night.
Yeah,
if
like a
you're first at the
14-person table
table.
or one big shift.
So we had a dining room that had 2 tables. It was like the older kids and little kids, and then my parents had their own little place where they ate. But yeah, and you basically if you weren't there when everything was dished out, your best bet was to wait for one of the girls not to finish their food and eat their food. Yeah, it was a war. It was a war. But the reason why they had so many because we lived on a farm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
We lived in my dad got free labor.
Dude, working a
Sort of
farm
free.
sucks. Bro. Like
Sort of
I'm
free.
happy I worked my aunt's farm. I would never choose to do that shit again ever in my life.
I'm very happy that I grew up doing the things I did. I learned a lot of things that I didn't realize was like science. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, I'm very happy. I couldn't, like my little brother, he's the one running it now. I couldn't do it. I couldn't. I couldn't do. I just couldn't do it.
Yeah, I don't know what's
I
going
don't
to
say I
happen to the
couldn't.
farm
I'd say I don't want to.
when my aunt passes. I don't know what's happening to her farm because she once told me, she was like, "Yeah, I'll leave it for you," and I'm like, "I don't want that shit. Don't do that."
What ends up happening are neighbors. That's pretty much that's like kind of the farm
Probably.
progression. Yeah, the neighbor like neighbors don't want new people in, or I would say we started in '82. There was like 8 acres, and now there's like 30 something, and that's just families moving away, people dying.
Yeah. I still remember how, like, the more I learned, I was like, how the fuck does the farm actually make money? She's like, what do you mean? I'm like, how do you make money? Like, what do you do? And she's like, have you ever noticed that everything I sell, I brand as like non-GMO organic? And I'm like, oh, and she's like, yeah, it's the same shit, just people will pay for it. And I'm like, that's insane. That's actually diabolical. And she's like, hey, it's not my fault.
It's very hard to make a profit. I mean, the best thing about a farm is you're not going to starve to death. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
It's step one, and then from there, try to make those sales. We got into cattle. They just try to do something to make that margin. It's not easy though, that's for sure.
For a while, like it all started with her just breeding horses too, because she likes horses. And she was like, "Damn, I really need a way to subsidize my love of breeding horses."
That's how it starts. That's how it starts. My parents started the farm because my dad liked he liked the area, but we had a bunch of dog kennels. And that's kind of where it all started from. Yeah. Will not be a farmer. Don't want to. Makes you strong though, that's for sure. Physically.
Oh my god, dude! Like I have never been more physically fit in my life than when I was like in my late teens.
Oh yeah. I still like. One time when I was training professionally, I hurt myself and I had to get back in shape. And I just went home for 3 months and worked the farm. That was good.
I'll never forget the first time my mom made me fucking garden, and she gave me that tiny ass shovel. I was like, "Yo, I hate this
spade."
Like,
that's
spades.
I love gardening. It's just relaxing.
Are you Filipino?
No.
Oh man.
Like bringing in an actual harvest, that shit is horrible.
Yeah.
So, dude, you know what's funny? You know that that type of water that's red and black. What is that water called? The red and black one.
You're talking about like the sports drink thing you drank from the store?
It's one of those new fancy ones that claim to be packed with electrolytes and pH balance and all that.
Oh, is it Prime?
Either way, dude, I literally filled up a vase and put a spider plant in that type of water, dude. Yeah, this thing grew out of control. Absolutely, like, blew up.
Did you ever see Idiocracy?
Yeah, that's yeah.
Remember Brondo has electrolytes, so I mean, of course.
Yeah, then I fucked around and tried it with alkaline water and nearly killed the plant. So I was like, "Oh fuck!" Ran to the store, bought that pH balance electrolyte water, and it sprout right back up. Yeah, Idiocracy. That was a that's actually that's not a joke. It makes sense.
I can see it. I can see it every day I wake up. I see how art imitates life.
Anybody need a big magnetron?
Sure. What are we gonna do with it?
I don't know. They usually use them for satellite searching and signal sending and superconduction. I don't know. It's a really
Microwaves have
just sitting real
magnetrons.
big. They just come out of real big fucking microwaves.
Yeah.
The voltage needed on that will fucking kill you quick. But
Man, I know.
I heard like some kid in like the mid '80s like made a fucking nuclear reactor.
Yeah, he was making
just
all
a tiny
kinds
one.
of explosives.
Yeah.
No, he's a little
I got,
blonde dude with glasses, right?
yeah, and like it was like
Freaking
they had
Eagle
like shut
Scout.
the they had they had like shut the city down basically for what the kid
Yeah, he kept
made. Like
doing
it
it
was,
too. He
yeah.
supposedly kept doing it and kept doing it. The dude looked kind of weird, like I don't know, pale white, red hair, like yeah, weird. I don't know.
Oh, that's yeah. This dude's walking around making fucking bombs, man. It's crazy.
I think you can go on Amazon right now and get a Geiger counter for like $40. He couldn't
Yeah,
do
but
that
those
back
only
then.
got
Like he
Yeah.
he didn't know.
yeah, but
I mean, I'm sure he had some surplus shit, but
oh, I
to
see
do
what you're
that with
saying.
the
I see what you're
tools
saying.
of the 80s, that's even wilder than it would be today.
They said he made a porthole, man. They said this dude made like a little, some kind of like. Okay, have you guys heard about the chronograph machine? The machine that like focuses light or does something to where you can see ahead in time or back in time or something.
I haven't heard of it, but
A chronograph. You haven't heard of that chronograph machine? So anyway, supposedly the dude made a little version of that, like a focused version of that, like in the room, like a little circle area right there, focused. You know, like luminescence. But I guess whatever. I don't know. You know, chronograph type thing where you can see there's a vision there, something happening in it, and it's like future or the past or something. I don't know.
He turns it
that'd be
on and
cool.
sees his future self telling him, "Shut it off. They're on their way right now."
Or he can or it like it opens like a little circle like Orko on He-Man and now all that, like a little circle, and then like you see France from where you're at. Like you like pop a little circle straight through the air, like to make it like I don't know, like a little wormhole vision through the air. Like I don't fucking know. Weird. Like
A
poking a
few
straw through the
people
air.
on YouTube that made their own particle accelerators in their garage. That looks like fun.
Yeah, but I mean, what does that mean? I mean, is your stove doing that when you turn on your electric stove and it heats up the little tungsten? Or I mean, like what particle acceleration? What?
The tube, it's like he's got like a 2-meter tube that he pulls as strong a vacuum as he can in, and accelerates
How does he
electrons
get
from
this?
one end to the other.
Right, but none of them
What
have made the
speed can they
Oppenheimer
get
bomb.
to?
None of them have split the atom, though. Isn't that weird? Shouldn't you just be
I
splitting
can hope
atoms
not.
all day? What do you mean you hope not? Why not?
Blow up.
Do it in their
You got a
garage.
chain
No, you're
reaction.
not going to blow up. No, everything is splitting atoms. When you walk across the
Yeah.
carpet, hold on.
Everything is
Hold
split
on.
in
There's
atoms.
atoms getting split to your feet. And then when you touch the
Incorrect.
doorknob, there's an arc
Incorrect.
and there's an atom getting
Oh my
split
God! You're just stripping
between
off
you and the
Those are
electrons,
doorknob.
you
atoms.
moron. You're just stripping off electrons.
Hold on, brother. I'm particle accelerating here.
No,
Don't
you're
you
not
stop.
particle accelerating. You're stripping
Yes,
off
I am. I'm
electrons,
going
you
to accelerate
moron.
the
It's
doorknob.
particle shuffling. He's
No,
particle
you're
I'm
shuffling.
going to
not, you
shuffle across the
moron.
carpet and build up some particles and accelerate them to the doorknob.
Electrons.
Newton.
Electrons.
The
You're just
particle
stripping
moonwalk.
electrons.
The acceleration particle dance, baby.
You're
Come on.
no moron. You're just stripping off electrons.
What do you mean?
Wool
What's an
socks. You
electron
got
and a
your carpet.
particle? How are they different? How can you have
Oh,
an
very
electricity
different. If
without
you
a
don't know,
particle?
go back to a 6th grade
How
textbook.
can you have a particle without electricity, bro?
What? You are an idiot. You
How
don't
do you
even know
have
what
a particle
electricity is.
without that electric?
You're a moron.
No,
Yep,
I'm a
particles
real
are
human.
intrinsically electrical. That's right.
That's
No,
right.
except
So
for
let's do the particle dance across the carpet.
you're just
Stay
stripping off
alive.
electrons, moron.
Dude, that's
And then
why it's
shock
called the
that
electric
doorknob with the Ark
slide.
of the Covenant.
Hiding in plain sight.
Shock the doorknob with the Ark of the Covenant. Go ahead.
Is a photon electric?
Is electric electric?
Moron.
Electric is
I guess
electric.
you guys are saying electric's not electric.
Yeah, a
No, what you're
photon
saying
is a
is
part of the electromagnetic spectrum. It's
How do you
light.
make a
what you're
photon without
basically saying is
electricity?
what
How
you're
do you make
Damak,
one
what you're
without
basically what you're
electricity?
Damak, what you're basically saying is I fell asleep in 5th grade science class and I don't know what I'm talking
No,
about.
I'm saying I don't care about your book that you read on religious stuff. I watch
Yep.
reality. I
Yeah,
go
you
by
wouldn't know reality if it bit you in the ass.
No, you cannot know.
He
Me walking
watches the
across the carpet
particles.
and
If
shocking
you
stuff
think
with my
you
finger
think
is
that
reality.
you think that
You have a
that
book and a
walking
hoe.
across a carpet is
Yeah,
particle
but you don't have
accelerating.
that. You got books. You got books and nothing. You can't even walk on the carpet with me. Isn't that
What a
sad for
fucking
you,
moron
nothing
you are.
science boy? You got to go read a book. You can't
Look
do
who's
stuff.
talking. The guy who
I'm
fell
walking
asleep in
across the
5th grade
carpet
class.
shocking stuff, brother.
Taking
I'm
off
getting an
electrons,
outcome.
yeah. Ooh,
Trial and error.
wow. You're walking
No, it's
across
not
the
an
carpet
electron.
shocking
That's
stuff.
electricity.
My God, I did that in like 5th
You're
grade.
the
I
one
thought
that
that was
separates
cool.
them into funny words in your book. Don't
You're
do
the one
that.
that's an idiot. You're a moron. You were
No,
the
idiots
dumbest fuck
separate
here.
shit into dumb terms because they're too dumb to understand the simple terms. Isn't that correct, school guy?
No, it's incorrect.
You
Everything you say is wrong.
unsimplify things because you're too dumb to understand the simple.
Look who's
Right.
talking about being dumb.
Brother, the carpet is waiting. The doorknob is waiting for you to shock it.
Yeah, I know, but you don't know what the doorknob.
I know the
You're supposed to
Department of
turn it.
Defense. Yeah, we don't know what shocks are now. We don't know what carpets are or
Yo,
electricity.
yo, NASA Joe, what is an electron? What is an electron?
Electricity is the only way I know how to say it from a human that's born, from my point of view. Now, NASA, I don't know what he's going to say. He's got to read a book. Somebody's got to tell him a story.
See the research paper, they generate electricity just with rainwater, not with hydro, but like the ions in rainwater.
Omnivore, do you think an electron is electric?
I think if it's got the word electric in it and it says electron, I don't think they can be different. It's like magnetic and magnetism. They're connected. Just like they don't believe in magnetism and differentials. They don't believe hot and cold are magnetism towards each other. These guys are just crazy. They don't believe in reality. Anything they can see or prove, like with their hands and touch and feel, they don't like. They got to go take a look in a book and see an error bar. Well, what's this book say about some guy's word for this thing about 4 million years ago that didn't get anything right? We'll keep taking.
Yeah, I
his word.
100% agree with what you just said, dude. They don't like things that you can prove. That's right.
Yep. The end result's all they're looking for, but instead of going to it, they stop and say, "What if? But what if we were flying? But what if we weren't doing the things we were? What if we were like? What are you guys talking like? So when you're born doing this thing, you just start saying what ifs that don't make no sense for nobody, nowhere. What the fuck are
It's
we even
evident.
talking about?
Remember,
Where'd this
you
come
guys
from?
are not.
You guys eat mushrooms?
You're not. Remember, you're not science minded. Science people talk about evidence.
Show me the evidence.
The evidence
Show me it.
shows, right?
Show me the ball
So
evidence.
you don't.
Your reference for ball.
You're not an evidence. You're a feeling.
What's
you're
your evidence
biblical.
for what a ball does?
Sorry, not biblical. You're religious.
So it's difficult
right?
for you to get a ball and show us your evidence.
You're religious. You're fundamental
Well, how can we
religious.
not be
You're
religious
feeling,
for a ball? All
right?
it is a belief.
Right.
Can you show us it?
No, it's no belief. I can tell you right now, we do not
No,
believe
not
the earth
tell.
is a sphere.
You tell religion.
I can tell you right now. I can tell you right now.
No, you can't
it is
prove
not
it. It's
a
a religion.
belief that we are on a ball or on a
If you
spherical
can't prove
object.
it,
It's not
it's a religion.
belief. It's not a. We can prove it. We can prove it.
that water curves in a horizontal line increases in elevation.
There are people who have empirically seen it.
We don't need people. We got
right?
a horizontal line
we
right on
need
the brick
people.
wall.
You need people.
You
need people.
Brick wall.
You need you and you need people. It's not a belief.
No, we got a horizontal line.
We can build
That's
rockets. We can
elevation.
show you rockets.
Can this guy
rockets
hear you guys?
Fly. Aircraft
no, we
fly.
Got a horizontal line right in front of me.
High pressure to low pressure.
It's supposed to be up
when you go
to the
from
right
high pressure to
and
low
up to the
pressure
left.
without running into a wall, that means
Brother,
you can
I
get
don't
to
know
low
who you're
pressure
talking to. Who you
area.
talking to, Robert?
That is your science.
Who are you talking to,
It's
Robert?
evidentiary.
No, we got a horizontal line.
Everything you just described can happen on a planar surface. You don't need to.
You got a real horizontal line here, Robert. When does it increase in elevation? No theories needed.
It
When are you going to
cannot.
show us all your excellent
Pressure
horizontal
gradient
elevation
cannot
degrees?
happen on pressure gradient cannot
Brother, we
happen
don't know
on
what
a
you're
flat
talking about.
plane.
Stop making shit up. We
Well,
got a
you say
Cannot.
that the
horizontal line.
We're
you
not
say
making
that the
everything up.
cause
The
for your
science.
gravitation is a point,
Show and
and I say
tell.
the cause for the
Geometric
Horizontal
pressure.
line
gravitation
will
is a
prove your
plane.
gravity.
You have a
Millibars.
plane of inertia.
Pound
Prove your gravity. Get the
Pounds
horizontal
equals
line
gravity.
and prove that it increases
Pounds
in
equals
elevation. And stop
gravity.
talking over everybody, Robert.
Pounds equal.
You
You're
slow
talking over
fuck.
me. You're talking
Yeah,
over me.
okay.
What you need to do is be quiet with your religiosity and listen to science. That's what you need to
Horizontal
do.
line outdoes your science every day, buddy.
Pounds equals
I got a
gravity.
horizontal line.
Weight
What do you
is
got,
gravity.
story? Thank you,
Density is
storyteller.
gravity.
My
Buoyancy
horizontal
is
line awaits.
gravity. All of those things are
Stop telling stories.
gravity
That's a good
related.
story.
All of those things are, you cannot remove gravity from any of those things.
You sound
You
like a
cannot
circus
remove it from
announcer.
buoyancy.
Right now,
You
all
cannot
those things
remove
you're
it from
observing an
density.
effect.
You cannot remove it from
He's not
weight.
observing
You
anything.
cannot
He's
remove
just
it
saying
from
stuff.
pound. You
He's sitting
cannot.
in his chair just saying words to himself out of that
Right?
religious flow book.
No.
That flow book.
A thing. It
I
is
got a real
evidence.
horizontal line on the
Evidence.
wall. I got a real ball in my hand. Do you want to put a full close pendulum
The
on
earth
it?
is not on a wall.
The Earth's
That's the
not a
first
ball?
problem. So
No,
you're
a horizontal
incoherent.
line's on the wall.
The earth is not
I got a horizontal line on the wall, stupid. It's supposed to
The
increase
earth is
in
not on a
elevation.
wall. The earth
It's
is not on
on
a
a
wall.
ball if it's not
You're a
increasing in
fundamental.
elevation. I don't know what ball you
The
thought
earth is
of,
not
buddy.
on a wall.
I don't know
The
what kind
earth
of
is not
magic
on a
ball
wall.
you got in your
The
mind.
earth is not on a magic wall.
Horizontal
The
lines
earth is
leave
not on a
balls, buddy.
wall. The earth
A
is not on a
horizontal line
wall.
on my wall.
The earth is
Every
not on a
single dot
wall.
left is
The
up.
earth is not
Every
on
single
a
dot
wall.
right is up to the
Guys
stars.
done
The
yet?
earth is not on a wall.
It becomes a
Nobody
vertical.
said the
It
earth
makes
is
a
on a wall.
tangent. My
The earth
horizontal
is not
line
on a
becomes
wall.
There is a block. There is a block domain wall in the electromagnetic field. It's the plane of inertia. You need that for the toroidal magnetic field.
There is no physical
So technically,
wall.
you are
There's
against
no
a wall.
concrete
Yes, you are
on
against a
paper.
wall.
There's no wall.
Robert's afraid of a
tell you what.
horizontal line becoming vertical nowhere. Where
tell you
can you prove my horizontal goes to somewhere?
Listen. The
When does my
gas
horizontal line leave
molecules, gas molecules run into the walls of other gas molecules, and what you tell us, that's not gas pressure, right? You see how
You can create gas pressure with You can create gas pressure with electromagnetism.
You're a hypocrite, brother. Whenever we point out things, when we use the word wall, you're like, no, you can't use the word wall, but then you're using electromagnetic wall. You're doing that. Give me a break. That's foolishness. You guys are hypocrites. Let me tell you something. You borrow the same language. When you fit our language into your paradigm, it's always right. But when we use that language into reality paradigm, you're like, hey, back up. You can't do that. You guys are hypocrites. You haven't studied math. You haven't studied science. You haven't done any experiments. You haven't done anything. If I give you F equals MA, and I give you F and M and tell you to solve for A, you can't do it. You can't do it. No, you can. You don't know math. You don't know logic. You know only your feeling, your religion. You have a religion.
Well, I can certainly go get a cat. Dude, let us hold on. You're gonna let me respond to the million things that.
Well, let me say this last thing. We asked you to show us the blasted dome, and you said, "Oh, we don't have to."
You're scattergunning, dude. I want to address one of the things you said. I can't address them all at once. Now, if you really wanted me to, I could go find an online calculator. Whatever thing you want me to be able to solve, whatever equation, I can go solve it. I don't see why not. And yes, there is definitely supposed to be a block domain wall if Earth is a toroidal magnetic field. So the idea that you're not against the wall, technically you are.
Guys, we all have a PhD now. Real quick, we all have a PhD now. All you got to do is pay $30 a month for Grok, and you can ask it any question. Just like you said, Robert, you could put that equation in there, and it would tell you the answer. So you can't even believe anybody if they were to respond to you like that, Robert. So like these positions people are putting the pedestal of truth on, they're not valuable in a Discord. This is my opinion, right?
No, you don't understand, brother. Let me say, if you can solve for A, your logic centers, you would not be a flat earther. in your mind. If you can solve for A, you will not be a flat earther. If you're
How does
plugging it
logic
into,
help you know
hold on,
what
hold
a
on.
ball does? How are you born?
If you're using a calculator to do that, just say, hey, Grok, tell me what this is, and then you come. You don't know how Grok did it. That means you start to believe nonsense like flat Earth. You don't. But when you solve for it on paper,
Nah, it wouldn't take me more than 5 minutes to find out how Grok would have done it.
Oh, really?
How do we know
Yeah,
how
dude.
a glober had a
Are you
globe
doubting my
reference?
ability to like learn
Hold on,
something
no.
new right
Yes.
now?
Yeah, but
Yes.
yeah, but we
Throw
can
me
get
a
the
random
references
equation
of
and
the
I'll try to
year.
solve it, dude. Let's do it. Let's see
We
if I
can
can
look at
actually
the
solve an
reference
equation
of
for
its
you.
files. We can't look at the globe reference. No glober for the
We
last
can look at the flat
2,000 years
reference.
has
Where
a
is the flat
ball
reference?
reference we can look at.
There
Don't
is no
talk
flat
over me.
reference. We
I'm
have no
almost
dome.
done, little
We
What
kid.
do
have
you
no
want me to
ice
solve
wall. We
for?
Wait
have no.
3
Go
seconds, little
ahead.
kid.
What do
Don't
you want
be
me to
done
solve for? Let's
speaking.
make it a bet.
So
I want to bet
hold
that I
on.
can
When
solve whatever equation you
Pythagoras,
throw at
now
me
hold
right
on,
now.
man. Dude, wait the fuck up. Hold on a minute. When has Pythagoras, Galileo, Newton, Einstein, when has any of these dudes you name for globe anything had a ball reference? How were they all born
I want you to
knowing
do
what a
this. I
ball
want you to
does,
do this.
Robert?
You
How are
see?
you
You see how?
born knowing what a
You
ball
see?
does? Is it God?
You're doing it.
God told
You're
you?
doing it. You're doing
God
it.
told
You're
you what a
doing it.
ball
You're doing
does.
exactly what I told you. You're
God
doing it.
told you. No, God
You
told you
do.
what a ball does.
You are doing
You don't
exactly
need a
what I
ball,
just
right?
said.
Do you
You're
need a
doing it
ball to know what a ball
exactly
does,
what
Robert?
I just said. You are, brother.
Robert, do you need a ball to know what a ball does? This is simple.
Brother, you are doing
Do you
exactly
need a
what I just
ball,
said.
Robert? Robert, do you need a
Son,
ball
there's a thing
to know
called
what a
running.
ball does?
There's a thing
Why
called
is this
running.
dude not answering this question?
There's a thing called.
Guys, Dawn, do you need a ball to
answering it.
know what a ball
I am
does, Dawn?
answering. I am
Dawn,
answering it.
wouldn't you need a
I am
sphere to know what a
answering.
sphere does?
I am answering it. I am answering it.
The
Right?
answer's yes.
Okay. If you would listen, brother,
Yeah,
they
nobody's
were.
born knowing what balls
There
do.
are
Dawn,
different.
you were born knowing what balls do? Show us
Brother,
how. Show
they
us
are
how a
different.
baby knows what balls
They
do. Go
are
to the
different
baby in
pieces.
the daycare right
There
now
are
and
different
show us
pieces
they
to
know
the
about
puzzle.
balls.
There are different
Show us
pieces
how
to
these
your
babies
puzzle.
know the
There are different
Einsteinian
pieces
ball
to your
method.
puzzle. There are different pieces
How
to
did
your
the
puzzle.
babies
There are
learn
different
Newtonian
pieces that make
physics?
up the puzzle.
D-Muck,
There
you're
are
just
different.
interrupting
There
the
are
answer to your question.
right. There are different pieces to your puzzle, D-Mark. Dude, when gravity was being discussed, brother, it wasn't discussed in the context of sphere. It was discussed in the context of gravity. But
Because
it's
you don't know what a sphere
hold on,
is yet. You don't know what a sphere
brother.
is.
Hold on.
What is a sphere?
I'm going to open up your
How
mind if
can
you're
you
an
learn
honest
what a
person.
sphere
I
does,
am going to
guys,
open up your
in a
mind.
lab?
I'm going to
Which
open up
lab
your
can we
mind.
learn
I am
sphere
going to
physics?
open up your mind. I'm going to open up your mind now.
No,
You
we're
see,
going to look
when
at the
Isaac,
sphere
when
you
Isaac
got. We're
Newton,
not going to
when
keep opening
Isaac
people's
Newton,
religious eyeball.
when Isaac
No, our
Newton,
third eye
when
doesn't know
Isaac
about balls.
Newton, when Isaac Newton was
What ball did he use? Which
discussing
ball did he use,
gravity,
brother?
he was not talking about Earth being a
Which
ball
ball
or
did any
being
of these
flat.
guys use?
What he has discovered in your environment is that
He didn't
there is
discover anything.
fundamental behavior of
You're
mass,
talking for him. You're
right?
talking for a
And
dead guy.
therefore,
The
that
dead guy's gone,
behavior of
Robert.
mass, that
That
behavior
dead
of
guy's
mass,
gone. He's not
that
talking no
behavior
more.
of mass, that behavior of mass is then entered into another piece
That
that
dead man
points
didn't
to
do
sphere.
anything. Stop blaming that shit on a dead guy. Do you know what a ball does?
Brother, again,
Do you know what a ball does?
that piece of the puzzle, when entered into the larger
Chicken
script,
Newton is dead.
now we
How do you know
understand
Chicken Newton's
why
right without a
the
ball?
Earth is a sphere.
How
Now
did
we
you check Chicken
understand
Newton's work
why
without a
the
ball?
Earth is a sphere. Because
Brother, how
mass
do you
is
check
a
ball
free,
homework
because
without a ball?
mass attracts mass from
Stop just
300
saying the word sphere without
degrees
a reference
around
of
it.
a real ball.
Therefore, though, when people are
You
saying,
don't know
"Oh,
what a sphere is. That's the
that
whole
is
problem.
that is how the
You guys
Earth is
don't
a
know what a
sphere,"
ball is.
because of what Isaac Newton discovered. Now we
No,
understand more
you can't
that this is
discover a
how
ball.
the Earth becomes a sphere.
Today
And
you
then,
can't back
check this
your
out,
claim
check
with a
this out,
ball.
check this out, D-Mark, check this out, D-Mark.
I'm
Now we
trying to check out
understand
the ball he looked at.
atmospheric pressure
You're hiding it
gradient.
from us.
We
Why are
understand
you guys hiding
atmospheric
your ball,
pressure
you stupid
gradient
ball?
more now, because we were looking at atmospheric gradients, and we're like,
Can
how
we
is it
see your
happening?
secret ball you got hid,
Then,
please?
whenever we applied the laws of Isaac
Can we
Newton,
see your secret
see
ball
how
you got all
gas
these laws from?
pressure gradients occur. And if gas pressure
Brother, all my
gradients
flat earth, I'm
occur,
going to need to your ball.
Therefore, we can get to
We need
space,
to check it. Listen, you're
right?
talking to the Flat Earth King. He's going to need to
and
take a
then,
look at your ball dragon.
Boyle's
You
law
need to look
is
at your ball dragon. What's it look like?
Boyle's
Let me bring
law,
it. Let me see it.
Boyle's
Bring
law
your ball
remains
dragon
intact.
in front of us,
Boyle's
in front of the whole kingdom.
Boyle's law remains intact
Ball
because of the
dragon.
gravitational
law of the
forces
ball.
of
There is no ball
of
law.
what's on our Earth. And so
There is
when you
no
add up
Boyle's
all
law
of these
ball.
things, when you add
There
up
is
all
no
of these
ball
things,
laws of
when you
Boyle.
add up all of these things, guess what? Here's another piece.
What ball
The
did you
sun.
use for that law?
Here's another thing. When we
You don't
realize
even know
that the
what a
sun
ball
does
is.
not change size,
You
when
can't
we
even learn
realize
what a
that
ball
the
is
sun
from you
does,
guys.
when we realize that the
What
sun
is
does
a
not
ball,
change
Robert?
size, when this is another puzzle. When we realize that the sun does
A
not
ball
change
is a
size
puzzle?
as it traverses over our head, and so the moon doesn't either, we realize that is another puzzle
A
that
ball
says
is in
we
your
are on a
head?
ball.
What kind of ball? What's it look like?
And then here's
What does a
another
ball
piece of the
act like?
puzzle. When we
What's the ball
realize
do
that
with the string
magnetic
on it?
north, when we realize that magnetic north is
What does
different
the
from true
spinning ball
north,
do? We're not going to
when
ignore a
we
spinning
realize
ball.
that
We're going to pay
magnetic
attention to
north
it.
is different from true north,
First thing we're going to
we
do is get a
realize
spinning
that
ball and see how
piece of the
all your
puzzle.
claims are true.
This adds up to a sphere.
What
And
sphere are
then
you using? What ball? What lab?
when we
Give me the address.
and we
I'm going to write it
observe
down.
the 24-hour sun on both the south and the north,
Which
we're
address?
like, "Ooh, here's another piece
Which
of
ballarium did you go to?
Yo,
Which
Rob.
method did you use to figure this out?
So all
You got
of
a
these things are
2,000-year-old ball?
you
Where's
do
your
not need a ball.
14,000-year-old ball? How did you guys
You don't
know
need
about balls before you made the
you don't
wheel?
need a ball. You study
Before
the
you
pieces.
invented the wheel, you already
There's
knew
a bit
about
of
balls.
breakup, and Demox over talking you, so it's really hard to hear your
Yeah, I don't
points.
think I'm over
Sorry, dude.
talking him, retard. I
I
think
do
you're
think
fucking
you're making
stupid.
them. It's just
Yeah, I know
sometimes
Glover.
hard to tell.
Said only what the
over
Glover would say,
Demox
right?
over talking and
Yeah.
maybe a bit of lag on your
But
end. I'm not
you
sure.
know what a ball is. It's been
Okay,
2,000
Dima,
years and you ain't got a
stop the
ball
ad
yet, but
homs.
you're talking about over talking. Guys who can't get a ball. So educated. What is the address?
Yes, we did get a ball. We did get a ball.
What's the
Again,
address for the ball we
you know
can
what?
look at?
You know what?
We're going to
Guys,
look at
I'm just
pendulums on a
I am
ball.
going to mute him, and I'm going to talk.
Why are
All right,
you
and you
afraid
guys,
to look at pendulums on a real ball?
Yeah, unfortunately, Democ, you can't just overtalk because like there is a live audience and you have other people in the room trying to
Know
listen.
what a ball
So
looks like.
try a bit of back and forth,
Try to go
please.
get that ball
Just
we've been
try
waiting
and be
for.
considerate.
You guys
Say
aren't
your
considerate. We've been asking
sentences
for a ball.
and
That's
then
how
wait
the
for the
conversation
reply.
started. And then you guys
Okay, you
keep
totally
talking
just
to each other
gaslight the
about
living
talking
F out
about
of me
talking
because Rob was screaming the entire time as well, dude. Come on.
I'm
the whole
also
time. Yeah, this guy doesn't have ears. You're the only one with ears, Electric, me and you. This other
I'm
guy just
encouraging
hears
all
himself
people
talk
not
to
to
Listen to him. He's
overtalk each
talking
other.
over me right now. I bet he's not doing that too. Spooky ghost character guy.
I don't think I was trying to gaslight
Crackly
you.
Mike
If
boy.
you got
We
that
know when you
impression, I'm
crack up every
sorry.
time, Crackle Mike. You're not hidden. We know when you talk over us
Yeah, the
every
thing is-
time.
the thing is,
I
guys.
want to address one of the million things that Rob said.
Okay, please address them. Go ahead.
Yeah, dude. Like you claim that gravity is dependent on, you know, you say that the cause for what you observe, the effect is what you observe, right? You're saying the cause of downward acceleration is because of the center of mass in a sphere. And you don't observe that. You're not at the center of the sphere to say, okay, this is what's causing, you know, gravity. You don't know that.
Wait, what do you mean we don't know that? You never heard of seismology? Come on now. Seismology is used that's how we know where oil deposits are. That's how we know where gold deposits are and diamond deposits and all these kind of things. You think they just dig gold? They dig these mine shafts just randomly?
Seismology shows you gold.
You're right. Yes,
I
size.
thought the
Yes.
chemical color showed you gold. I thought the pink color and purple showed you gold, not the size.
Is seismology.
You're not directly observing the cause of the effect, right? You're observing downward acceleration relative to your reference frame, vertical. That's it. Not a sphere.
Exactly. There's no upward towards that horizontal. There's no left towards that spot. There's no right towards that spot. That's the things you guys need to observe, not the down. You need to observe all the other ones.
Like
Stupid.
the arrangement of locations that receive like an a seismic response to an earthquake or volcanic eruption. And let's go for Tonga. Like, we know what we've discerned what P waves and S waves are.
Yeah, be careful. Yeah, I heard you almost. You knew I was gonna rail you on that one. Pause.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, but how do you guys know when you're born? How did Pythagoras and Newton and all these guys? How do they know stuff about a ball without a ball? Doesn't make no sense, does it?
Feel free to explain what P waves and S waves are on a flat Earth.
Feel free to go get a ball and show
Same
how
thing,
a
just no
potential
ball.
can work
Yeah.
on a ball. Let's stay simple here. Let's not talk about P and waves, weirdo.
That sounds like an
How do
R&B
you
song.
put a pendulum on a simple ball? How do all these old guys in sandals from the 1500s know what balls do when they didn't even invent a fucking sphere yet? They didn't even have the ball
Bit of a
invented yet.
complex field with a lot of
Didn't even have the
instruments
wheel
measuring
invented.
all around
Couldn't
the
even
place,
invent the wheel.
detecting
How did they have a ball knowledge? Tell me, sir.
seismic effects and
Enlighten us.
after effects.
What ball did they use without a wheel? They had a ball before they had a wheel, guys. Before they had a ball, they had a ball.
We can just pretend
They were
every
born
satellite
knowing what
image
balls
is
do,
CGI.
right?
You can just pretend. Yes, you guys pretend that gravitation is towards a point, right? Guess what? We're gonna pretend too. We're gonna pretend that it's towards a plane. See how that works?
And your
Yeah,
center of
you
mass
could pretend
is
it's
you.
to a
You are
plane
the
if you
center
like.
of your mass and the horizontal line below you.
It's
Everywhere you're
interesting
along the
that,
horizontal
like,
line is
when
equipotential.
you take the
Crackle,
scales
crackle, crackle, crackle.
to
Yeah, the
equator,
cause of gravity in this alternative model is pressure mediation. It's due to the dielectric plane and
what
hold on,
is
let
a
me pull this up for
dielectric
you.
plane?
I got
What is
I got it for
toroidal?
I got it for you. Let me pull it up.
Yeah.
Pablo, your voice is really kind of muffling. I can't really, we cannot really hear you. On those
Yeah,
sticks, it's kind of
it's
louder.
really
Yes.
time for me to
Oh,
go.
my bad. Yeah, sometimes my other earbud
Okay.
likes to start working.
No. Just you're okay. It's not you. This is up late. You're fine.
We need all references, left, right to ball, and up to ball.
Yeah, it's not worth me debating at this moment in time. I'll come back later.
Are you
Find
tapping
you
out,
guys do
Oakley?
stuff
I
goes
thought
up
you had
to
more
ball.
stamina. This is nothing, dude.
Well,
We
as
barely
much as
left. We barely
I'd
left the race.
as much as I'd like to talk with a fellow global like yourself, I have other priorities. Perhaps next
Does
time.
gravity work like a magnet? You know, like when you get a magnet
That's
close
the
to
awkward
something, all
thing
of a
with
sudden
time
Well,
you react.
zones.
I know you got stamina. I'll see it next time.
Yeah.
I wonder if you get a
It's
real
the
big ball next to something.
it's the
Just all of a
Viagra, I
sudden
guess.
go from sitting still
I don't know. Doesn't matter.
to yank the chain. That gravity's gonna yank your chain, boys. Don't worry. Gravity this week yanking your chain, pulling your pecker. When was the ball invented? Or the wheel?
Dude, I just got the most elite Chat GPT response from my prompt. Dude, I should get paid for these prompts. Wow, where'd Blake go? This was for him.
Ask ChatGPT when was the sphere or the ball invented? I'm just saying, how could all these dudes know about sphere stuff way back in the day when they didn't even invent a ball or a tire yet?
Oh
Kind of
God,
weird.
I'll answer.
You're just totally missing the fact that you don't have to have a ball to be able to figure out that the Earth is a globe. Those two things
Bullshit.
are not
That's a
related.
religious belief.
No, it's
That's a
not.
full belief.
It's
Prove
not.
that.
No.
How would you
You see
prove it?
ships disappear over the curve.
Can I give my answer?
That didn't make any sense.
Yeah. Have you ever been to the beach? You know, sandy. There's some water, like a fairly big ocean or a sea. You ever heard of that? And you can see the ship come, and when the ship comes in, you see the mast appear first before you see the rest of the ship.
Let me tell a little story.
Turns out that people knew that it was coming over the horizon. Yep.
Once there was a group of smart men, and one said, "I'm really into shapes, and I've got this idea of a shape that's a bit like an apple but more perfect, and I need you to make me one." So the local mason,
Perfect. What's that mean?
it's like an apple but perfectly round.
How is
Anyway,
everything not perfect?
Anyway,
How
don't worry
can
about
anything be messed
you
up?
not. Hang on. Don't worry about you not understanding it. At the time, the mason did understand it quite well and
They
carved
understand
him,
no ball.
hang on, and it
They
carved him a
understood a
nearly perfect
non-physical
apple
ball.
shape. So
A
then he
non-physical
had,
ball is what they understood, right?
yeah, and I'm saying someone
So
made
they
him a
never
real
had a
one.
ball.
No,
So they
you're
never
not,
had a ball
you're
to
not
prove their
listening.
point. Thank you.
My whole point
Thank you,
is
guys.
about
We're
someone
done.
building him. My whole point is about someone making a ball for the math man, so that he can show people this is what a ball is.
Got to
So
get
you have
that ball out, falsify that claim, boys.
a stone sphere. Why are you denying people made stone spheres?
Got to get that flat stationary out, falsify those claims, boys. Let's
See,
do
so
it. Which lab we're gonna meet up in?
now I've told you it's fine. They did have real
First
balls.
ever
You've got
unbiased
you've got
lab,
no point left.
2025. The first ever unbiased real lab. It do what it do, baby.
No, you're just talking nonsense now, and you've avoided your own point.
Don't
Hey,
talk
keep
the
going,
ball.
keep going, Dawn,
Bring
because
the
we
ball.
will just ignore the
Don't
piece of
be the
shit.
ball. Bring the
Just
ball.
keep going.
Let the ball
Talk
be
over him.
itself.
I'm just pointing out that I've won that point by explaining people
Stop
do
reading
have
the religion for what
real
balls do.
balls. For thousands of
We know
years,
what your religion
they've had
says, but
stone
what do
balls.
balls say? But what does the ball say about that?
Well,
Hey, Omnivore, this guy
I'll get
just
to
fucks
that.
the VC. If you don't fuck him off, man, people are going to leave here. This guy's a fucking idiot. He doesn't deserve the airspace.
Well, if
Where's
you're
our reference?
Hey, that's what I say to you.
if you're pissed off now, then I understand what you're saying, Boomer. Some days I'm pissed off and I want him to shut up.
I missed Denmark when I wasn't in here for like a month.
Okay, Electric, you help us convince Denmark that ancient studying men had balls, as in they knew what a sphere shape was in their mind, and they had carved objects that looked a bit like it. So studying balls.
Yeah, you got
isn't a
dandelions, you got bubbles. Yeah, there's such thing as ball-shaped things.
But a smart man with money might study shapes and say to his friend, "Can you make me a ball?" And his friend will make him a real ball, and then from then on, Denmark has no point because you can actually talk about real ball with a real ball in front of you. Thousands of years
You're
ago.
not talking about nothing real. You're talking about some guys that didn't have a ball, that imagined a ball, and then imagined they were right.
So
Where's
you've
your
doubled
reference
down.
to prove it, which is a real ball? We have a ball these days. We can see if they were right, can't we? Which address are we going to meet up at? What's going to be the lab, outside or inside? You pick. We'll do our flat against the ball. Non-biased science, first time ever,
Yeah,
2025.
it's in the courtyard.
Throw the dog shit out the window.
Not the outside.
Throw the
Slightly inside.
liars and excuses out the window. Prove it or lose it, buddy.
In the courtyard, the stone
Me
ball.
and you, prove it or lose it. Me and you, flat
and
first
we're
throw.
there. We're
Prove it
there.
or lose it. Come on, once and
3000
for all.
BC.
The final experiment. Prove it or lose it.
Just
You bring your ball, I'll bring my flat stationary, and we'll see what they do.
Denmark.
Why are you
bring
guys
your
afraid of
argument.
real science?
Give me a
Don't be
second.
afraid of unbiased science. You got nothing to fear, right? Science loves being scrutinized, doesn't it?
Bring your argument to my
Science
level.
loves when we recheck and back check and check. That's what it's supposed to do, ain't it? Because you never
agree
know,
with
we
you,
could find
Denmark.
something new. Me and you could find something new out together. You know that? And discover something totally different than what you thought with a real
No,
ball.
I agree with Boomer now.
Because you
You're an
only have
idiot.
an imagination. Now, how do you know if your guys' imagination claims are right? How would you ever know without a ball?
We don't have to have a ball to know.
How do you know you're right?
It's another
How do
good
you know
point.
that without a ball?
We can make predictions about what.
How do you prove they're right?
By
How are you
checking the
proving your
predictions.
imagination is right, dude?
We can afford to have a
I know
ball.
you guys aren't
I
slow.
don't
It's the
think
same
it's
question
problem.
every time.
Of the scientific process, the scientific method.
Imagination isn't nothing. Nobody knows what that means. It's a nothing burger.
Nope. You just don't understand how science works.
I know we can
Do you
see
know
what a
what
ball is.
Do you know what a
I know everybody
hypothesis?
in the world can see a flat table and a ball.
Do you know
I know
what
we know what that does.
I guess you don't.
Are you guys ready to be real? Or you just want to stay in imagination bookland? Your book ball does book ball stuff.
You don't know what a hypothesis is.
My non-real ball does this stuff. I guarantee you guys. Non-really. You're not making no sense. How can we imagine you're right?
If you learned what a hypothesis
I imagine you're wrong. I imagine all your ball imaginations are incorrect.
You don't know how any of this works.
So now my imagination versus yours, you're the one trying to prove a claim of your imagination is correct.
Nope.
How do you prove it?
I'm trying to validate a hypothesis. If you
How do you
understand
prove your ball
what
God?
do you understand what validating a hypothesis means in science?
How would we figure out what balls do?
We don't have to figure out what balls do.
How would you ever know what a ball does?
But you're ignoring my point, Denmark, that we
So
have
you
got
don't know what a
balls.
ball does. Nobody knows what a ball does.
So
They just
we
imagine.
do. We
right?
made stone
Correct,
balls,
Omni?
and we know what they
No
do.
one's ever known really what a ball does. They won't allow it. They can only imagine
Won't
imaginated
allow
balls.
it.
And then
It
they
is
imagine their imaginary
banned
balls are
balls.
right. Right?
What are you talking about?
Einstein said my balls are right. Did he? Einstein's dead. Been dead
Who
for a long
cares?
time. You guys been talking for dead, non-moving balls and talking for Einsteins and Newtons, and they're dead. Why don't you just take a picture of the ball, get the ball in the lab, let's see what it do. No biased liars like you guys. All you guys want to do is be a
If you
religious biased
fucking
cult.
listen,
We
I was
know cold
telling
leaders
you,
of no reality, no
we
physics.
had a ball in the courtyard. I was
When
telling
can
you,
we
but
do
you're
physics of a
ignoring
ball?
me.
When can we find out non-imaginary balls? When can we bring them out of your religious cult?
You're not talking to anyone because
I want to test your ball code.
everyone that tried to engage you, you just spoke over them.
Well, yeah, you're not
Yo,
going to
Don.
engage. All you got to do is get a ball.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard
Would
for you
you
guys.
let
$80
Would you
billion
let Dubrock
today,
test
you
your
can't get a
balls?
ball. This is weird.
I wouldn't let them
40 billion years, no ball
near
evidence.
me in real life.
Just a bunch of guys saying they imagine and peer reviewing their own imagination with somebody else's imagination. Bob said
People,
he imagines, your
when
imagines
their
right.
brains are that broken, you don't want them near your family or
Is
near
that
your
what you guys
friends.
pay for? Imaginary dragons, imaginary balls. Go give your check, Don. Let me see you give your check to a guy that imagines balls all day.
It's almost what you'd call psycho, like some women.
How much check are you going to give to a guy that imagines balls, Don? How much is that worth? Imagining balls. Seems like
You're asking
imagining
me.
balls is an unlimited
You're asking
money
me again, but
source
you don't
job.
really want to talk to me.
You never stop getting paid if you're NASA and you imagine balls, right? You only stop getting paid when you pull out the ball, when you actually
What was my
produce.
what was my point? Can you remember my point?
I just think everybody wants to know what balls do and how you can prove that. I think that's where you guys fall short with your religion.
You can't remember anyone's point.
Ball
Cool,
religions is
brain
tough,
damage.
boys. You're just born knowing everything about a ball. You guys just
I remember my point.
like spiders.
If we
My
muted
point
our
is that in the
me
globe
and
model, gravity is attracting towards a point. But you could have
Kelly
gravity attracting. You could have gravity attracting to a plane. We have evidence of there being planes of inertia. You can create this with a
We
dielectric
are
plane.
ball. We know ball. We are Legion ball. We imagine ball.
And then there's some kind of polarization you have to do, but
The
it's
hill in your
possible with
backyard
magnetism.
must be a ball.
You gotta have every
That mud
point
puddle
along the
must be a
surface be of
ball.
equal potential of a force downward.
Mud puddle dip down. Hill dip up. Must be ball. Doesn't make no sense.
I know Star hears what I'm. Star, are you there?
What is
Star,
the dialogue?
this is still a response to what Star said before.
We have to ignore Denmark. Sorry to say it again. That's what we have to do.
How do clips work on balls? So much for that equipotential perfect shape, huh? Blown out the window with a mud puddle. Measly fucking mud puddle. Just destroyed your whole perfect globe shape in this
I was going
scenario.
to paint a
So did a
picture
pair.
for you.
So did the fact that none of you guys can draw what your globe looks like. Weirdos. Which one of you knows what it looks like, imaginers? Draw it out. Step one, draw your imagination on the board, kids. Let's see what your imaginary ball looks like. Let's get an image of it. Can we please get an image of your ball, God, please? Or is it too bright and too glorious? Is it going to blind us? Can you know? Can you guys know what a globe looks like?
We do know.
Will NASA show you the picture of the Earth, what it looks like, so you can draw it?
Yes, we've seen it.
Draw it. Draw it out on the board. You guys got a good talk religion. Talk.
Why
Do you
are
believe
we not?
ball yet, Demont?
Not me. Why are you not
10
modding
more
Denmark?
years.
3 mods
Draw it
in
out. What's it look like?
Here,
Stop
here you
talking.
go.
Start
I
doing, guys.
put it in the chat. I put it in the chat.
Let your fingers do the talking. Draw what the globe looks like and put it on the camera right now. Go live.
I put it in the chat. You can see
You'd
it.
be the only human that knew, wouldn't you? You'd be the only human that knew what Earth looked like, wouldn't you?
We all know. We all know what it looks like. Even you.
You get paid. You get paid to be. You'd be the new artwork guy, Omni. They'd be like, "Oh, his shit's real convincing. His stuff's more convincing than the other guy's imaginary ball." All you got to do is draw an imagination. Nothing's got to be proven, right, Omni? You just imagine that you know. Hey, little kids, just imagine you know. Specto Patronum, you know. A nod and a wink.
No, nothing. I just drew it for you. You wanted it. You were like,
how do you know
you
stuff without stuff?
Do you see the picture that I put in there?
How could you know math without any numbers, Omni?
I don't think he even looks at the screen. He just shouts at his phone.
Can you count to? Can you count past 5, Demok?
So you don't need numbers either, do you? You don't need stuff. You just need to imagine everything. You don't need the physicality of it.
And his script isn't affected by ours at all. It
I'm
just
saying that
runs
nothing's physical with
sometimes.
you guys. Can we get physical? Olivia Newton-John tried it with you guys. You wouldn't do it. She's
I'm
like,
trying to paint a
let's get
picture of
critical,
me and Demo at
physical.
Plato's
Let me see
Academy,
your 3D globe.
stone globes
3D
in the
globe.
courtyard. What balls
Come on,
do,
Olivia
basically, in
Newton-John
the
wants to
past,
see your
but
globe. Don't
he
turn her
didn't
down.
want to listen, even
She
though it
wants to
was
do
going to be
physics.
interesting.
How do imaginary globers do physics? That's what I want to know.
Imaginary globers, it's just made up terms.
What are imaginary globe, religion, physics? Excuse
Honestly,
maker
I feel like
and a
there is
religion.
so much syntax
We
behind
know
what
excuse
Demox says.
maker.
Like, he
More
actually makes a lot of
coming your
fucking
way.
sense to me.
He talks over you, like he doesn't care about you.
Excuse number 5,572. What's the ball look like? It's still what we want to know.
That's dangerous. He cares
There's
about
literally
himself
no
more
other
than
way
you.
to ask these questions. He has the most refined argument.
How does the
This
ball
is it.
wobble? How does the real ball wobble, guys?
He does not have a refined argument. It is a extremely stupid argument.
It's nothing.
I disagree. I understand the argument entirely. I think it's an amazing argument. I'm not
What do pendulums
trolling.
do on a ball? What do full cult
You're
pendulums do on a
trolling.
real sphere? However could we learn this? Just imagine. Just imagine,
You're
class.
defending someone
That's
who
all you'll get to
accidentally
do,
just
Dawn
bumped
said.
into your wife.
Don't touch that ball over there. Get away from that ball with that string and weight. Get the fuck over here, Bobby, and
Just
sit down.
scuffed your car all the way
Bobby,
down
don't
the edge.
touch that
and
ball.
now
Bobby,
you're
don't you dare
defending
try
it.
to do real science. Bobby, don't you touch that ball. Bobby's doing it, you guys. He put a pendulum on there. What should I do? What should I do to this kid that wants to learn? What should I do to him, guys? I got a kid right here that wants to put a pendulum on a real ball. What should we do? Put him in jail for life? Because he wants to know if you guys are right?
Put a pendulum on it. Whatever.
Is that what we do to kids that want to learn science and redo it and calibrate and figure it out?
That's what,
Put them in jail for life because they don't believe you? Is that what we do?
No.
Just believe?
No. You don't.
So you get a ball out and now you put a pendulum on it. Now what's it do? Please don't put this kid in jail.
I'm not.
Let's go through this.
I might mute you.
Please
if
don't
you...
kill this kid's hopes. He's with the Make-A-Wish Foundation. He just wants to know what a pendulum does on a real ball. Are you going to hurt this little kid's dreams? Omni, you're going to hurt Make-A-Wish Foundation kids' hopes and dreams by not getting the ball out. You're a fucking sad bastard. You're a bastard. You're
right?
a motherfucker. You guys are some motherfuckers in here. Won't even help a Make-A-Wish Foundation kid.
He's
Is that
asking
how
to be
Globers
muted,
are?
but it's like a paradox.
That's how Globers are. They won't help a Make-A-Wish Foundation kid. He just wants to know if Fulcoast's pendulum really works on a ball. That's all the little kid wants to know. His dad's a flat earther. He's going to pass away. He just wants to know.
We know
Can
it
any
works.
Glober please show him?
We know it. We know it works.
Show him where you got the idea of what balls do with a pendulum on them. That's all he wants to know. He wants to know what a real ball does, not an imaginary one, a real one. Why are you guys against this?
I was trying to
Why
tell
are
you,
you
and you
against real science
spoke
and real
over me.
physics? Why
Why
must
are
you
we
only
against
imagine, guys? Why can we only imagine? We can only imagine, Omni. What a globe. What a fucking bunch of globers in here. Just imagine, Democ. We'll force you to only imagine. So when I'm dead, I'll never know. I just imagine your imagination. This shit don't make no sense, Omnivore. Are you retarded, brother?
I don't think so.
No, I fucking know you are. You know you are too. You got a belief that can't be backed by any physics. So that means you're retarded when you believe them. And you're insane for thinking a ball's going to hold water or bullshit to it or to the center of itself anywhere when you can't produce it or perform it.
I think you are not making any sense. Although I am very curious as to whether or not Jesse can steel man your argument, since he thinks much of it.
Hell yeah, I can steel man it, dude. It makes perfect sense.
You won't be able to.
It's the best argument. This is the only argument that matters, in my opinion.
You'd be curious how a ball works with a pendulum. Let's go.
All your observed phenomena, that you say correlates with a globe model. You're not directly observing the globe. It's like this is why flat Earth is a thing at all. It's because you know you're not observing the globe. You admitted it yourself, Omnivore. You said you don't need the physicality of a globe. You don't need a tangible globe to say that the Earth could be a globe. Right? You literally lack the observation.
No, I've already got the rebuttal.
What you're doing right
I've
now?
already said the rebuttal.
Do you
We've
hear how
got real
hard this
balls.
is? So a Make-A-Wish Foundation kid can't
hang
even
on a
get a
second.
globe
Wait,
to touch
no,
the
hold
ball.
on, wait.
So
I
his
don't want.
last death wish on his
Don't do it.
deathbed is,
If I
will
do
a
it, I'll be
globe
sad.
touch the ball and do a
Definitely do.
pendulum? But all they want to do is talk to this kid till he dies.
Demok.
He's gonna die
Demok.
while you guys are talking. You know that, right?
Okay, well.
What the fuck, man? Have some consideration.
I think you need to have,
What kind of people are you that won't teach anybody about balls?
you need to have some consideration, Demok.
Why won't you teach us
He
about
will listen
balls?
to our lecture if we mute him and then wait 5 minutes and then give the lecture.
Go live like you guys always do for nothing to show video games. Go fucking live and show us about a ball. Let's do some real science in this channel. You'll be the #1 channel, Omni. Or you just want to be a loser channel with nothing. I'm giving you a chance to be the #1 channel, Omni. You'll outdo all of them. I promise.
Already the #1 channel.
Real science. No one's ever done that before. You'd be the
I
first
wasn't
fucking Glober to ever do real, non-imaginary science.
What is
No,
real science?
he doesn't
They
know.
wouldn't have to imagine. They could
He
just
doesn't
see
know.
and know you're correct, and they could do it and know they're correct. And you could prove everything.
Oh God, I've got answers, but I'm afraid you'll just speak over me. So
You guys want to beat kids with sticks and then put them in jail and kill them and murder them because they don't believe in a ball without showing them a ball ever. This is fucking insanity. There's something wrong with this. This is insanity at its
But if
finest.
it really was a straw
People
man,
trying to convince people about balls without a ball.
would be speaking up because he's very hip to not straw manning things. So I think so. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not a straw man.
Classrooms never had a ball or science.
he's definitely straw man, and he said no balls exist.
Where's the ball classroom at? I've been asking for it. I'm trying to steel man the globe. How do we steel man a ball, guys? Please tell us how to steel man your
I
ball.
already told you, and you ignored me.
How do we 3D version real steel man your ball? Can't do it. Can't be done.
I mean, I'll try a few
Welcome
more
to Flat
times
Earth, Dawn.
because I'm
All I
sitting
can
at the
say is
desk.
welcome to Flat Earth until you
I
guys
really
get a
have
ball.
to test the vibe of how much you let me speak.
If all you got's imagination versus my real physics, you're fucked.
I've got more than that.
You don't have any real.
Look outside, not a ball. What do we compare it to? Where's the ball we compare
No,
outside to?
you'll
Let me
have
see it.
to let me
Let me
explain.
see what you got, brother. Let me see your mechanism here. Let me see your demonstration of what you're comparing to outside. You're trying to tell the Flat Earth King what outside acts like. Show us.
You don't need
Demonstrate, brother. We're happy to look.
You don't need an Earth-sized demonstration.
Hey, I'm the king here, retard. We don't care what retards need. We don't care what believers need. Go fucking believe something on your own, weirdo. We want to know what the fuck you liars are talking about. We definitely need a demonstration. And if you don't have it, go the fuck on, minority.
No,
Time
listen,
to step
son.
up with the majority. Prove it or
Demok-
lose it, crayon
Demok,
munchers.
All right.
We don't need losers like you and get fucking paid to talk to each other about nothing. Nothing
Well,
burgers.
You don't leave me much choice, so
Go get the ball.
all right. Nope.
Crown munchers. What does that mean?
I have no idea.
I mean, we go along with the royals. I feel like you gave it loads of leeway that time.
Man, this reminds me why I like this server.
I hate to be political, and I hate censoring, but
I
know
love
Demok's an
seeing
idiot.
you guys demonstrate patience. Like it's so I value this a lot.
I would never allow Demok in my server because I know he does this. So, but in an other person's open server, it's like different. So Omni's very forgiving.
That's why I fuck with Omni. Yep. Because a lot of other people they're not gonna allow it, and it's kind of lame. It's like,
I mean,
dude,
I don't have
there's much worse things in the world.
My server's shit. No one talks. But I'm just saying out of principle. I mean. So, Kate, what was coming up in my head was Democ's
Say again.
idea that we need real balls, yeah, to study balls is a fair human idea. And my claim is the ancients had stone balls. You imagine you're in Plato's Academy and you just go in the courtyard. Someone's built you a stone ball in the middle. And you can literally observe the sun shine on it all day and imagine people on the side and the bottom. Imagine it spinning. So, and then someone makes you a paper mache globe on a wooden gyroscope thing that spins. People have had this for at least hundreds of years, probably thousands. Plato was ages ago, right? Math cults. They're obsessed with balls. Of course, they made real balls.
But are they spheres?
Yeah, that's what Denmark means by a ball, a sphere.
What's the difference between a ball and a sphere?
Apparently, a sphere is a very specific thing that doesn't exist in reality.
One's a
Well,
kid's
apparently,
toy.
so, geometrically,
The word Baal comes from. My bad, dude.
Yeah, geometrically
ball is-
speaking, sphere's perfect,
Yeah.
and ball is quite good.
No, it's whether or not it's solid. So a sphere is
Oh, right.
just the outer shell. A ball
And
is
a ball is
a
solid. No, that can't be right. But you're saying they don't have to be solid to fit ball or sphere. You've seen the Masonic pillars. They've both got a ball on top. I don't know why Democ's in denial of this type of thing.
No.
They're imagining the Earth as a ball and the sky as a ball. Maybe two balls, one inside the other, or two separate balls, and we're in a Gnostic simulation. And
So
they
what I
learnt
take
it
issue
they
with,
learnt it from other people.
why I take issue with Jesse's, appraisal of Dimmock's argument is that Dimmock's
Some-
argument, in
Got
fact,
somebody using gravity there, pouring things into cups. There you go. Gravity.
so science does not require that you have a scale model demonstration for your hypothesis.
Yeah, I think that's just as valuable a point.
All you have to do is make a prediction that can be falsified.
I think
And-
to the point we don't need balls, but we've got balls.
Yes. I mean, that's true too, right? So, I mean, Dimmock's entire, entire methodology is based on not only misunderstanding, how science works, which is, to be fair, what most flat earthers, where most flat earthers fall apart.
I do think you're right.
But-
He's taken it too literally into like Zeticism. And he's sort of misunderstood the idea of model as well.
Let him respond to your criticisms against them, maybe.
Nah. You got to take over.
I don't want to misrepresent someone.
Well, we'll stop referring to Denmark. You can just adopt any part of any argument that you want.
I'll do my best. I wouldn't even call this a steal, man. I hold this position no matter who says it. But yeah, the things that we think are indicative of Earth being a sphere are not direct observations of Earth being a sphere. Like Omnivore said, I'm saying the same thing again. You look at lunar phases, you look at sidereal rotation, you look at sunsets, the southern star counter rotation. These are all things that would that would work on a ball, right? You can make a ball model, all these phenomena correlate to the ball model, but it's still not an observation of the ball because,
That's correct. It is not an observation.
unfortunately, NASA has been faking stuff. So nobody talks about that anymore, and I think that's a serious issue.
NASA has what?
Well, I think, Globers have realized that in this conversation, bringing up NASA and pictures from space is insuffice. And that's a big issue. Like, if we're not to reference NASA, then why are they faking it? Why would they lie?
So I don't think so. NASA's not faking anything. What makes us think NASA's faking anything?
I'm willing to give it.
Yeah, they got a whole replica of ISS in Texas.
Yeah. Okay.
But Callie, do you not get that Omni's point that you don't need to see the actual ball to know it's a ball? You just need to know what a ball is like and do lots of comparison tests of what the environment is, and then finally decide it's got to be a ball.
But it could be an inside-out ball.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying there.
So,
you don't
so
have to
the
see
globe model remains inconclusive. If it could be an inverted globe, then that the amount of it. What am I? I'm going to use that word inconclusivity again. That's not a word. It turns out.
Yeah, I'm saying you have to work up to it. You don't have to expect to see it all from far away.
Correct. You don't need to. So if you don't need to see it, so first off, NASA has never been shown to be faking anything. I've been very curious to see some sort of evidence of the fakery, and I think
I guess we're going with the ISS and the moon landing. That would be the main.
I mean, just
the moon landing first, and then the ISS is like new stuff where the flat Earth has got into it.
Yeah, the ISS is a little bit harder to substantiate than the moon landing, but I like talking about the ISS because it's our moon landing, Something that didn't happen when I'm alive, right? Moon landing happened when I wasn't alive. Sorry, Don, what?
It's just as silly, the ISS and the moon landing, but Omni, you don't believe our opinion that it could be faked, or Kylie's opinion that it's definitely faked.
I don't believe it. I don't. So not only do I believe that it would be incredibly difficult to fake, but I also don't think that it is fake. And and even most importantly, I don't think it's ever been shown to be fake.
Right. Well,
So one of my favorite.
What I'm pointing out is it hasn't been shown to you, but other people have claimed it.
Yeah, people have claimed that it's fake. Sure, all kinds of people have claimed all kinds of things. But
one of my favorite evidences of the ISS being fake is somebody literally ripped from the live stream that's streaming to YouTube a fly outside of the window on the ISS.
Well,
a literal insect. Yeah, I can find the video. It'll take me 2 minutes. Just give me 2 seconds.
I'm trying to think how I'd convince you, Omni. I'm not sure. I don't think there's enough energy behind, like, say, if it was a whole movement of fake ISS instead of flat Earth, you would have considered it. But there's just not enough discussion on it. It's a weak set of evidences. It's more about just having a hunch. I'd call it a hunch.
Okay, well, you can have a hunch that it's, you can have a hunch that things are fake. There's nothing wrong with that. You can have all the hunches you want, but you can't say you can't base your argument on this because it's fake when we don't know that.
There is no valid explanation for there being a fly at 300 miles in the air.
Okay.
So it's entirely possible that they filmed this on Earth. That's where flies are, right? Flies can't escape into the vacuum of space where the ISS is. Their wings
Right.
can't make it.
Right.
But then they're going to
So
ask.
then the only possible explanation of this, if this is real, right, or you want to say that somebody photoshopped the fly into the footage, which
Right.
I don't think that's what happened personally, but you might want to say
They're
that
going to
since
ask for the original, and then you can't find the original.
and being pressed to find the original is where I throw my hands up, and that's where your standard of evidence lies. That's completely reasonable.
I think it's unreasonable, but I think it's fair enough for them to still ask.
I should be interested in finding the original, but I already know I'm not willing to skim through the massive amount of ISS live feeds. I just don't want to do. I don't want to do it. People are doing it for us. That's how they found us.
Okay. So I mean, you know, okay.
All right. And I'm not the expert. I'm sure Dan the Waterman could come in and just steal the whole conversation right now about this ISS shit.
Okay.
But like, I think this is compelling. I think the fly is compelling. That's one thing that I like to use as evidence.
Soon they're going to tug it back to Earth, into the atmosphere, and hopefully into the ocean, and we might see it on the news coming in. But that doesn't mean the
That's a
footage from
fly.
outside
How are they
is real.
proposing that it was faked? Like, are they filming in front of just a giant TV screen? Like, how did a fly get there that it didn't get removed before being
They
streamed?
got a fake. They got a fake ISS on Earth. They got the imitation one.
No,
in
what's
Texas.
outside the window? What's past the fly?
Who knows? I don't know what they're looking at really. All I know is that they see a fly.
Yeah, big screen.
It would feel great to be able to counter this. Like, Bulma, I know what you're trying to do, and to win this argument, yeah, you would get a serious pat on the back if you could debunk this fly. But I don't know. Is it just words that's going to fix this issue?
Let's see the fly. Let's see the fly. I mean, people have told me from the beginning, from the very start, how this is it's so obviously fake. Like Geo was like, oh, you shouldn't even be questioning whether or not NASA is fake. We know it's fake. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't know it's fake. Show me.
What did Geo show you?
He didn't, of course.
Because he doesn't like to substantiate what seems like it could be considered a ridiculous claim. He just likes to allude to ideas and say they're not his own.
If he substantiates something and he's shown to be wrong, then his whole world falls apart or some shit. I don't know.
Well, actually, I have another video. I got another video of a fly on the ISS in the tuck, dude. It's not the only one. That's what makes this crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, in this other one, the guy literally swats at it. He's literally swatting the fly as it swirls his head.
Yeah, they all add up, in my opinion.
I'm gonna find it for you right now. We could skip addressing this one, right? Just admit that definitely funny business is gonna take some deep investigation to figure out what really could cause that.
It's either
Right.
Photoshop or it's a fake ISS studio with a fly in it.
Yeah, right. Occam's razor. Let's do that.
Or the flat earther who posted it faked it. Right? That's not outside of the realm of any of us to be able to do.
Photoshop.
I did in fact mention that. Yeah.
One of the options.
And the fact that the person who posted it didn't share a timestamp, didn't share a way to find that original themselves, yourself, is sussy as hell.
Yeah, because you want it to be, right? You want footage from the ISS of a fly outside the window to be fake.
I don't give a shit.
So you sound like, so guess what you sound like right now?
Well, let me be clear about something here. So I just have very little faith thus far that any of this, of this so-called, ironclad evidence is is panning out, because to my experience thus far it has not.
So you're going with Photoshop, Omni. This is a Photoshop.
And I
flat.
would go with
I'm
inconclusive.
I'll tell you where I come down. I come down with, you see a speck, and the fly believers are like, that's totally a fly, and the non-fly believers are like, there's a speck. You're like, can't you tell that it's a fly? It's moving like a fly. I am a master entomologist, and I can
You're
tell
going with
how flies.
possible dust, fluttering backwards and forwards like a fly.
Right.
Oh no.
So
All right, here comes the second video.
Oh wait, are these?
This is
Did you-
series.
Does the second video have an original source?
Okay, streamed a fly buzzing around in the vacuum of space.
Remember when they said there was a mouse, Omni, going round that rocket?
And a rat on Mars.
I think the
So-
Globus said it was fuel
So
cooling.
that
It was ice mouse.
Ice, okay, yeah.
We got to show the
Condensation
flat
markers.
earthers why they faked all the space footage.
You guys are still talking about flat Earth. It's so boring.
I agree.
Sorry,
Sorry, I brought it up.
Well, what's up, Red Tape?
I just thought it's just dead. It's like pointless.
Yeah, that's how you don't address an argument, right?
So much more
He's not wrong.
interesting topic.
No, because you don't have interesting topics.
The problem is that now flat Earth is branded as people just to make fun of for entertainment value.
Wasn't
So
that
whatever
always the case, though?
whatever the truth of it, you gotta switch gears, I think.
Has anybody been made fun of like in the last 30, 45 minutes? Because I haven't heard any of that.
Well, dude, you're looking at
NASA
X amount
has
of
sent
population
fruit
on the planet.
flies.
So Tank, so you're a sadist. So then it's free range on you, dude. I can snipe you all day.
Status quo doesn't make it right or wrong, obviously, but it does put weight against you if you're trying to share.
Yeah, but now you're my bitch since you said that. You know how that works.
So NASA has sent fruit flies into space on board the ISS.
Yeah, but they got to remain in a vacuum. They got to remain.
Yeah, but they're
sealed,
going to deny
hermetically
that
sealed.
ever happening. Like,
That's a good one.
That's not. We don't know that is. No, they're not in the vacuum. They're in the atmospheric bubble of the space station. They're inside.
Omni, that sounds like an excuse they made up after they were caught with flies on the film.
I'm
That's
sure.
brilliant.
I'm sure it sounds like that to you, but that's not actually.
So I heard
Yeah.
Red Tape and Tank tried to completely dismiss the fly on the ISS. Is there anybody that can possibly formulate an argument without sounding like a dipshit right now? Omnivore tried, Bull Knight tried. Let's see if these other two guys want to try.
Hey, retard! My idea had nothing to do with.
Yeah, you
what the
sound like a
fuck you were
dipshit.
talking
Yeah,
about.
you lose already. Yeah, you can't address it.
Okay, well, you're making shit up right now. You sound manic.
Yeah, you voted for Trump, so you're an idiot.
Don,
Right?
like not
Okay.
Don. Like, here's the main thing. My main issue with like the flat Earth is that it's very American centric. That the idea that, well, for one, like I don't even know why people bring up like anything like stars or anything, because like none of that
Address
really
the fly
matters.
on the ISS. What are you doing? You're like off into La La Imagination Land.
Right?
Stop
Like,
imagining stupid things. Address the
Bro,
fly.
you're literally
please.
trying to get a dopamine release from trying to gaslight people into some debate no one gives a fuck about having with you. Go jack
Dude,
off.
your
or something,
bicep is
little
your
faggot.
bicep is a meme right now. Your bicep is a meme.
Bro, I would
Shut up.
snap your little fucking thin neck, dude. You're a
You
little
would
pussy
snap
bitch.
your arms trying to
Guys.
snap a twig, dude. You're weak.
Guys,
Yeah,
cut it
whatever.
out. Hey, cut it out.
He's a bitch. Dude, that's all he's gonna do when he's here. You gotta expect
People
that.
like
So,
drama.
scopes on him, dude.
Like,
That's it. Anyway, yeah, nobody's addressing the fly except for Omni and Bolt Knight. Dawn is honest. You know, Dawn says like, yeah, clearly that's a fly, right?
I'm not 100% sure it's a fly, but I'm willing to accept that it could be a fly. I don't think it's shown to be outside the window.
Not bad. I meant to post this other video already.
D-Mark still asking for horizontal lines.
Oh, that's so funny, dude. I found a third video of an insect on the ISS. They just can't keep these insects out because humans got to breathe.
There are no insects on the ISS. And can you? Well, I tell you what.
Oh my God, you should address the video I just posted.
Man, they should put the fake ISS
If-
inside of one of those Intel clean rooms because
Right, I mean,
Yeah,
I
you
think
trying to dismiss it and not address it is obvious. Try to
Well, the
address
thing
I
it.
is,
think it's exclusive. Personally, I can't tell what that is. It doesn't necessarily look like a fly. I think that's an assumption you're making.
It doesn't necessarily look like that's something that belongs on the ISS.
well,
okay,
I tell you
that's
what.
a step forward. We can work with that.
It would not be surprising that insects. I mean, they're running experiments there, right? They're doing all kinds of stuff. They have bacteria up there. They have fungus up there. They have plants up there. Come on, now, guys. Hey, let's let this fly around. It's a pressurized tube.
Hey, you're making jokes.
It has
You're not addressing it.
oxygen.
You're making jokes.
It has nitrogen. It has all the things needed for an environment to live in. So tell me, why wouldn't it have a fly that they brought up there for them to test?
Okay, so you think a fly got onto the ISS and in 1984 and then stayed up in space until now?
Wait, hold on. Are you okay? What's stopping a fly from reproducing?
Hold
on the
on, dude.
ISS?
You heard your argument? You heard me rebuttal your argument? Right. You heard that.
Not a rebuttal. You just condescendingly asked him a question, fuckhead.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know, brother.
Yeah, shut the
What
fuck
is
up,
wrong with
backpatch.
it's
Try to
an
respond to the
environment.
argument instead of trying to add on, dude.
How about you make a good argument for people to engage with instead
I
of talking about
posted
a
two
fly?
videos of evidence that there's flies around the ISS.
Are you? Where did you read that? We cannot bring insects on the ISS. Did you read that somewhere?
The ISS was sent into space in 1984. So you think that flies have just been laying eggs and just reproducing on the ISS all this time with no food? What are they eating? What do flies eat in space?
What do you mean? What they're eating? What are the humans eating?
So they're eating the humans because like the humans are just gonna bite their food
What
and
are
like,
the
not let a
humans
fly
eating?
eat it.
The humans are
Oh
eating
wait, there's a fly on the ISS. Let's let the fly land on the food and eat it and lay eggs. On it. Let's do that.
They brought
There's
food up for
evidence.
their little
There's the
insects.
manic. There's the mania. The manic ranting.
You don't have a response. You're freaking out, dude.
You're combining words that make no sense, idiot. Like I mean, I literally can record it, share this with 1,000 people, and they would agree. Like instantly, they'd be like, "What the fuck is this guy on?"
I can't wait for you to share you getting embarrassed. Yeah, go ahead, share that. Share the part where I told him that you can't even use your arms to snap a twig. You should share that too, jackass.
Yeah, and then they would see how fucking ripped I am, and they go, "Oh, he's a little delusional. He hasn't seen you in real life."
You think you're
Fair
ripped.
enough.
Dude, I would pay
Yeah,
you
I
to
work
come box
hard
me,
to
dude.
get to stay
Please,
strong.
I
I
would
don't know why you
love,
guys are so
I would love
dead
to
to
scrap.
me.
Yeah, we can scrap, dude.
Keep
I
doing that.
scrap. I really scrap for real. So if you want to box, let me know.
What's not scrap? What's scrap? What's scrap? What is that? Okay, listen. Electric. You just have to understand. Scientists have brought insects up to the ISS. They brought insects. They've brought fungus.
Okay, so these guys say it's Photoshop. You say it's a real fly. Well, there you go. Now you guys can duke it out amongst each other.
Again, go and research. Where is your research? Type. Just
Well,
go ahead.
Tank and Bull Knight and Omnivore disagree with you.
There
That's a
are
real
a
fly.
lot of
So take it up with them.
experiments that have done
He spends too
in
much time on his porn collection to actually
Brother, they have,
research.
as a matter of fact, there are medication that was created because of tests done on the ISS because they could culture it right in a microgravity environment. Big man, the ISS is not for fun. I think that's what's happening in flat Earth mind. You think the ISS is just people going up there and saying, "Hey, look, I'm here. This is a good place. Vacation time. We're trying to fool up the world." And you think that is just a big man? It is a scientific expedition.
This is sophistry. That's what you're doing.
Well, there's a lot of reasons to explain why there'd be a fly on the ISS. So I mean, it's like not that big. Like, what does it show for you?
You guys are.
You think a fly making it on there debunks it? Is that it?
The footage was taken on Earth, not in space.
How do you know that the burden of proof is on you?
Because there's a fly. Because there's a fly. Because flies are on Earth. All right, they don't survive in space.
Yo, electric. They have electric. They have brought insects up to space for testing. They have.
Okay, all right, dude. So you're saying it's actually a fly? Okay, that's your argument. All right.
Jesse. What method did you use to determine if it's on which side of the window?
Is that an
No, it's clearly on the outside of the window on the first video. But there's a third one I'm about to post right now.
Okay, go ahead, post it. On the outside of the window, no. There would not be an insect on the outside of the window. Okay? So please, give us a break. Stop with the foolishness. But there could be an insect on the...
This is what happens when you fake space. You get things like this.
Okay, I can tell you this right now. There can be an insect on the inside of the ISS. Why? Because unlike you, we are science people and we know about different things that are being done in microgravity. They have run tests on various insects, roaches, flies, mosquitoes, all kinds of weird stuff is going on up there in the ISS, brother. Because it's a scientific endeavor. It's a scientific expedition. And by the way, those astronauts, they are from the full spectrum of the scientific community. They're not just flight and engineers or physicists. They're chemists. They're biologists. They are geologists. They are all kinds of stuff. Right? Zoologists.
Dude, this is sophistry. Stop burying the argument with sophistries that don't pertain to the fly on the ISS.
No. I am making the argument stronger. You are being debunked and you don't like it. So you call it sophistry.
No, that's not what's happening at all, dude. You're barely addressing it.
What you need to do, electric, is say, "Oh, you're right. Okay, they could have brought insects up because they are doing tests, various."
Right. So you got outer space flies just constantly just like laying eggs and just surviving, and they only see them every once in a while. The flies stay hidden within the vessel the entire time since 1984. They only pop out 3 times in the 45 years that it's been flying around.
You know what you just did?
That's delusional. You're not even listening to what I'm telling you, dude. I'm debunking your stupid argument, but you're not listening.
You're debunked and you're mad.
Rob, listen to me. Rob.
I think you just Googled it.
Rob, you are literally not listening.
I think you just Googled it and you realize that what I'm saying is true. That they have
Rob, listen to me. Rob, listen to me. Rob, stop.
So you just Googled it. Just
Rob, I really want you to listen.
Just do this. Electric was wrong. Is a possibility that there could be insects on the ISS because they run a lot of tests up there.
I'm going to debunk this once you stop talking.
Right? So just please give me a break.
Are you done? Okay. So if it were due to some experiment where they're like, "Oh, we're going to bring flies on the ISS and we're going to see how they do in space," why is it you have only seen 3 flies over 50 years? What the fuck are you talking? It's like 40 years.
Wait, hold on.
3 flies in 40 years and flies are on the ISS?
Hold on. Your argument is
delusional. That's a delusional argument, dude. You're not thinking
straight. This is your stupid argument. Numbers determine legitimacy.
Yeah, screaming is definitely not helping you right now.
Hold on, everybody. You heard it out of his mouth. He says numbers determine legitimacy. Again. If he sees 1,
numbers are logical. Right? It's not logical that over 40 years you've only seen 3 flies if they're allowing flies to just lay eggs all over the place and fly around willy-nilly. You should see more than 3 flies in 40 years.
Electric, do you see how dumb your argument is?
No, I see how dumb yours is. You're not addressing my argument. I'm addressing what you're saying, but you're not addressing what I'm saying.
You are done. Numbers is your argument.
You don't know, you couldn't steal in what I just said to you because you're just shouting. It doesn't matter what anybody says to you. Everybody has to be subject to you screaming whatever you think is necessary. You don't listen. You're not having a conversation.
Therefore, the Canary Islands don't exist.
I never. What is this? Okay, now it's lily pad because you're not substantiating the argument.
Stay focused. Hold on. Check this out. 3 flat earthers have been to the Antarctica to see the 24-hour sun. Therefore, the 24-hour sun doesn't exist. You get it? You're using numbers as your argument. You're lost.
This dude is legitimately psychotic, dude. I think he might be he might be talking to us through the minutes that they give him in the insane asylum. They might he earns good behavior. They're like, all right, you got an hour of phone time. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, no thanks. Numbers is your argument. 3 flat earthers
Are the numbers with you right now? Are the numbers near you right now?
You guys did this. And you guys did it. You guys have denied the 24-hour sun viewing. Why?
Are the numbers speaking to you right now? Are the numbers? You hear the numbers?
3 flat earthers have been to see it, and you're like, I deny it. Numbers is your argument. It's dumb. You can't do that.
No, it's logic. If there are flies on the ISS since 19... Oh, I'm in the middle of... I waited for you to finish.
Go ahead.
Can you control yourself, please?
What's your logic?
If they... Yeah, okay, cool, thanks. If there was a fly brought on the ISS in 1984, it would have bred to multiple flies. You would see flies all the time on the ISS. This is logic. You're not using logic in your argument.
Yes, I am. It's a controlled environment. So they allow what to happen. You understand me?
That's what you need to be the case to you know.
No, it has
just
to
try
be
to
the
dismiss
case.
this.
You
want to dismiss it, but it's very evident that this is fucked up, dude. Yeah, fake ISS stuff going on.
Brother, how many flies have bred up into your house? How many? How many did
more
you
than
allow?
3 over 40 years, that's for sure.
How many did you allow electric? More than 3 to breed up in your house?
Yeah, sometimes flies get in the house, dude. When you open the door, the fly flies in. Yeah, that happens.
Right, and then what you do? You swat them, you kill them, or run them out, don't you?
Yeah, you're claiming that the reason there's a fly on the ISS is because they just kept laying eggs.
No. There's a fly on the ISS because it was allowed. Again, look it up. They have brought.
So it's part of an experiment. So the guy's swatting at the fly that's trying to kill it. He's killing an experiment. What experiment are you doing with a fly on the ISS? Hold on. You keep saying that this is due to an experiment. What experiment? What experiment are you talking about?
Oh, now you're going to the experiment. Oh, so no, hold on. Concede. Concede electric first before you move.
Concede. No. I want you to prove your point. You say that this fly that they're swatting at trying to kill is actually part of an experiment. Can you tell me what experiment they're doing while they're trying to kill the fly?
Flat earthers learn to concede.
All you got to do is apply logic and not like insert globe where it doesn't
learn
fit.
to concede before you move to another argument. Learn it. You are arrogant people, all of you. You're arrogant.
Stop generalizing me. No, why are you doing this? I'll generalize Glovers, actually. Never mind.
You did not know, you and No Thanks did not know that they run experiments on insects on ISS. You didn't know.
Yes, they bring the fruit flies into a contained environment to try to find the effects of microgravity due to the short lifespan of the fruit fly.
Thank you.
Yeah, why did they need to bring another? What are you doing with the fly? What is the experiment? What are you doing?
Wait, what? What do you mean? Okay, why did they test oranges?
No, you don't answer questions with questions. You don't know how a conversation should go.
Your question is dumb. Your question is dumb.
That's not how you address a question.
You are in microgravity and you want to know the effects on the things that we interact with on Earth, as much of
See,
them as possible.
this is exactly what happened every time I
No
bring this up. I
bacteria.
get the same
Hold on,
reaction.
hold on.
It's just
Bacteria,
hardcore knee-jerk
virus,
reaction, rejection,
blood
just
cells, white blood
incomprehension.
cells,
It's just all the
red
things. You
blood
guys just
cells,
can't handle flies on the ISS. You
yeast,
don't know how to act. You see a
leaves,
fly on the ISS, and
plants,
then you do this freaking mental fucking meltdown thing.
medicines, insects, all kinds of stuff. Again, brother electric, and flat earthers, listen carefully. The ISS is not to go and spend time and bask in sunlight. It
Yeah,
is
I'm tired
a
of getting yelled at, Rob. Can we please get
is
back to a
it
normal conversation? You're
is
doing the
a
Democ thing right now.
it is a
Like you're literally just
scientific
screaming over everybody, not listening. Like, don't do that.
it is a do the ISS is a scientific expedition. Humans have built the technology to go into zero G. Now, humans are testing how things behave in zero G to yield more information about the profound nature of existence. That is what science is. They're running tests on even oxygen itself. They're running tests on hydrogen itself. They're running tests on pressure gradients. They're running tests. They're running tests on buoyancy, density, bone density, skin tissue, plants, drugs, um, insects, uh, feathers. Big man, they are doing a lot of tests in zero. As a matter of fact, they're testing the human body to see how it stays in zero G for how long, what changes are made so they can plan the next trip to the moon or the next trip to Mars. Welcome to science. My God, what is wrong with you guys?
The irony, dude. You've been screaming at the top of your lungs, not listening at all, and then you ask what's wrong with everyone else. Dude, you need to actually have a conversation, please.
What comes? You're not. No, electric. You're not ready. You're
What are you
trolling and
talking about? I'm
mocking.
not ready, dude. I'm right
You're
here.
not
What do you mean?
ready. You never
I
ready.
am
You
more
didn't
than
know.
ready, dude.
You're
I
not
am the ready
ready.
one.
No, electric. You're not ready. You never know. So the people and bring things to the ISS for testing. You didn't know.
I don't think you're ready. I think I
You're
showed
not
you 3
ready.
instances where there's flies on the ISS, and you're saying this is due to an
Yes,
experiment where they
dude.
controlled the
They
environment.
run
They literally
experiments
wanted to
on
bring a fly
insects.
onto the
I am
ISS.
sure they let
They
a
wanted
fly
to bring
loose.
the fly onto the ISS, and then when they see it, they are surprised and try to kill it. What the fuck experiment are you saying
Why
they
not?
did?
Why not? Why not? Why not try to kill it? Maybe they tried to capture it. Did you get that part of the video?
Whatever, dude. See, this if that's what your
Did you
argument is,
hold
I
on?
can just be
Did
like,
you
whatever, dude.
electric?
It's
Did
just a
you
whatever.
get that part of the video? Did you get that part of the video when they were trying to kill it or capture it? Is that on your? No, right?
Well, listen, I don't know, man. I got him turned all the way down, and I feel like if DMOC's going to be muted, then he's got to be muted. You got
No, thanks. You're doing the
to undo
research
DMOC
on
if
the
you're gonna
insects testing.
if you're
Thank you
gonna
very much. Read it to
leave
me
this
so
guy
we can
unmuted.
understand. Thank you.
Just
Yo,
it's
no
only right.
tanks. Yo, fuck this other tank. I like no tanks. Fuck you, tank, bitch.
Yeah, you stole my name. I don't like you just because you stole my name. That's my name.
Pussies.
So we've had this fight before. I'm the OG tanks. You're new hat.
Yeah, I've always wondered, no tanks. Is your name like no thanks?
Yeah, it is. Yep.
I knew it. Anyway, I posted 3 videos of astronauts destroying their fly experiment. You know, I don't know why they brought a fly in the ISS if they're so surprised to see it and try to kill it. I don't understand that.
Yeah, the correct argument would be like Omni or whoever else made the argument that it's CGI because clearly the fly is on the exterior. As it goes away, it gets smaller in angular size and then it comes closer. Unless there's some kind of claim that it's inverse in space. When something gets closer, it gets smaller in space. So I mean, that would be really the only approach you could take: is say it's fake, it's CGI, it's fake.
There's a lot of provably
Star,
fake
why,
footage.
Star, why did you just
Why did
verbally abuse me for 10 minutes straight, bro?
This is another example of how much flat earthers don't know. But they're having this argument. You guys don't know things. That's why we're trying to say to you, your earth is not flat. Flat is based on feelings, religiosity. Oh, there has to be. It looks like a dome above our heads. Look at it. It looks hard. It looks like a glass dome. I don't feel the earth turning. Therefore, the earth is not turning. You know what I mean, dude? It just look. The sun is going over
No,
my
I don't know
head.
what you mean. You say you don't experience the earth turning, but it is turning. I don't know what that means.
Yeah. I don't experience it. Therefore, it's not. You don't know nothing. You don't know anything. You don't. You don't know really.
No, that's what you call
Really.
Occam's razor.
No. Oh, yes, it's what's called Occam's razor. Yes, it is. How many things have Occam's razor?
Let's use Occam's razor when it comes to Earth's motion. Okay, you don't experience it, you can't measure it. Therefore, there's a good chance it's not moving.
How many things have been proven through Occam's razor? How many things can you?
It's actually practical to treat the Earth as not. It's actually practical to treat the Earth as not moving in all applications. In the military, in military aircraft, they treat the Earth as flat and stationary.
And we realize
you're doing it again.
Oh my God! Trees grow because they're sitting on top of the ground. Or
I'm just gonna sound like I'm getting bludgeoned since you want to like
and just because they exist roots, therefore they're trees. Occam's razor. Done.
Ow.
You brother. Nutrients in the soil.
Please, no.
What kind of nutrients? What kind of soil? What's the soil made up of? Why is it upright? Why is it not toppled over? Why doesn't it grow sideways? Occam's razor. Hey, let's apply your gap. You guys are so unscientific. By you mentioning the word Occam's razor, you are saying science, everybody, does not matter because my eyes see trees and therefore trees exist. There is not a scientific reason behind it. I am applying what my eyes see and I've determined that this is how trees behave. I am never going to read any scientific materials of anyone who have run tests on vegetation because my eyes are enough. My God, every time you guys speak, you show us, you expose to us that you know nothing.
Stop generalizing me with people that might have said some messed up stuff to you in the past, dude. I'm not trying to be messed up towards you.
And religion. Yo, the earth, the earth, big man, guys, guess what? I don't feel the earth turning, therefore it's not. It just can't be. It just can't be. Occam's razor, done. End of story. Really? Is that what you do? But the sun doesn't change size in the sky.
Yeah, no, that is what you experience within your reference frame. You experience the Earth as stationary in your reference frame.
Really? That horizon. Wow. If the Earth
yes, in every instance, when you go to when you try to measure anything, when you try to measure it, dude, why can't I respond to anything you say? It's really bad.
Is the Earth 3 miles?
Hold on, I was trying to reply to at least one of the crazy millions of things you said.
No, nothing I've said is crazy. Nothing. All of what I've said is verifiable. Everything
it's called ECEIS. What is it? It's called the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed reference frame. This is typically what we consider to be the reference frame that Earth is in. We consider it fixed. It means stationary.
Yo, big man, what's holding up the Earth?
It's practical to treat the Earth as flat. I wonder why.
What's holding it up? What's it on top of?
Don't you wonder why it's practical to treat the Earth as not moving rather than flying in a bunch of different directions? A bunch of illogical directions that you can't measure?
Infinite dirt going down.
You're completely scattergunning, lily padding.
My God. Brother,
this is desperation.
It's critical thinking that says, hey.
I want other people to feel like they can join the conversation.
Critical thinking, guys, could not be. Critical thinking tells you this. There's no way there could be infinite dirt underneath our feet.
There
Nobody
has
says there's infinite dirt under their
So,
feet. Who says that?
okay, what is your Earth on?
I don't know. We haven't gone that far down.
Oh, thank you very much. So now, so you see, but you're done. You have said you.
What
This
is
is
what
it.
is your Earth on? What is your Earth on? You say
You're
that your
done.
Earth is floating like a magic
You're done.
carpet.
You're done. Electric. You're done. You're done. You're done.
No, I'm
You're
not
done.
done. I am here
No,
answering. I am
you isn't.
rebuttaling your
Brother, your
inquiry
Earth is flat.
about what the shape of the Earth
Flat.
might be. If
No, dude,
dude, come
you
on,
are
man.
done. Dude, listen to me. You're not listening to me. You are done. You don't care about what you're sitting on.
Not true, dude. I think if we were able to dig deeper, we would, but we can't. We don't have the right technology.
Hold on, brother.
Why do you have to interrupt me when I'm legitimately responding to what you're asking?
Are you saying digging is the only way that science works? That you can just dig?
Oh, yeah. Let's talk about shadow zones. Let's talk about how when your waves deflect and they're supposedly bouncing off of the liquid mantle, the rest of your geological model becomes a presumption. You're not measuring it to be a solid nickel iron core. No, you just say it would have to be that to have the proper amount of gravitation in your model. Damn it, dude, stop screaming over me trying to respond to you. I'm trying to respond to something you just said. You say a lot of things. You got to give space for the other person to respond sometimes. I'm saying, like, your PNS waves that you say are penetrating your PNS waves that, dude, why aren't you letting me respond?
You cannot
your
put
PNS. This is what, okay, Rob, you are affirming globe-tardism right now. You cannot.
No. I'm affirming science.
You are not engaging properly.
You cannot.
This is just die-hard dogmatic globe.
You cannot put a
This is
terrarium.
not conversation.
You cannot put a terrarium on the ground and say this is a representation of the Earth, because
Nobody
the ground
did that.
is
Nobody
there.
says that. That's a straw man.
In order for your terrarium to confirm that the Earth is flat, you need to remove the ground. You can't
Is this
use
time
the
for me?
ground
Is that?
to
Can I?
affirm the ground.
You paused. You paused. I think you're giving me space to speak. Are you going to give me space to speak at all or no?
You cannot use the ground to affirm the ground. You got to get rid of the ground and show us how the terrarium survives.
You cannot use the ground to confirm there is ground.
You cannot.
You're into La La Land. You are officially in La La Land.
You cannot set up something on the ground and say that this is what the ground is. You cannot set up a model of the Earth.
So
and
you
put it
you
on
bring
the
up
ground.
seismology often. You know what a shadow zone is?
Yes, I know what a shadow zone is. Yes.
It's when the wave deflects, it literally reflects back because you're hitting liquid. Okay, so you are not able to detect what's beyond the liquid mantle. So when you propose that it's a solid nickel iron core that's causing your gravitation, you did not observe that. You did not test that to be the case when you do your seismology. No, your wave deflects at the liquid mantle. Therefore, you do not know what is the composition of the Earth beyond that point.
Yes, you do.
Listen, you're not listening. Fuck.
The waves
You don't
continue.
listen.
The waves continue. It's just move slower through liquid.
No, they don't. They reflect. They deflect.
Hold on.
It's called a shadow zone.
Okay.
You are not detecting past the liquid mantle. The liquid mantle is deflecting your wave. You are not penetrating the. You are not penetrating the liquid mantle with your waves. No.
Yes, the mantle is not
False.
liquid.
Nope. False. You know what a shadow zone is, don't you? You talk about seismology.
The entire mantle is not shadow.
You say that your wave deflects because it's deflecting off of liquid, because your waves are no longer shaking the composition where it could get shaken.
It's deflecting off of something. It's not the entire
liquid.
mantle.
You say it's deflecting off the liquid. You don't even know if it's deflecting off of the liquid.
It's not deflecting off the liquid.
You don't even know that.
The waves travel slower through liquid. That is a fact of seismology. Okay. And
well, thank you for listening at least once throughout this barrage of psycho shit.
No, brother, you are talking psycho nonsense, not me. What I'm giving you is fact, scientific truth. You just don't like it.
It's not psycho nonsense. This is what a
You
shadow
started
zone
off.
is. It's where you say wave can no longer
You started
detect
off.
beyond.
You started off by saying flies on the ISS means there's no ISS, and then I pointed out to you that they have brought insects to the ISS. Then you went on and said, well,
Why,
since
and why are they
1984,
trying
there's
to
only
kill it?
one fly. There's only one fly, and then I'm saying to you, numbers does not determine illegitimacy or legitimacy. That's a dumb argument. Just because you saw one fly and not 5, it means it's fake. That's garbage. Garbage. Everything that you're saying that comes out of, and then you have the nerve to mention Occam's razor, as if to say that it's some kind of science. Occam's razor is not science. Okay? That's when you reach to a conundrum and you're like, you know what? I can't read what's happening past this. So you know what? Let's just accept this for now as a place.
But you're making. I don't think what you're doing is science. You're making presumptions.
No, there's no presumptions, big man.
There's no presumptions about the solid nickel iron core at the center of the Earth, even though your waves have not detected that to be there. All you've detected is a liquid mantle that's reflecting your wave.
Unfortunately for you, there's no presumptions. There. It is an iron.
No, there is a presumption. The presumption is
and a nickel core. And there is a liquid part of the core because the waves travel slower through there before it gets to a harder part of the core, and then the waves speed up. That is registered on the seismograph. And then guess what happens? The waves spread out again. That means they have a focal point, and before the waves spread out again, that focal point is 3959. Right?
Wrong kind of wave. You're trying to detect what's in the center of the Earth. You're talking about these waves that can detect the radius.
Yes. That's how you know that you're
not the same. You're not. That's not the same experiment. You're being dishonest.
No. Oh, you see, man. Thank you again. You don't know anything. Seismograph.
Dude, well, why am I fully engaged in the topic if I don't know about it? What are you talking about?
Seismograph. You're not engaged. You didn't know that the seismograph gives you
I brought it up. You just said seismology. I actually started breaking it down. Seismology. That's it. That's all you had, dude.
Yeah.
Seismology. It just screaming seismology was your argument.
Why would I say seismology if I don't know what it is? Did I just
Because
make
you didn't have an argument. You just yelled it. That's all you did.
I had an argument. I'm the one that taught you seismology.
I broke it down because I comprehend what you think the argument is.
What you need to do, Electric, is say thank you for teaching me about seismology. I never knew about it before. I did my research, and then the waves talk about shadow zones and
false. I knew about it. I knew about seismology before I ever spoke.
Then welcome to the globe.
No, there is no welcome to the globe right now.
Yes, welcome to the globe. Because if you really knew about seismology,
you're trying to fast track away from what is an issue.
Welcome to the
globe. No, we're gonna ignore that. Welcome to the globe. No, fuck that. Welcome to the globe.
Welcome to the globe. Because check this out. Check this out, brother.
Dude, okay, listen. Hold on. We're changing the subject. You get abused by 24/7 in Earth Awakenings, and you're taking it out on me. I'm not that guy. I'm not here to try to hurt you or fucking make you like get muted or nothing.
You guys are here longer.
Stop trying to take out your energy against these other people on me, please.
Right.
I want to have a conversation, not just get yelled at the entire time.
Brother, Electric, listen to what we're saying to you, brother.
I actually am really done listening to you yell about this.
Eratosthenes measured the circumference of the planet by capturing the radius of the planet using thing called alternate angles, right? That gives you. There's a focal point.
Why do you appeal to this Greek pantheon?
Okay, no problem. Check this out. I'm going to tell you why now. This is the key. Check this out, brother. When Eratosthenes did that measurement, there were some assumptions, right? People made observations and said, you know what? This thing's a globe, right? Ptolemy said things don't add up. It has to be a globe. So Eratosthenes said, well, if it's a globe, I'm going to just get some angles, some shadows, and I'm going to tell you how big it is. And he was spot on. You know why? Because here comes the seismograph hundreds of years later that confirmed what he was saying.
Rob, you should not feel the need to yell at me, dude. I can hear you just fine.
I'm just saying, brother. So it's not just a seismograph that we're reading. We're reading somebody who literally took some measurements and it matches what the seismograph came back with. Oh my God. The Earth is a globe. That's it.
All right, that's it. Okay, good. Fuck.
Oh my goodness. Aristophanes' assumptions were correct. Oh my gosh, look at what the seismograph did. And Ptolemy was right when Ptolemy began to walk away from this flat plane garbage, right? All of these people were correct. And not only that, here comes flipping Newton. Isaac Newton used calculus, gathered the gravitational constant, and told you the mass of the Earth, the the flipping seismograph confirm Isaac Newton's work. Then comes Big Head Cavendish that confirmed the gravitational constant that was
What did you say?
calculated.
Big Head Cavendish? What's
Big Head Cavendish. Big Head Cavendish, dude. That
Big Head Cavendish? Yeah,
Big
I
Head
like.
Cavendish. Yes.
You should
He
make that your Discord name. Big Head
Yeah,
Cavendish. I like that.
Big Head Cavendish. I'm going to because this is important. This is important. Ptolemy said, we'll start with Pythagoras and his friends. They said no, these eclipses, these moon phases, where we have to be on some kind of a spherical object, right? Night and day. How is this even happening? So Ptolemy said, you know what, screw it. Let's forget this flat plane. Let's build a sphere. All right. So he built a sphere. All right. And then Aristophanes said, okay, well, you know what? I'm gonna measure this. I'm gonna give you a circumference. I'm gonna capture the radius, 3959. Boom. Then come Isaac Newton. That then calculated the gravitational constant and weighed the Earth using math. That matches what Aristophanes has calculated as the size. Then came Cavendish, confirmed Isaac Newton's maths, confirmed it. Therefore, Isaac Newton has locked in the mass. He was right. That means Aristophanes was right. And then came the flipping seismograph. Dude, stop flat Earth. Flat Earth is dumb. It's dumb. It's stupid.
Well, my argument is not arguing for the shape of the Earth to be flat. I'm saying that your PNS waves are not penetrating the liquid mantle. Okay, there's some things about the center of the Earth that might be inconclusive. I'm sure you're willing to admit that. Maybe you don't know, maybe you're not entirely sure that there's a nickel core causing your gravity, right? That's what you need. You need a lot of mass because you don't detect it in the crust, you don't detect it in the liquid mantle. You need more mass inside the Earth, right? You need a very dense nickel iron core to cause your gravitational field. Okay, you didn't detect that yet. Nobody sent a PNS wave and said, "Oh, wow, the composition of the Earth kind of is resembling a dense nickel core right now." That is not the case. Okay, they reach shadow zones. The waves deflect because they think there's a liquid mantle outside of the iron core. Therefore, the waves did not penetrate the liquid mantle to detect the iron core. That's the core of the argument. And that is something you should be able to admit. Because even people within geology admit that they don't know what's at the center of the Earth. Geologists say this, dude. Are you a geologist? Because I can just go to the source. I can pull up citations right now. I think you know this.
Brother, the internals of the Earth is still being studied. But you know what is still not being studied? The radius of the planet. That's locked in. Okay? Yes, there are shadow zones. There are substances in the mantle that we still do not
Bro,
have.
I've legit been debating for 12 hours straight. This is insane. This is too much.
That is why. That is why you can go to school and study geology still, because there's a lot to learn still.
Rob, I can do what you're doing. Ready? This is how it goes, right? Rob, you are extremely uneducated on this subject. I think you need to go back to school because you don't know anything that you're talking about. See how that works?
What? No. No. I have told
You are
you.
extremely uneducated. You have no idea
No,
what
you
you're
are the
talking
one.
about. This subject is out
Brother,
of your wheelhouse.
the
You are
seismograph,
extremely unexperienced in this field. You have no idea what you're talking about. You
okay,
keep
brother.
on blathering nonsense that does not pertain to the
Okay,
topic.
I am not an
Nobody needs to
expert
hear your
on. I am not
uneducated
an expert.
rambles
I am not
about
an
something that
expert.
you need to go
No, no,
research.
no. Your
Please go
proper
research. You
word.
know nothing
Your
of this
proper
topic.
wording. Your
You
proper
are
wording is
uneducated.
expert. The proper wording is expert. We are not
You're not an
experts,
expert.
but
Whoever
we have.
taught you about seismology is not an
But
expert.
we have
None
the
of you are
information.
qualified to speak on this subject.
We
I can
have
just
enough.
appeal to the source of the
We
information and not
have
you.
enough.
And that's where I
We
actually got the information that they don't know
we
what's at the center
have
of the
enough.
earth. I got it
We
from the
have.
source. So
We have enough.
I don't even know where you get your false information from. You're clearly uneducated in the subject. You don't know what the model is anymore. They don't know what the model is because they're figuring it out still. They're changing the model. They're changing the composition of the inside of the earth because it doesn't comport with what they observe when they presume the sphere. So no, you're wrong. You're uneducated. Okay,
No,
you need to stop
you are the one that's
promoting globe
uneducated.
lies. You are a globalist liar.
Are you saying, Electric, that I am an expert on seismology? Did I say that I
No,
was
you are
an
nothing
expert on
close to an expert.
seismology?
You are a novice. You are a
Right?
beginner.
Okay, no problem. I will take that as well.
Yes, you've never done
You know
any
why?
work in
You
the
know why?
field. You have no idea
You
what
know
you're
why?
talking about.
You know why I'll take that as well? Because I know the basics of seismology that has plotted the radius of the planet.
No, you don't. You're very uneducated, and I'm
So the
tired
thing
of
is this:
hearing you say incorrect things on the subject.
the entire mantle, and I told you this the other day when we spoke. There's still information about the mantle that we're still learning. The shadow zones
That's
that you're
my
talking,
position.
the
Now
shadow
you're
zone,
finally
the
saying
shadow
what I've
zones,
been saying.
the shadow
All right,
zones
you
that you're
conceded.
the
That's it. I
flipping
win.
shadow zones that you're talking about is not in the entire
I
mantle.
just won. I just won. I win. I win. My
Yes.
W.
You
Mine.
win what? You win what? You lost. You lost.
You
You
admitted
lost.
my argument.
You
You
lost.
finally
You didn't
conceded
know
to my
anything about
point.
seismology. You lost. You didn't know anything about seismology. I'm the one that introduced it to you. You lost.
No, you
Seismograph
don't know
tells you.
anything about seismology. You have never
Seismograph.
done anything pertaining to
Seismograph.
seismology in the field. You are a novice.
Seismograph. Seismology is the tool that measures your radius of your planet. 100,000%. Now, seismograph is also picking up information about the internals of the earth, which we're still studying. There's still substances that are still being studied, and we need more sensitive instruments to analyze them. The seismograph, that is part of geology. As far as the radius of the planet, seismograph has accurately picked up the radius of the planet. Also, here's something you didn't know. Seismographs are fired off at antipodes. So in Chile, they have a seismograph, and in Beijing, somewhere outside of Beijing, they have a seismograph because that's the opposite side of the earth. What they have read is using those two seismographs, and go read it up, is there is a convergence of the waves where the waves hit each other 180 degrees. That focal point is exactly 3,950 miles, right? So the radius of the planet is confirmed, locked in.
Rob, you don't know what you're talking about. You've never done any work in this field. You have no expertise. Okay, I don't
Of
have to
course I
appeal
have.
to your opinion. I
I
can
have
just
no,
go to the
I,
source.
of course I have. Of course I have. I work with
Why don't I just go
seismographs.
talk to actual geologists about what's at the center of the earth for them to tell
Okay, go
me
ahead.
that it's
Go ahead.
inconclusive. They don't
Go
know.
ahead. What is inconclusive?
No, they have a model. They propose that it must be a solid.
What model? What model? The Earth,
Sorry,
big man.
hold on. They
Unfortunately for
propose that
you,
it must be a solid nickel iron core to account for the amount of density required for there to be gravitation.
unfortunately for you, brother,
You're
the
screaming
Earth
over me, dude.
being a globe is not a model. It is confirmed. When the V2 rocket went up and took the first photos of the curvature of the planet, it was no longer a model since 1940. Now, What we are doing now is understanding it more in detail. So the seismograph confirmed the radius, but the seismograph does not confirm what's over here that is
Yeah,
200
you
miles
guys,
thick.
you guys
We
were
are still,
using ground
yeah,
penetrating waves to
right.
try. You guys were using ground penetrate.
So here's
Listen,
the deal.
no,
Here's
Rob,
the
hold
deal.
on. Listen, Rob, you got to let
Here's
me
the
get it.
deal.
You
Here's the
guys
deal.
were
No,
using
you're reading.
ground penetrating waves
You're
to try to
reading real
make.
time. No, we're not going to allow you
You
to
were,
do this. We're not going to allow you to do this. We're not going to
Rob.
allow you to do this.
You
We are
guys
not. No,
used
no.
ground
We are not
penetrating
going to
waves. You
allow.
made a prediction what the
We are
composition of the
not
ground was
going
going
to
to be,
allow you to
and
use
your
your
prediction was
basic
wrong. I can
Google
literally pull
knowledge,
up the article.
your
You guys make the
basic,
wrong
your
prediction all the time.
your basic Google knowledge is not going to come in here today. What you should
Your
have done
predictions are wrong.
you should have done the research before you became a flat earther. We are the ones that are teaching you. You are
This has
using
nothing
Google
to. This
on
has
the
nothing
concept.
to do with the shape of the earth.
Yes,
This has
you
everything
are
to do
reading
with what you think is in the inside of the earth.
when you became a flat earther, you did not know that a seismograph kills your little Tora Bora drilling 7 miles. You didn't know about that. You read that in
How do
Russia
you know that?
somewhere.
How would you know that?
You read about that in Russia somewhere, and you're like, oh look, they've only gone 7 miles, therefore the Earth is flat.
You're never gonna stop talking.
Thank you very much. The radius of the planet is confirmed. The Earth is a globe. That's why you can still go to
More
school.
baseless assertions.
No, it's not baseless.
The
It's
radius of the Earth
100%.
is absolutely inconclusive. Every time you try to
It is
measure,
a conclusive
every
thing.
time you try to
When
measure
we
a
sent
distance
up
to the
V2
horizon, it's
rockets,
in the wrong
when
spot.
those flipping Germans sent up those V2 rockets in the 1940s, they took the first photos of the flipping curve.
All right, so in order
And
for
they
the globe
saw
to
that
have a
the
radius
Earth
of
is a globe.
3,959 miles, you need there to be a certain amount of drop over distance, right? You never observe that amount of drop over distance. It never happens. You say that there's a standard rate of refraction, that things are being lifted up from their geometric position at all times. So that 3,959 mile radius that you think is being observed, no, it's not. It's not observed.
Unfortunately for you,
I'm gonna talk through you. I'm gonna talk through you. I'm gonna talk through you. Don't make this. I can seriously make this so much worse, Rob. You have to try to have a normal conversation. Do you want me to do to you what you're doing to me? All right. Yo, what's up, Renee?
First problem you have, you said the word drop. There is no drop. There's not a drop thing. In science, no drop.
There's no drop. There's no drop over distance on a globe.
There is no drop. No, there is no drop. The Earth is a
There's
sphere.
no drop.
It curves away
Yeah, in
from
reality, that's right. There is no drop over distance. Yep, that's right. It's all due to refraction.
Okay, now.
There is no geometric drop over distance. It's apparent drop over
We
distance.
got the word drop out of your vocabulary because it's dumb. It's the Earth is curved away from you. The angles are changing. Angles are increasing. Angles are increasing. There's no drop. You see, what happened to you flat earthers is that you're using basic language to understand science. So the word drop, it's like you standing and looking at a ball and you're at the top of the ball and then you go down. Oh look,
I'm sure you know what I mean by drop over distance. There's nothing wrong with using the words drop over distance
No, you can't.
to describe what we observe.
When you use drop over distance electric, you are confusing the subject. It is called a curved away from you. It angles away from your horizontal position. That is what a curve does. Okay? And then you measure that angle. That's what you do.
You think you're measuring tilt now? Dude, how did you measure tilt?
No, there's no tilt.
There's no tilt. Well, you heard it here. Somebody clip that. I'm gonna clip that, dude. Star, you gotta reserve a little bit. Don't just blurt out everything because then it's gonna end up contradicting your actual argument. You just said there is no tilt. Yeah, I know. You're not observing tilt. There you go. No tilt, no globe.
Tilt is associated with you tilting over. And so you tilt over, you drop on the ground, right? You go to
You
the
don't
ground.
observe tilt, therefore you're not observing evidence of a globe.
You're observing curvature. That's what that horizon is. There is no
Oh, so you're saying
reason.
there is drop over distance.
There is no
Which
reason
is
for
it,
a
dude?
horizon. My friend, open up your mind. Why is there a horizon if
Says the
my
most
Earth is
closed-minded
flat?
glober.
Why is there a horizon if my Earth is flat? There should not be any obstruction there. My Earth is
False.
flat.
You have an atmosphere, and the atmosphere is converging to the vantage point along with the ground. This would create a horizon.
So, so
Nothing
the
wrong with that.
atmosphere, so you borrowed gravity to put your atmosphere. You don't have an atmosphere on a flat plane either because you don't have gravity.
You don't have an atmosphere in the flat plane.
Because you don't have gravity. You don't.
You have a dome.
You don't have gravity on a flat plane. Wow.
You don't. There's no gravity on
Yeah,
flat
no,
plane.
you do. The effect of gravity is still a thing.
No, you don't. No, you have to. How? How?
Like I said, well, yeah, I was talking about it before. I said that you could have a domain block.
Listen.
What? I'm answering your question. You could have a domain block wall. You could have a plane of inertia that's causing the downward acceleration. All points along that plane is going to create the force required for your gravity.
What is causing that 14.7 psi from yard line 0 to yard line 100? What
I just said
is
it.
causing that on a flat
said
plane?
it.
What?
It's the toroidal magnetic field creating a plane of
Toroidal
inertia.
magnetic field. Toroidal magnetic field emanating from who and where and what?
Yeah,
and it is consistent.
It's coming from somewhere. That's right.
So you're lying. So this is where you are lying because the toroidal field is circular. So the toroidal field cannot provide an equal amount of pull to the ground from yard line 0 to yard line 100. It cannot.
Yeah, it can.
No, it
Yeah,
can't.
it can.
Because toroidal
I can show a video demonstrating this. Yes, the force. Stop screaming over me.
do not pull grass. Toroidal
Can you
fields
stop
do
screaming?
not pull paper. Toroidal fields do not pull wood.
Yeah, when you see your girl later, you go like,
I want
"Hey,
you
what's
to
up,
show
man?
me.
How you doing?" You're like, damn, what happened to your voice? Oh, screaming, let's go.
Show me in a lab where a toroidal field pulls wood. Go ahead. Make my day. Stop talking nonsense. You don't have gravity on your flat plane, therefore there's no flipping atmosphere. There cannot be a horizon on a flat plane. The opposite of horizon is flat.
You cannot have a horizontal baseline on a globe Earth. You can't measure a horizontal plane.
Your horizon is there. There cannot. You are standing above the ground. You're looking horizontal to the ground. There should
There's
be
no such thing as horizontal. The fact that you just use the word horizontal is crazy. You don't know what horizontal is.
Light travels in a straight line. You're
What
light.
is horizontal?
Light travels in a straight line. When you're looking straight out, that's a straight line.
Light travels in a straight line. Not true, dude. What are you talking about?
Straight as a sucker, right?
Light is subject to refraction. You forgot your own model.
You don't have atmosphere on your model.
Can you stop scattergunning incorrect things? Stop
You don't have
the globe,
atmosphere.
dude.
You are borrowing our globe model to put your atmosphere. So stop it.
You just said that all light rays. You just said all light rays on Earth are parallel and that they're straight lines. You're strawmanning your own model. You require light to bend as it enters Earth's atmosphere. You require atmospheric refraction because the geometric globe does not match reality.
We have gravity. That's why we have.
I was in the middle of a sentence, Rob. Did you hear what I tried to tell you?
Yeah, you don't. You're borrowing
going nowhere, right? Because you don't hear anything being said.
Leave my model alone. Leave my model alone. Gravity.
No, you leave your model. You leave the globe alone.
Gravity is what creates my atmosphere. Globe is what creates my horizon. Leave my globe alone and understand what it means to be flat. Light travels in a straight line. There is no horizon on a flat plane. You are above the ground. You should look straight
There's
out
no
into
horizon on a
perpetuity.
flat plane.
And guess what? The sun, where I come from, they have 3 mile buoys around the island. On the west coast, you know where the sun begins to set? At the 3 mile buoy. The earth is not 3 miles wide.
I've been getting yelled
What
at
is
for
your
a long
problem?
time, dude. You're yelling at everybody in the room. Anybody's paying attention, you got to give everybody a little bit of a break. Eventually, it just becomes abuse, dude. It's been abuse for like an hour now.
You're going to pay
No,
per view
Rob,
this fight with Tank and Jesse?
your mic broke up, Dinosaur.
Are you going to do a pay per view with this fight with Tank?
Oh, yeah. I don't know why that dude tries to create so much animosity. Like, there's no reason for that. He's got real hatred.
Leave my globe alone. That was too funny.
Yo, what's up?
Not much.
What are you into lately?
Nothing.
Ah, shit. I've never had it get that bad with Rob. Maybe that happens more often than I'm there for. That's why people got a problem with him. I always wondered why people had a problem with Rob, and maybe I just finally experienced it.
some people are way too passionate about this topic to the point where it seems like it's really unhealthy for them.
Well, time to smoke a Keef bowl.
Yo, nice. I should make something to eat.
I got some chicken egg casserole thing in the oven right now.
Fuck yeah.
Just put a
Yeah,
bunch of
dude, we
shit in
just
the
got a
pan.
bunch of eggs. Someone gave us like fucking 4 dozen of eggs from her chickens.
That's sick.
Yeah.
I'll
Man,
be on the chicken grind.
dude, I seriously have been missing out on good eggs my whole life. These eggs are so much better.
Yeah, what the fuck are we getting at Walmart? God only knows.
Yeah, I don't even want to know anymore. Could just be a plastic egg with some goop inside. Like Haribo. What is it? Wait, what is that called on Easter? Cadbury? Yeah, Cadbury.
It's got to be so easy though. Once you get some good, good setup with a few chickens, probably have a surplus of eggs. That's gonna be nice.
That's the dream right now. Right now in my backyard, I definitely could have chickens in my backyard, honestly. I'm just not home all the time to be doing things.
My sister's
I'm not
doing it.
ready to. I'm not ready. Like, I'm fucking. I'm not. I don't got a green thumb or whatever you would say about it.
Yeah, I kind of shit the bed with grown stuff. It took me a long time to get anything to work, and when it did, it was like I felt like it was luck. But I do have a little more confidence, I think, because like just trusting like the natural environment more. I think because I tried like hydroponics. I was doing all the synthetic nutrients and stuff when I was younger.
Oh,
It's
that's
just
sick.
so much easier. Yeah. Have you
So
looked
you
into
set up your
aquaponics?
own. I've never done it. My uncle had a whole greenhouse where he was growing weed, and I had to. He had me doing some stuff with that.
Nice. Me and my buddies bought one of those grow tents off of Amazon, like in our like probably like 13 years ago, college age, and we tried it. I mean, we had a crop get to where like it was vegetative state, and then it crashed. Like the whole system crashed. It was so bad.
Oh no. Yeah, the biggest problem I ran into doing all that stuff was spider mites. That was kind of annoying.
Oh shit, some creatures.
Yeah, dude, I would inspect the plants to make sure that nothing was like, compromising the growth of the nutrients and whatever. The spider mites, they just always show up. They just know where the weed is.
That sucks. We were
We
using
kind of had
a
a
carbon
we had a
filter.
neighbor that was neglecting their yard actually. Probably coming from
You could do if you have land, dude, you might be able to look into the high tunnels, and you can build them, and then you can like the state will pay you back with a high tunnel grant.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's gonna be like step one when I get land. I'm stoked about it. Because you can overbuild them for way more affordable than they quote. So they'll usually pay you like, I saw this guy on YouTube breaking down the benefits he got from it. He spent $8,000 on a high tonal, and the government paid him 14,000. So he made straight up clean $5,000 scot free because they come
That's
out and
sick.
scout it. Yeah. You combine that with like treeing your land, like finding just a couple valuable trees. Like I don't want to go full Fern Gully, like wipe a forest out, but just picking a couple good ones, you can make some big bank. I want to try to do those two things, and
Do you smoke weed? Oh yeah, you just said you're smoking a Keith bowl.
hell yeah. I'm about to rip this fatty. Right meow.
Dude, I
My
remember
tolerance.
weed in 2008. Dude, weed used to get me so fucking high. Now it's just like it just gets me like I don't know, something else.
Yeah. It's similar to a tobacco buzz when you don't smoke
There used to
tobacco
be
for a long
times where
time
you would,
now.
yeah. You ever get like stuck laughing? That doesn't happen to me anymore.
For real. That used to happen all the time when I was stoned, though.
Yeah, where like something would just be so funny, and then you just laugh about it for like 20 minutes after.
Yep. Usually
New
when you're
weed is
playing
like,
sports, everybody's stoned, you're playing like football or soccer, and someone just like shits the bed, like wrecks themselves somehow. Everybody's laughing so hard.
damn.
Oh man. You
Yeah,
guys
there
like
was this
run into
funny
each
ass
other.
video, dude. Oh, we had this friend. He would get so fucking high, like higher than everybody else. Like you pass him the blunt, you might as well just say fuck it and roll another one because he would just cheat the fuck out of it and then pass it. He got so fucking high. This guy's like completely like, like eyes like basically closed, like rolling around in his head. He fucking straight up like, I can't make this up, dude. He's like, yo, I'm gonna headbutt the door. I'm like, all right, dude, wait, hold on, let me get my camera. Dude fucking like winds up, like literally backs up as far as he can in the room, just fully charges at the door, dives at it head first, and just fucking lays flat on the ground.
Just knocks himself out.
Yeah, it was like the dumbest looking thing I've ever seen. He was like in midair, just like crashes like into the door.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I wish I still had that video. It was on some shitty flip phone, like a razor or something.
Yeah. Just some light brain trauma.
And he was never the same again.
Yeah, the first time I got
Dude,
stoned, I was on this hiking trail. It was so trippy. In the dark. Outside smoking.
yeah. Bro, you just reminded me of something hella funny. Like it was like the second or third time I ever smoked weed. And I go to this dude's house, like me and his neighbor, like walk out into the woods, and we're like crossing these little puddles, right? Like walking through the woods, jumping over puddles and sticks and stuff. Then we get to the spot in the woods, and we're smoking the bong, and fucking, it's like, all right, let's go. And I'm standing there, and I'm like, holy shit, I'm fucking trapped. Like there was like no way out. I literally just stood there for like 2 hours, not knowing how to jump over the puddle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You were
stupid as hell.
walking into a wall and like takes you 2 hours to find out you can just walk around it or something.
It definitely took longer than it should have.
That's a good time.
Yeah, we doesn't do that anymore. Me and my cousins smoke, and it's just like, I don't know.
I'm smoking a 26% sativa right now, and it's crazy. I rarely find these high potency sativas.
Is it legal where you are?
No, I gotta drive a little bit.
You crossed the line?
Yeah, pretty close to Missouri border.
That's kind of scary. You bringing weight across the border?
Yeah, it's crazy though, because the city, you know, that is the border city. It there's just thousands of Arkansas license plates already in Missouri from the city being so close to the state line anyway. So it's like it's interesting. I was sketched out about it at first, and now I'm just kind of it's just not a thing.
Dude, I'm having flashbacks. Yeah, there was this road. Dude, what was the name of that road? Fuck. Anyway, like we thought we had this like wicked way to get into Patterson. Like everybody, the typical way to into Patterson was you take either 46 to Union Ave, or you take like Alps Road to Ratzer Road. We had this secret way we would go to avoid like getting followed by the police on the way out of Patterson, because cops in Patterson, they just literally sit by the hospitals, which is where all the drug dealers are hanging out outside, and then they just spot a car full of white people, and then they just follow them out of Patterson. Like it was like clockwork. It's like what they did. So like we had this like funny way to get into the town. It was like so nerve wracking. Getting weed was so fucking annoying.
Oh, dude, I feel you. Be it like people now, like people in their 20s, they're like, "Oh, weed's not even a big deal, bro." And I'm like, I mean, you must have missed it, but I got slammed a couple times, getting pulled over with like crumbs, in my car. They smell weed, and the cop is all of a sudden seeing you as a freaking criminal. It was insane. I have a shirt, this white Volcom skate shirt I used to wear, and I have a stain on the shoulder from when I got straight up slammed by a police officer because I tried to turn around and say, "Why am I getting arrested?" For not even having weed. I was just trying to ask a question. He's like, "Don't turn around, boy," and he slammed me. He just boom. It's just because I was a ninja that I turned my face. He tried to slam my head on the ground.
Yeah, he was full of testosterone that he injected into his nuts.
Literally, it was crazy. That was my first experience with the Captain America overzealous cop, but I had a couple of them.
Ooh, I got a story now. Yeah, okay, this is a funny story. All right, so man, I want to explain everything. So my mom helped this guy get an apartment by means of like, some community outreach. It was like a program to help, youth in need. And he's got this wicked apartment. Like this dude, like he gets this like loft, like 3-bedroom apartment. It's like beautiful. Gets a beautiful apartment for free. He's only 17. He's got like all these girls living in it. I go and I knock on his window just to see who would come to the window. Fucking JoJo comes out. I'm like, JoJo, let's go get a boat. Let's go get a Lucy, right? We're going to walk to get just a single cigarette. It's like 7:30 in the morning. We walked 2 hours across Patterson. The only Lucy store that was open at 7:30 around that time was like on the other side of town. It took us like an hour and a half to walk there, an hour and a half to walk back. We're finally back near his apartment. Fucking cops pull up on us. They fucking tackle me and her to the ground. God, man, I saw you on the other side of town. What did you get? Who'd you get from? We need your cell phones. They're freaking out, screaming. This guy's like, he literally shoves his hand in my boxers, squeezes my nuts, lifts them up, and like reaches in my gooch. He's like literally like molesting me while I'm on the ground. He's got his knee in my back. He's like shoving his hand in my pants. It's everything. Totally manhandles me and this girl for like 5 minutes. And the cops were like, "Where's the shit?" And I'm just like, dude, like I said, we were walking to get a cigarette. We smoked it. That's why we were walking across the town. It was the only store open. They're like, "Full, you're full of shit, blah, blah, blah." Gave us a hard time, left. No joke, they left. Then JoJo's like, "Oh my God." I'm like, "What?" She reaches in her pocket, and I'm telling you, the cop literally just manhandled the fuck out of her. Like, molested her too. They did the same thing to her that they did to me. She reaches in her pocket, and she pulled out like fucking 3 8-balls. I'm like, where the fuck? How the fuck did you not find that? She was like, "I don't know. Let's go do it."
So lucky.
Oh yeah, my life was saved that day. But she had on like the skinny girl jeans, dude. There's no reason the cop wouldn't belt it. It's like, doesn't make sense. The cop was so aggressive and just ignorant throughout the whole thing. He just didn't actually do his job. He just copped the feel, I guess. No pun intended.
We decided to drive ourselves to a family Florida trip, because I was like to that 17, had my own car, so like, oh, I'll just drive. And so me and my buddy brought a little bit of weed to smoke on the way there, right? So we get pulled over after we smoked a blunt like an hour before, and the cop ends up pulling a gun on us, like straight up, because he smelled the weed. He just his his initial reaction, he just pulls a gun and aims it at the driver, which was my brother, who didn't even smoke, and it was like, it was such a shit show. But that's really, you know what I mean? That's like the reality how the police used to be around marijuana. They were fucking insane, especially in my state. Probably true for most southern states, at least.
Typically, people don't want to go to jail, so if they know that they're guilty and the cop is in the middle of about to frisk them, it's like, yeah, they are in danger in that moment. They are fully aggressing. Yeah, getting weed back in the day, it was like a whole ordeal. It's like first you got to meet up with everybody, and then you got to get all your money together, and then who's actually going, like who's taking the risk. You know, who's actually going to get the weed and driving there. And then you get there, and then you sit there for like 45 minutes, and you go, yo, I'm 50 minutes away. And he's like, all right. And then like 45 minutes later, yo, I'm 5 minutes away. All right, dude. 20 minutes later, yo, my bad, I'm 10 minutes away. He's like, dude, I look so sketchy sitting in this parking lot, like my eyes darting back and forth. Like you got me looking like a fucking fiend. And then when you finally get the weed, now you have to make that extremely treacherous ride back to wherever you were. And you're just shitting your pants the whole way there. Like every cop you drive past, you're just like, act normal. Cop gets behind you. He's not even pulling you over. You're like, fuck, what do we do? What do we do? Put it in your garage. What are we going to tell him? We're going to my mom's house. Just like trying to devise a plan.
Good times.
I've only got busted for weed twice. Both times, it was not my weed, not my fault. I shouldn't have taken the blame. I should have been like, no, officer, it's definitely their shit. But the first time it happened, the person who's it was, this is what happened. I let this dude drive my car. He's like, yo, I want to go on a blunt ride. I'm like, sure, I don't want to drive it. So you just fucking drive the blunt ride. You drive my car. He's driving my car. He's smoking a joint. I'm just fucking whatever. I'm with a girl, actually. I'm like fucking in the backseat or something. He gets pulled over. He throws the joint that he's smoking like by the driver pedal. Like he just freaked out and just threw it, and then didn't have a chance to reach for it as the cop was walking towards the car. And he's like, "Oh my god, Jesse, I have a fucking DUI. If I get charged right now, I'm gonna go to jail for 6 months." Like he had some kind of like second offense thing going on, right? So I took the blame for him that time, so he wouldn't get in a lot of trouble. It was like my first offense. And then the second time I took the blame, dude, fucking. I don't even want to tell the story. That is the most annoying fucking thing that ever happened to me. I'm still pissed about this. So I'm with two people, and we're smoking, and fucking we just have like a bag of weed. We're not like smoking a joint in the car. There's a bag of weed in the car, and a cop puts on his lights behind me, and I'm like, I'm slick with it, right? I roll into a quick check. I roll into like a convenience store, park the car. And I'm like, you two get out, go into the store right now. I'm gonna talk to the police. And the people that went into the store, they had the weed on. So in my mind, they're going to ditch the bag of weed somewhere inside of the quick check, right? I swear to God, dude, they came back, they walked out of quick check towards the cop and stood right next to him, smelling like weed. And the cop was like, "You smell like weed," and then fucking searched him. And then the person who had the weed on him, he was so freaked out. He was like, "It's not mine. It's not mine. It's his." And I'm like, you know what? Fuck it, dude. Yeah, it is mine. Whatever. But you're the fucking idiot that had it on you that decided to not like ditch it when you had the chance. Like you literally, the cop let you go into quick check. He didn't say, "Hold on right there. I need to check all of you for stuff." You know, consent to search. He let them go inside the quick check and they didn't ditch the bag. That still pisses me off to this day. Like, fuck you guys.
Unclutch friends.
Least clutch moment of my life. Stars like, brother, you should not smoke weed.
Yeah, don't smoke
I
weed.
know. I'm sorry. I'm gonna do better.
Yeah, weed mess you up, man. I tell you, I've seen the full spectrum. Nonsense.
I was young.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, one thing I've said, not all weed smokers are flat earthers. But All flat earthers love smoke weed. Makes you delusional. THC makes you
That's not true.
hallucinate.
I know a flat earther that doesn't smoke.
All of you. I tell you, you're part of 5 or 10% of people who we just makes you become that way, like euphoric and not close to reality. Not able to understand these logics. That's just so it is. It's in the disclaimer of using THC. It's in it. Go look it up.
Excellent.
I smoke weed for its medicinal properties, not recreational.
THC is there still. I mean, you can tell. Like for example, we were just having the argument about the mantle. Obviously,
No,
we
no,
don't
no,
know.
no, please, please, no.
No, okay. Let me just speak in general terms then. Obviously, science does not know everything. If science knew everything, dude, why are we taking chances and flying aeroplanes that can crash? Right? We would have had some sophisticated anti-gravity. When the plane comes down, it doesn't come down at 200 miles per hour. It comes down nice and gradual, not even affected by air turbulence. You are safe and everything, right? We don't even have to pressurize the cabin because we have designed a system that makes your lungs and your body able to sustain low pressure and high pressure at a whim. You see that? So this is what we're trying to tell you. We're trying to tell you, flat earthers, is that science is studying, understanding, still learning, still getting information. That is what's exciting about it. If we knew everything, I don't know about you guys, but I probably lock myself in a dark room and never come out. I mean, like, dude, can you imagine you know everything? That's like a curse.
Well, there's a big difference between, efficiency versus, what's being told. Like, there is a different method of efficiency, how to fly a plane, or, use a car in a very different way. Why won't they just do it? But of course, they suppress information for, profit or some other stuff. You can't negate that. But of course, science or knowledge can be suppressed. And I think that's why sometimes, like you said, I think you talk about this, that everyone says that the government lies, and that's the stigma of it all. But like you said, yeah, sometimes we give and take of what's being presented versus what's being suppressed. Because of course, when the airplanes come up, we didn't think about, oh, how can we transport more people? Nope. How can we transport bombs?
What?
Yeah,
You're
most
saying because we
technology's
don't know.
weaponized.
Typically, we got our priorities mixed up. That's his point.
Yes, we got. It's exactly. We do have our priorities messed up. We know a lot of shit, but not everything is being presented.
The point is, if we knew so much, we wouldn't need to hide. Because life would
Exactly.
be easy. If
But
we
they
knew
do.
all
They
of
do
this
hide
stuff,
it.
what are we hiding it for? There's no need to. Because life would become easy. You could stop wars by snapping your fingers. So you wouldn't have to worry about racism or xenophobia. You wouldn't have to worry about hunger, suffering, disease. So what are you hiding?
Well,
You wouldn't. There's nothing. As a matter of fact, you would float up into sky and just
I forgot
drift
that
off
you
into
like
the
to take the
universe.
vaccine anyway.
And just
Robert,
drift
I'd
off
be
into the
interested to
universe.
ask you, have you ever looked into Eric Dollar's work?
Yeah, I got all of his PDFs out there.
Look
I was
into
wondering
who?
what Eric Dollard.
I never heard of.
He's someone I would be interested
What?
for you to check him out, just to see.
Never heard of Eric Dollard.
Feeling me good?
Oh, we've heard of Isaac Newton
Going on, Tim.
and Einstein and Boyles and Charles and
That's it.
Cavendish and Copernicus and Galileo. And, yeah, we know about important people. You know,
Well, Eric's the last guy that had like real hands-on experience with patents from General Electric and some other, notable companies before these patents became, impossible to actually access. The vacuum tube patents, and other electric currents that are now part of highly classified sections of research. Um, I just wonder, do you think that there's a perfectly normal explanation for everything? They just have classified technologies that they know are weaponizable or dangerous. Is that basically it for you?
yeah, what they do is they classify certain things so as the enemy does not get their hands on it and kill us. They don't classify it to keep it away from average citizens. They classify it to keep it away from enemies. Yes.
Yeah, thanks. You cannot handle, that information. You can't handle that all because you're a threat. You can make bombs, or I don't know what you can do with that information. Thanks. That's why they hide it from you. Thanks.
It's not about hiding. It's about protecting. Actually, if
Okay,
you have,
protection,
yeah,
security. Yes, for
yes,
security
security.
reasons, national security.
Absolutely. Yes,
There you go.
national security. This called a Central Intelligence Agency, right? They do a lot of things in secret. If they announced it, can you imagine? I am Agent Donaldson. I'm going in to spy on Russia. This is what I'm going to do it. I'm going to leave on April 15th. I'm going to be traveling in this path. I'm going to land in the Kremlin as I take a path through Turkey. And CNN, this is right. You get it. You get it. You get it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So we have to do certain things in secret in order to protect the world, protect your country. Because if you announce it, the enemy would say, "Oh, you're coming. All right, right." Jesus, my gosh, this is so logical.
So you don't think that's been weaponized at all? Like that logic itself? You don't think they've overextended with the national security blanket?
Again, there are corrupt people in our world, uh, and I'm sure there's one individual who comes in and says, how can I use this for my benefit? I'm sure there are a lot of people like that, but there are few and far between, right? We we have killed a lot of them. We have snuffed them out and we have killed them. People like Hitler and terrorists.
Well, why do we still have the same gas mileage on our vehicles for 3 decades?
Because that's how cars work.
Okay, fair enough.
That's the technology that we have
Remember,
in order
we're
to find oil.
we're protecting the earth for climate change. Thanks.
Oh,
We
yeah,
don't.
we don't we don't have the technology for renewables. We can't replace fossil fuels efficiently. Yeah, convert grass into efficient. I mean, like, okay, they're doing that with what's it called, hemp. They have these hemp farms and they're trying to make these nice fuels. But guess what? It's not. It cannot be widely produced on like fossil fuels, and it rips up the soil, and you can't. It's like, okay, really? We don't have. We just don't have an efficient replacement for fossil fuels. We don't.
What? Now I got to debate you about this. No, I'm not
Let's say
going
we
to.
never replace fossil fuels, right? We just stick to optimizing the engines we have. Why have they been designed to break instead of becoming more reliable? Why are they becoming less efficient instead of more efficient?
They are becoming more efficient.
Okay.
Oh, they are.
That's right. They give you they give you better mileage. Like okay, so I used to own a old Nissan from 1990s. It used to give me something like 30 miles to the gallon. Now I have my Lexus SUV that's bigger that you would say, oh, no, sorry, it's not a Lexus. What is it? It's an X5. I apologize. It's a BMW X5, and it's it's um it's giving me like 19 miles to the gallon. Oh, this bigger car is giving me better mileage than my old sedan Nissan from the early 1990s. So obviously things are getting better. Like, what are you guys talking about?
That's delusional. BMW's got rid of their
Yeah.
dipstick in like 2005, maybe even earlier. I mean, their resistance against self-maintenance and ownership of a vehicle over time is known. You know what I mean? And just to all look at it in a broader scope, you have generational evidence of engines that were reliable that they replaced for emission laws and other IP laws against emissions, and it's all cloaked. Right? They throw the baby out with the bathwater around these emission laws, and you saw it in like 2005 or sorry, 2002, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 with Toyota. They had some of the most reliable engines, and they've traded that out for this trash, like all these variable valve, auto shut off. You know, you're looking at all the seals inside these engines being polymers that break down over time, and I mean, it's pretty obvious they know about that. All these new systems are designed to break, where we had reliability possible, and they've just obviously thrown that to the side for planned obsolescence. I think I own a 2005 4Runner, and I've had to work my ass off to make it bulletproof. Maybe I'm a little jaded, you know, because I've dealt with dealerships over quoting me for stuff for 6 years.
I wish I still had my I had a 1995 Honda Accord. That car was amazing. I wish I still had it.
Yeah, I had a 99 manual. Those things are sick.
Hey, you guys remember that Acura Legend?
Let me look that
Oh,
up.
yeah.
It's basically, I think it's basically an Accord, but it was like the Acura version. It was like badass.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that looks dope.
Yeah, look up the Acura Legend, bro. That was like peak vehicle.
That's the exact kind of car I want. I feel like that really is a nice car. I like that body type.
Yeah, you see this movie in like old crime thriller movies and stuff. It's like
What was that?
it looks like a meta car. That the Legend, this Acura Legend. It's popular and it's been in films and stuff. Like shit, what is it called? The Lexus, I think it's the 300.
Huh?
It's got such a bulletproof engine. I wonder if this Legend
Yes.
has.
All right.
Had a 20
Lexus 300 is a Camry.
13. I think I had a 2013. It was an E300. Like the Lexus Camry,
Oh, yep, that's it.
and it was the first it was the first hybrid Lexus, I think, or like one of them. And the great thing about it, that car specifically, was that it had the regular gas tank. It had the regular ass gas tank from the Camry.
Yeah.
So like,
exactly.
I was getting like 800 plus miles per tank.
They're insane.
Because now
Yeah, like
now all the hybrids, they got these small gas tanks. They just
Yeah.
design them that way.
I know a bunch of medical supply delivery guys that have shared their testimony about those cars, like on Car Wizard. And I mean, they're 500K plus. There's a guy that had 900K miles on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I had this amazing deal too. I bought it used. I bought that car used, and it had unlimited mileage warranty from the Lexus dealership. So I just doing rideshare or delivery or sales or anything. Like you could just be on the road all day and never have to worry about miles. It's fucking fabulous.
That's amazing. That's freaking amazing. I've really looked into that Camry engine. I found they put it in the Pontiac Vibe because Pontiac teamed up with Toyota, and so you can find these Vibes that are like $3,000 or $4,000, and they look like shit, but they're a Toyota Camry, and they're just as well built.
Yeah, they got the Camry engine. Yeah.
Yep. So.
Yeah, there's a couple Chevys like that. Dude, I think even a Lotus used the Camry engine one time.
Yeah. You can find them.
There's a couple really good deals out there. You know, I heard that Toyota has like a hydrogen engine vehicle. I think it was a Lexus, and because nobody wants a hydrogen vehicle, you could actually get those cars for really cheap, and it would be like an extremely affordable hydrogen motor that you could use like privately for other things. Like that has nothing to do with driving.
Wow. Yeah, find these little secret. Cause dude, you get sweaty and make your own hydrogen. Have you seen the new Toyota Mirai or whatever? It's a hydrogen hybrid.
No.
Oh, they're hella cheap, but you better find that good gas station that will provide that fuel. Can
Shit,
you
I bet
convert
you
them or
can get
what?
a tank.
You think you can put anything on it?
Probably be
The
okay.
Miata?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't looked into it. I just heard about it recently on a video talking about the zero emission efficiency is why everybody thinks they're going to start going that way. But I'm hoping to drive my 4Runner a million miles. I've only got 250K on it, and it feels like it's still brand new. It's insane. 415 horsepower. It's 6,000 pounds. It can tow 9,000 pounds. It's got good four-wheel drive. It's gonna be a good work vehicle, probably.
Do you think that, because like you said, the plan of obsolescence, because they cannot make those cars for a million miles, it's better off for us to just keep consuming because it's like you said, it's just to keep consuming it, and that's how
Well,
the
demand.
economy.
Yeah. Well, demand was driving. There's like the real meta system. Most of the wealthy who are making over 100K a year, working household, they're staying in warranty on their vehicles for 3 to 5 years, and they're just trading it in for a new vehicle. That's just been the meta. And the wealthier people are, the more likely they are to maybe buy like a collector with cash or something, but they're still trading it into warranty with their work vehicles, and their daily drivers, because it's efficient for them to trade off that the wear and tear just for a new vehicle, and pass that on to the used car market. So it's, for me, I think there's kind of going to be some cold water coming to the top of the lake, if with these new manufacturing incentives they start making more affordable, reliable vehicles, because that'll bring in, the used car market will be under pressure, because people will say, oh crap, I might be able to go get a vehicle from Toyota for $15,000 that's gonna go 500K miles, if they bring that back. But
Right, but that speaks like that's where we're going back to, versus efficiency versus, profit, because of course they have the technology to have a efficient car, just back in the back burner. They have the technology, but they won't bring it out. Like, what can I just bring? Make the brand new, the like you said, the 2017 or 2007 Tundra, just make it brand new. Just you have the technology, we have the mold, just bring them back. Who cares? People will buy them. But of course, maybe there's no profit or there's no concept because that's like you said, it's just profit. Easy done.
Yep. And that's I'm in my head. I'm so excited about 2026 because I think a lot of people maybe didn't catch this, but Trump just cut the red tape on all the IP for the car manufacturing in America. So they're able to pull out all the all the engine technology, anything all this IP that was restricted because of emissions. That's just all that tape's been cut. So I'm interested to see my Honda and Toyota.
You mean so you're gonna get less efficient cars on the road now? Yes.
Well, no, we're going to get more efficient, right? We're going to be able to optimize fuel consumption, long-term reliability, reduction in the manufacturing. Right now, we're over manufacturing. Like there are millions and millions and millions of cars that are ending up in junkyards that could be reliable vehicles that would last a long time.
No. What this administration pulls out is
Well, honestly, you're just projecting a delusion there, brother. I'm going to be honest.
No, it's emissions restrictions. That is, the Democrats are more to do what you're saying. What Trump is
Well, you're
pulled
trying
out
to make it
is
political, right? I just wanted to
no,
point out
I'm not. No,
that
it's not
change and what it
political.
might bring.
Come
What do
on,
you
man.
think it's going to bring?
Democrats are the reason why we have these hybrids on the road and EVs. They're the ones that literally gave back tax credits for owning those things for efficiency.
What does
Like
that? What does that
this guy
change?
saying Republicans come in, they hate efficiency. They hate climate control. They hate climate change. They hate, big man, they literally told Noah, I just read the article, to stop talking about climate change. So come on now. They want
Yeah,
to
because
burn the country.
it's a fake propaganda campaign. NOAA has refused to release data aligning the ocean temperature changes with the sun, which allowed them to deceive the public for over a
So there you
decade.
go. Right.
So
So
NOAA's on the chopping
thank you
block. I
very
don't know
much
if you
for
caught.
telling
I don't know if you caught that update.
Is that science wrong?
Thank you for admitting that Trump is not going to be putting efficient cars on the road. Efficient cars is gone.
I think you're trying to make it like political, and you're
remember under
repeating
his
some
first
sort of
administration,
Democratic talking points. Like,
I remember under his first administration, they mocked people who were talking about, let's not put big trucks and on the road and and stuff like that. And then these white folks in those rural areas started to buy back their big trucks. No more restrictions. It's giving me 9 miles to the gallon. I love this, right? So give me a break. This administration is all about efficiency.
so you're claiming that reducing the IP restrictions that emissions brought in is just going to reduce the efficiency of cars and make them worse?
Absolutely.
Okay, I think that's a delusional response. I think that's a defensive response because you don't like Trump.
Hey,
You
what
heard the
about
word
all those
Trump.
black people with their Chrysler V8s, huh? What all those black people? All the black people out there, with all the blackness.
Yeah, them too. bunch of them too.
They got black between their toes and behind their ears. Dude, they're so black. I bet they got black behind the eyeballs. That's how black they are. And then they drive their V8s. They're Chrysler black V8s.
What's it? The Camaros? No, not the Camaros. What they called? Those gas guzzling. We're trying to get rid of them.
Well, you guys know that they figured out how to bulletproof the head gasket on those Chrysler V8s, so that like went viral. You could get them for like $200 at junkyards and do like a $500 seal. So everybody's got them. Yeah.
Right.
That's an example of how they're giving a middle finger to this market that's forcing them into slavery for these trash predatory loans for dog shit, basically mobile apartments. They're not vehicles. They just have pretty interiors with trash builds. And I mean, maybe you've lived a lifestyle where you can afford a meta vehicle and to trade it in warranty. But most people buying used vehicles, they know how trash their stuff is. It's not designed to last. It's designed to fail and put you into debt.
That's right.
So I mean, that's the fundamental aspect. You know, if you think that these manufacturing changes are going to make that worse, like I think we still got to wait to play it out. But I think it's going to create
The only vehicles worth buying currently are used ones that you rebuild. That's it.
Yep.
Oh, look, inefficiency. See? Thank you very much. Let's buy a used vehicle that had the bad mileage. And let's do some little retrofitting to it and continue burning the gas. Yeah. Look, California says I want to get rid of all fossil fuel burning cars. And then what did America do? Americans, especially the right wing, oh man, I'm never going to California. Dude, I'm moving out. This is terrible. You mean I can't own my gas guzzling car? Right? California wants to put only EVs on the road. But you guys freak out. See, so give me a break. Give me a break.
Dude,
we're going
some
backwards.
sort of low IQ PR take, man. Like that's none of those nuances matter to people really critically looking at this issue, right? But
Yeah,
I
I'm
get that that is the media campaign. That is what the normies kind of lean towards.
Oh yes, bad to be normal. Hey, you're a normie. You're a normal. Are you normal?
I'm not calling
yes,
you a normie, right?
No, I'm a black man that drives a V8.
I'm a black normal person.
I drive a Sabre. Okay.
Look, you're an average person.
I drive a Tahoe.
I got a C in when I was in high school. I got a C in literature. So,
dude, Robert, you're the most racist motherfucker I've met on Discord, bro. Like, no shit. Fuck you, dude.
No.
Dude, fuck you. You're like, all the white people, all the white people in the trucks, dude. Fuck you. Fuck you. You racist sack of shit. All you do is yell and make an ass out of yourself. That's it. You just do it constantly. That's it. You're like, oh, and now you're gonna yell about all the white people and their V8s, their trucks. Dude, fuck you.
Exactly.
Racist.
Do you like your V8?
Actual racist. Fuck you, dude.
Do you like your V8? Yes, you do. And you're talking about Trump wants efficiency. Trump wants you to have your V8 so you can smug up the air and make your kids get.
I've never associated
take advice from racist terrorists like yourself. Fuck you.
Right.
Wait, no, I want to be a terrorist. Hold on. How do I get this title?
Yeah, it's funny.
Rob,
called out.
I want to be a terrorist. I want to be considered a terrorist.
I'm a terrorist.
Just get a V8.
Get a V8 and you will be a terrorist.
I got a 4.7 liter V8. And it's loud as shit. I love it. You get 13 miles a gallon in the city, 26 on the interstate.
Ah, there you go. There you go.
Fuck yeah, America.
That's exactly. See, now you see, we're talking about restrictions to make things. Give me a break. Trump is killing the world.
If we're talking about what we were driving, is killing the world.
We need good, clean
I was
coal.
driving a 34-foot LeBaron.
It was white people, Robert. I thought white people were killing the world, bro.
Who said that? I never said that.
Oh, okay. Well, is it not the white people driving the trucks? Killing the world? Killing the environment? Killing the globe?
No, I'm just saying. Dude, all the MAGA people were running around in their big trucks when Trump won.
You think black people can't afford big trucks? Is that what you're saying?
The Democrats were like, yo, get rid of these big trucks. Get them off the road. They're killing the environment.
Do you think there are any black Republicans that drive trucks? Or are you guys just so poor? You can't afford them? Is that what you think?
No, they are. But what we're trying to say to you is that everybody get rid of them. Come on, get them off the road. They're burning the gas. They're killing the environment. There are species of animals that are disappearing every day because of our stupidity, right?
Yeah, what's your species?
The average person driving a car to work every day and whatever they have to do, it barely makes a dent compared to like what the government is doing, dude.
Here, I got a question for the room. I got a question for the room. Out of all of the combustible material that gets put out in one day, how much of that goes to the boats going back and forth from international trade?
Yeah,
What
they're
percentage is
causing more
that?
harm to the environment than I could ever
Well,
do
no.
driving the car up and down the highway.
I think it's a good question. Can somebody Google it or AI or whatever?
Sorry, I heard it was a boat question. What was the question? Say it again.
Yeah. Out of all of the emissions of the world, what percentage of that is the international boat trade in one day?
One day.
Oh my god! I just looked up
Quite
just
a
the
bit.
400 tons per
There's a-
day per vessel
Per
of
vessel.
gas. That's
No, I'm talking about percentage overall. Out of all emissions, what percentage of that is literally just the boat trade? What percentage?
how much emission do the Freightliners use? I'm asking AI.
That's just necessary. I want my Chinese stuff, Briggs. So I pay my dues. I want my Chinese toys, my Chinese, or whatever, anything from overseas. What are the tanks?
It
Here
looks
lives
like
the answer.
it's saying it's saying I can't give you that answer, but I can give you approximately 10 to 40 grams of CO2 per kilometer. So cargo ships emit approximately 10 to 40 grams CO2 per kilometer. I don't really even know. Have a good measurement for that. Oh, no context.
Check this out. Okay, I'm gonna read
Well,
this.
I'm asking the question because the number I heard several years ago, it was about 90% of all emissions. And if we're talking about bringing jobs home and making things local and stop creating dependency, international dependency, would that not be in a massive emissions benefit? Would it not just make more sense anyway? That's just a point. I don't know if it's 90%. That's what somebody told me once. So if we can look it up and get an answer, that'd be great. But can you imagine the emissions just for the convenience of some plastic shovel from China, or some shoe that's going to degrade over the next 6 months because it's made of shit? An expensive fucking Nike or something. This is what they're sending.
Looks like if you include the ports from MIT's climate portal, they got a study that says 11%. And 8% if you just measure the ships on the ocean.
Okay, so it's the opposite. It's let's say it's 10%, right?
Yeah.
That would be a massive benefit, right? To get rid of 10% of all the pollution across the whole world.
Be huge.
Isn't there some kind of bell curve with the whole CO2 thing anyway? 10% would be insane, and the fact that we could create local economies, that would just create ultimate resilience about anything climate wise or any of that shit.
I found a caveat.
What's it?
If you just quit with the wordplay from MIT, somebody's debunking that. They said if you look at all of the transportation equipment, it's 20% of the world's black carbon.
Well, see, here's the thing. I think they're lying about the 10% or whatever. This kind of number would be hard to come by. There's probably some wording or wordplay. But yeah, if you I'll look into it myself also. But if you keep digging, I imagine you'll find it is a much larger percentage.
That's what it looks like. To me,
Okay,
that implies.
I found something that
Well,
kind
yeah.
of supports the argument. I'm gonna post this article.
Well, I think it includes even the making the product itself too. The plastic and all that stuff, everything. Just I think they have to include that as well. The production of the product and then the transportation of the product, sending it to you, the truck. that goes to the store, all that. I think that includes all that.
So that 8% is 657 million tons of CO2 per per kilometer, and then that's 657 tons. But if you include all this is points towards what Rick is saying again.
Yeah, Riggs, you're on point.
Yeah,
I'm reading this article. Yeah.
Yeah, 2,230 tons are from the trucking and urban deliveries. So they separate it from the land. If you combine it all, that's insane. That's at least what 40-50%. Just quick math.
So
This is what
here
I'm
comes that
saying.
number
It's
right from this
way,
article.
way more usage than they're saying. And check this out. On top of that, they're using it. They're literally just pouring. It's like a mixture of oil and gas. Like it's basically diesel, I guess, right? They're just pouring it straight into these boats, and they're just shooting it into the air. And even with doing that like constantly day and night, even with doing that day and night, all of the reserves are topped off all over the world for gasoline. Like we literally cannot pump it out of the ground fast enough. So like this whole idea of like there's limited resources is insane. It's unlimited.
Have you ever done an emissions check on a boat?
No.
It's very invasive. It's very invasive. They get right up in there. You don't just spew crude oil into the air. That you would get shut down immediately.
No. It's just diesel exhaust. Whatever form it is, I don't care. I don't. That's not.
I'll be
That wasn't the
causing
point.
oil spills. Y'all be putting
Whatever.
toxic
It's a
waste
diesel
into the
motor.
ocean.
If it's clean,
It just
if
has
it's
to
not
stop.
clean, I don't care.
It's a byproduct of burning. It's byproduct of burning the diesel.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm
carbon
just saying they're
dioxide,
burning
carbon
this
dioxide.
much fuel, and that's not in contention. They're burning it like constantly. They have huge tanks with huge baffles, and even still, the gasoline reserve and oil reserve for the world is topped off. Like it's literally at the top. They have to stop
most of the
production. It's so vast.
Most
They
of
have to
the
stop
big ships that you're talking about, most of the big ships you're talking about also aren't burning diesel. They're mostly burning liquid nitrogen. Look at like the biggest ships on the ocean right now are the LNG tankers, and they have LNG engines. I understand where you're going, but some of your facts are not quite right.
Well, there's
Okay,
an
yeah,
energy
I would love to
required for all
know
fuels.
what
So.
percentage of them are on this nitrogen thing, and how do they process it? What do they, how does this come to be? I'd love to know all those differences because sometimes they'll say, oh, this thing is green, but then they'll hide it behind another process, kind of like battery manufacturing or something,
Right. There's still a carbon footprint. Yes.
Well, LNG is kind of the leading edge of this, the natural gas engines. The primary, fuel in the freightliner industry is heavy fuel oil. I think it's got an acronym, HFO.
Yeah,
It's
but
just the high compression diesel engines.
you're correct, and that would be for the majority. But if we're looking at the biggest single contributors, we would look at the biggest single ships, and those are all LNGs, or 99% of them, and the new ones are anyway.
That must be nice, them getting to use that type of fuel. They probably keep it super cold stored and they convert it as they use it probably, so that's crazy.
Lock them up.
Looks like it's getting really popular too.
I think we need more V8s.
Yeah. It becomes a problem. Yep, of
And
course.
then you also have other studies that are underway, like the have you heard of the marine cloud brightening surveys? I know of 3 of them that are done underway. So this is actual climate change that is being tested. The largest one is being tested in the San Diego harbor right now.
wild.
Y'all
this
never
like
heard of this? Yeah.
I haven't.
This is real. This is they're using the deck of the USS Arizona as a spray platform. If you go there, you can see there's sprinklers all over the deck, and they're basically spraying out seawater so that the salt that's in it is allowed to evaporate and embed itself within the particulates from the exhaust, thereby brightening those clouds. This is an attempt in which to offset the global warming. It's still in a testing stage, but this is actual climate change that is research that is being done. Unfortunately, most people have never even heard of it because they like to pretend about contrails and things like that.
There's a lot of things that we're not up on that they're doing to help with the climate. Yes, I mean there's technology that they're talking about to develop to block out some of the to reflect the sun. Yes, like put a bunch of satellites in orbit that would reflect the sunlight off of the Earth, atmosphere, upper atmosphere. Yes, these things are in development. A lot of things. Will they be successful over time? We don't know. Honestly, we don't know. And then budget, and then their
University
budget,
of University of Washington is the one doing the testing over the Arizona. Their initial results, they've only been doing it for a couple of years, so we don't have good results, but their first preliminary things are pretty promising. The adverse effects, the biggest thing reported is some of the volunteers at the Arizona were reporting their car tires rotted a little bit quicker from the salt in the air, which makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. In Trump's budget cut proposal is to cut 49% of NASA's budget. So there you go.
Hell yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So here this cancels research,
In favor for the
development.
Space Force budget. So the same development that would have been happening is now happening in the government sector, and so the private sector under this
That's a lot. That's
laundering
why that's
program.
That's some speculation there. The point
No,
is
it's not.
that
It's evidential.
there some
NASA has lied to America for decades, and they're getting called out and defunded for it.
NASA has never lied about anything. They have not lied about a doggone thing. That's a lie being perpetrated by the flat junk community.
Nope,
So I
not a
want you
flat
to
earther,
post
dude.
I want you to post an article, post something that says, "Oh, we NASA, we sorry, we lied about." Go ahead, make my day. You'll not find it anywhere. You just believe garbage.
Well, you were about to say that we're defunding
why do you guys
space
why do
exploration
you guys
without
like believe
understanding that
garbage?
it's been rediverted to the Space Force. And now you're
It's not
projecting
being
some delusional to try to
it is
attack
not
the credibility
it
of
is
a
not
claim you
being
don't like.
it is not being redirected to the Space Force. It's being redirected to the military, probably in general, but not to the Space Force. Okay, this is garbage. Please stop this nonsense. And NASA has not lied
You want
about
to
a
show an
doggone.
article proving that you know where that money's going?
No, the money is saving. They are saving money. They're cutting budgets across. They just cut the Department of Education. They're cutting your Medicaid. They're cutting your SNAPs. They're cutting your USAID. They cut a bunch of cuts. Defunding the whole entire government and making government more inefficient. That's what they're doing. Cutting research and development. NASA, Harvard is no longer getting money for research, right? UCLA no longer getting money for research.
You've been watching
MIT,
Rachel Maddow.
all of these things are getting monies cut for research by the
Are
federal
you one of the
government,
12,000 people watching Rachel Maddow?
right? No, brother. Hold on. Are you saying that Rachel Maddow stuff that she says is not true? And I don't watch her a lot.
I'm telling you, she's
But
delusional and lying
no,
to
you
your
know.
face.
Okay, you know who's delusional? Epstein loving Fox News losers talking about, oh, release the Epstein files. A bunch of dummies. The whole entire MAGA movement is a bunch of losers. Conspiracy theories pushing. You know what I'm saying? Trump went in on conspiracy theories
Well, all the
about
normies
Epstein.
are, right? They get
Right?
riled up on
All
the
of them.
new
You know what
op.
I'm saying? Actual information. is what we believe in over here. Factual, evidentiary. Smother is garbage conspiracy theory. Like you're the one that was talking about, oh, do you know that there are certain things that they're working on in secret that we don't know? Garbage.
Do
Garbage.
you
You
don't
guys
think that?
believe you guys
You don't
are
think that?
always
like
you guys are always pushing conspiracy theories. And listen, you know what? No conspiracy theory that I have heard of has ever come to pass. Not one. Every single one that I've heard, from COVID to 9/11 to the deep state, all been a lie. Every single one has been a lie. NASA, blah 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 about NASA lying, garbage.
well, of course,
ISS,
the
Hold
media
on.
mouthpiece
garbage.
is telling you they're all lies.
Real
No,
quick, I
because
just need to say
there is
something.
no information that you have to back up any of these conspiracy theories. None.
Real quick, I need to say something. I misspoke. I didn't mean to say the MCB was coming off the Arizona. Obviously, the Arizona is sitting underwater in Hawaii. I got the ship name wrong. I apologize. My bad.
Failure.
There
Just
you
kidding.
go. I'm saying these people talking about NASA lying, and I've been waiting for a lie. I've been waiting for them to tell me the lie. You know what they say the lie is? Oh, the ISS doesn't exist, or the moon landing, or all this
Or
garbage.
there's flies on the ISS. You never addressed it, really.
Right.
You said that there should be flies on the ISS.
Flies. There should
but
be.
there should not be
Why not?
flies.
Why shouldn't they be? Because
There should
this
not be a fly outside
because
of the
there's
window of the
information,
ISS.
because we have the information that says that they brought insects to study them on the ISS. I can't let me tell you something. You guys think when you see those astronauts on the ISS that they are like picking their nose? Those are experts, dude. Those are
Oh, man.
scientists. So give me a break. They're doing research.
Yeah, my bad. I'm going on mute.
Hey, this is a bunch of nonsense that you guys believe, man. Nonsense. Nothing. You believe nothing that makes any kind of help for the world.
Robert, seriously, I say this like honestly. I think in a real life debate, you would get shit on in like 30 seconds because your
No.
inability to read the room and to contend with PR, with how other
Okay.
like granting what other people believe and think. Like you do a stereotype thing. You're just painting with broad brushes and escalating into places that other people are not thinking of. I think. I mean,
Of course you're thinking. Of course you're thinking. Of course you are. You're there.
you're not going to let
Listen,
someone
brother.
articulate a new
You are
idea
putting.
and
No,
correct
no,
them with some fundamentals. I mean, you're just
no.
not
It's
engaging realistically.
big man. I'm just trying to get you guys to stop digging yourselves into dark holes where there's nothing. I want you guys to start coming into
Oh,
the
great,
real
Rob.
world
What would I have done
and
without you, bro?
do things that are proper.
If we never met,
Stop
I would
digging
be so
yourselves deeper,
lost.
man. You guys are in the darkness of the dark web of the
Shouldn't you be encouraging people to like?
Otherwise, did you know that they're doing? You guys are just what that?
Look, dude, I have a life. You know, I studied cybersecurity forensics. You know, I consider myself, you know, slightly above average educated. I don't know if I can speak English, but you know, I mean, so what I'm saying is you're projecting though, like, and other people in here that have spoke, like you're projecting that they don't know certain fundamental things, after they tell you an idea that may be connected to that, but it's not. You're not really aligning or letting other people articulate what they really are trying to get to. Like, there's what would you say, like the secret sauce of their idea, right? You got to kind of let people get to that point, or you're just arguing against nothing and escalating to places that are gonna, you know, it just activates a different form of conversation, I think. But like I think, you know, I'm not a flat earther, and you were kind of like me, and you were engaging, and you were projecting I may have been a flat earther, and I'm like, all right. Because I think there are a lot of people stuck in some, you know, dark topics that are very distracting. I get what you're meaning there, but we can't understand for everybody else. Why do you think the whole fucking Earth is flooding right now?
There's a huge flood in New Jersey.
The whole
Jersey,
Earth is flooding? Shit, I'm only
Yeah,
20
Jersey.
feet above sea level. Somebody give me a heads up.
Jersey, Texas, India, couple places in Asia, and they're all the same. It's not that they're large, storms like 2-3 day storms that we normally see that causes floods. These are like 3 to 4 hour events where the clouds high precipitable moisture, like anomalous. I can't even see, like NOAA can't even explain this. I've been looking at their models. This is why they weren't able to warn people, because it's not in their models to explain how much moisture can be in these clouds. So I just think something's going on there. Maybe it's just a phase in the Earth. Something's going on here with the weather pattern or something, or maybe it's a little bit of this or weather modification.
They just passed a law here in Florida making cloud seeding illegal.
Just for the record, if the world does flood and any of you show up to my boat and you know me by my internet name, you don't have a spot. Get off.
Oh man.
Yeah, fuck off. I'm scared of you.
Yo, you're gonna crash your boat. I'm not trying to get on your boat. You crashing that shit.
Ouch.
Look, I've only
You're gonna crash into the ice wall trying to go south.
I've only
What if
run
we-
2 of my clients' boats aground and hit the dock with about 4. But
What if we brought Kool-Aid to drink?
all right, you got me. It's got to be the black cherry though.
That is, sir, you're a winner. That's all I have to say. That is
I've
that is the
scavenged a
shit.
12-pack of fruit roll-ups. Can I please board?
I mixed it with a bottle of water.
Sort of a custom fruit juice.
It's better than Kool-Aid.
Yo, imagine getting capsized on a remote island with a drink of Kool-Aid, and then you have to eat Kool-Aid to survive.
What if he ate you?
Yeah, we definitely have to figure out who's quicker to the eating.
I mean, I'm just gonna say one of us served in special forces.
I would just commit to becoming a wild animal.
What does that mean? You bent over a couple times for your drill sergeant?
Oh yeah.
It means I fell out of airplanes real good.
Supper
Cool,
fire.
so then you know about hitting the ground.
Is
I think we should just do a UFC cage match, electric versus Kool-Aid. We'll see the shocking results later. Come on, that's already a good tagline.
I'm there. Let's go.
I'm not trying to wrestle gold dust, dude. You better keep all
Why don't
those
we
antics down.
Why don't we donate the
You're
money
gonna come in the
to
ring like blowing gold dust around, like doing all these gay things.
Did you study rat?
Rat?
That's funny you say that, dude. I know all about rat. It's actually not what I choose to do, but
yes, I went to rat.
Nice. So gnarly. You scare me.
What's rat?
it's when you
Rat?
stomp on someone's toe, break their finger, poke their eye out, like you're just going for like ultimately sensitive spots.
Act
Seriously?
scared and turn around with a teacup and shove it up their nose. It's like
That's that pool stick in the, this pool stick stuff.
yeah, anything and everything goes. And they have all these crazy techniques. I've heard some, insight like on podcasts. They're
I
just
think
so
we're
gnarly.
talking about different things. I thought you said RASP, which was his Ranger indoctrination program. It's mostly PT. I think
fuck, you know that?
you're talking about sear and resistance and shit.
Oh.
No, I didn't do any of that crap.
Those people who do the sear stuff are fucking nutbags.
He's
I
gonna
don't know
go
how
like
they made.
Kool-Aid dust in my eye.
That's like fucking Delta Ops and shit. I don't know which ones
Yeah.
are the dark ones. Yeah.
Those guys do some special things.
I can kill you weird. It's like what?
Weird, slow, quick. You pick. Got a 20-side die over here. We can just use that. Figure it out.
Fuck. It's really crazy thinking about it because like the Spec Ops guy, like how tough, you know what I mean? Like the stress they put your body through. I can't imagine like that's like a landing point, and then you you like raise that, go to another level, and then learn unique skills around it.
That's the thing. Like it's like what they said is it never gets easier. You know what I mean? Which is insane. Like that's what made it sound insane to me. It never gets easier. Like you can be training your whole life for this, and you're never going to get used to it. It's always going to suck every time you do this. Crazy.
The week after Ranger School, the bottoms of both my feet fell off.
Oh,
wow.
Did they make you do the march thing? Like they put you all in the middle of like. At one time they did it in like New Orleans, and I think they do it in North Carolina now. But they like make y'all like live for like 2 weeks, like on a patrol or something. Is that what you're talking about?
No, so Derby phase is it's the final phase of Ranger School. It's just in the swamp. So you spend 2 weeks running and walking every day with wet socks on.
Would it be better not to have socks?
Learn to be lethal even when you got trench foot.
I'm looking up this LNG stuff for the boat, and it looks to be somewhat of a wash, but like I said, like most of the emissions cost comes from production and transportation of the liquefied gas, and actually it increases risk because you're stuck with essentially trusting that these production methods are using the best methods. Whereas the boat, you can see the output of the boat come out of the stack. Whereas the output of the LNG is essentially the production part, which isn't, it's, I would imagine it's individually monitored instead of, you understand, like the cost is up front. And it's not showing that there's really much benefit to them. And also, most of these LNG boats, they have like a diesel backup motor, which I imagine decreases efficiency also, because then they're using both fuels or have like capacity for both fuels. So it just sounds like, a hybrid situation all over again. Like if people were looking to maximize the efficiency out of a diesel or gasoline motor, they would get the amount or a similar cleanliness of like a battery operated or an LG motor. They would get similar efficiencies if they were allowed to do the technologies necessary, like Tank has done to his car for future proofing. Like if they were allowed to run like high temperature motors and builds, or just different things like that. Like they could run diesel and gas more efficient, but they don't allow it. And then they say that these newer technologies, which cost more money to implement, and then also have a backup system using the old shit, they say that's more efficient.
You say they don't allow it. Who isn't allowing it?
Well, I'm just talking about, the talk is about emissions. So it was originally about like vehicles and stuff like that. So like the emissions in America, they require like catalytic converters and recirculation equipment and tons of different computers and software and sensors. And yeah, it's highly, I mean, motors are highly like not, you know, they're highly ganked by the government. Otherwise, like, dude, like Honda, they had the CVCCC motor or some shit in like the late 80s that I think it got like 50 to 60 miles per gallon without reducing power. I mean, if there's just all kinds of technologies for vaporizing fuel or even using a high efficiency diesel motor where the exhaust comes out cleaner and you get way more miles per gallon and the motors are forged. So like they last for over 1,000,000 miles. But that's
Like
not
that.
good for the economy. It's not good for the
Right,
economy, but it's good for the consumer.
So you're saying they're stopping them from making these motors?
Yeah,
Who's
through
stopping?
emission standards. When the regular gas and diesel technologies can supersede their current performance, instead of allowing that to occur, they implement these emission standards, which force them to use alternative technologies, which are far less efficient if you include the net cost of like battery production or sensor production, or the fact that a customer might even be able to afford the product, and then the overall cost of like people not being able to afford things, and that slows the economy down and causes hardships. And so it's like the net result
Now,
is
you
horrible.
just hit on the reason why marine propulsion lags behind. You just hit on it. It's money.
Okay.
It costs a lot of money to upgrade it or to do anything to an engine to a boat. That's why you see such old engines in boats, is because it's
Yeah.
so fucking expensive.
Well, I'm actually fine with it. I'm fine with them using the old engines. Like I said before, I don't believe in the whole climate problem. I don't think that we can affect it to any large degree, and I don't think these boats are really causing a problem. I think that we have an overcapacity to fill the boats. We have topped off reserves, and we're never in need of oil. There's a surplus of oil at all times. So I don't even care. I say keep the diesels running, and I say that the vehicles that people use, let them, if they want to use high efficiency diesel and gasoline motors without all the emissions bullshit in there, that's going to ruin the longevity of their investment, I'd say let them. So
So when you make this statement that we haven't affected the climate, like do you kind of like reject all like the ice core samples and things like that we've been pulling out and showing how much gas and all these little things that we've put in the atmosphere
Sure,
over the
man.
last 300 years?
Yeah, absolutely. I think all of those ice cores, I mean, could have been made 100 years ago.
The thing is like, yeah, there are some that
Yeah.
were made 100 years ago. They get the
Yeah.
information and they show, oh look, there's not as much 100 years ago as there is today. There's not as much
Well, no,
50
what I'm
years
trying to
ago as
say,
there
like you're looking at the core and saying that each different layer of cake is represents a period of time. I'm
about a
saying the
year.
whole. Well, I'm saying like the whole core itself could have been made in the same period of time. So it's a completely different claim.
Okay, so like when you have like the ice sheet of Antarctica that is about 800,000 years old,
Good
that's what I'm
guess.
saying. Like that they use ice cores,
disown that
and
thought. No, I don't agree with
yeah,
that.
that's what I'm saying. They use ice cores and they say, hey, this is the amount of time it takes for these ice cores to form, about a year. We count this amount. It's like counting tree rings. Dude.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that's your conception. I have proposed a different conception.
That is the conception. That is the conception.
Okay. All right. Black man with a V8.
I can get in on this. I've seen evidence showing that these layers in the cores they have no evidence showing the time period that they form. They've assumed that they're based on seasons, but the problem is there's multiple of these layers that form seasonally. So there's tons of questions to be asked about those ice core samples. I don't think it's the information. I think it's delusional.
If the ice core samples came back and said that it didn't have we didn't have this in there, do you think you would make any same arguments about rejecting the evidence?
No, it's just
Like,
looking.
no, I'm saying if it came back and said, hey, look, the atmosphere hasn't changed that much, this has been the human contradictions. Do you think that you would have the same argument or have the same wanting to accept, a narrative like that as a solution?
I'm unsure personally. 'Cause I mean, I don't really have a dog in the fight, so it's like for me, not really. I'm just kind of looking
No,
at
you
it. From,
truly do. Do you have kids?
no.
Oh, do you want to have kids?
Yeah.
So you do have a dog in the fight because their kids are going to inherit an earth that's damn near fucking unlivable. And we were just talking about weird weather patterns and things like that that are coming to be.
Yeah,
you do
but
have
this
like
weather is like, and this connects to what I said earlier about Noah. And if they're hiding that it's actually the sun that's causing this major change on Earth, there's something coming that there's nothing we can do. And
Oh, I
they're
agree
just
with that.
hijacking this data to get people scared and to get them to move.
But they've done like the, hey, is this the solar minimum maximum? You know what I mean? They've done those thoughts. You know what I mean? And like the end result is it's not a solar minimum maximum situation. It's, hey, look at the results, from the last, like what they did essentially is they took it back to the Industrial Revolution and they showed this was the atmosphere and these were the weather conditions. And they've just shown ever since the Industrial Revolution how much more of these greenhouse gases have been added. And then when you do the math, it was us. It wasn't a bunch of volcanoes going off, which could be the case. It wasn't a bunch of natural disaster events. It was us. We did it. We've had the hottest years year after year for the last 5 years. It's. I remember being a kid in Tennessee and having snow. I haven't seen snow in Tennessee on Christmas in so long. Things do change. I get it. The Sahara Desert wasn't always a desert, but we have to kind of address this with science and hand waving, dismissing an ice core sample or other things like that by, hey, it could have been done this way. It could have been done that way. If it's all done in 1 year, what we have is an example of how much gas we've put in the atmosphere in that 1 year, and we can compare it to another 1 year. But it's not even that. It's year by year. These are how these layers are formed, and this is how this is how it happened, basically.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this is going to play out because, if you're looking at the conspiracy model of the sun is the problem and Noah's lying about it, that means we don't have long. We've got a couple decades left until, this event gets to its maximum and we see if the Earth changes. So,
Mm-hmm.
but otherwise, I think that there is a lot of obfuscation around it. So, and if climate change is real and human caused, and we're not doing anything to stop it, and we're pushing over an edge on something, I get the fear on that, but I think the fear is more powerful than the idea itself.
I see what you're saying. But like I said, like if I didn't have any like data, like to like lay down on, I don't know if I could make these same claims. But there's enough data to say we have done A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and we have the weather, patterns and everything for a very long time. And what we're finding is the Earth is getting hotter. Storms like storm season down in Florida, they like warned this will be the worst ever. They do it every fucking year. But like last year there was 2 storms back to back that hit, which is rare, but yeah, I wish people would look more at the data and not dismiss it and because of what it says. It says that we're killing ourselves, I think if we could get a bit more of a open conversation about it, we might be able to do something.
They said before it was warming up, it was cooling down. There's going to be an ice age. Before that, it was the ozone layer. I don't know how old you are, but I remember.
I'm old as fucks. Let's see.
You old git. Yeah, there was like the ozone. I remember the ozone layer. I must have been about 15. So it
Yeah,
must
I
have been
remember.
80, no, less, 70.
So
Yeah,
just for the record, we are in an ice age.
Yes. Yes, we're not in a glacier maximum, but yes, we have ice on the Earth. Yes.
They're manipulating the weather as well. You know that. You know they've changed where they take the temperatures and put them in airports and things like that. That's just insane. That's to make a 10% increase, because it's like the temperature rises because it's a used place. It's a, you know, it's a on a. There's loads of factors what bump that sort of. Say like if you was out in the sticks, it's 10 degrees lower, but in the airport it's 10 degrees more because of the traffic and the planes coming in and the activity there.
Yeah.
It's a manipulation. Why would they do that? If the planet's warming up, you don't need to adjust those temperature readings. And for I don't know, for a long time in the records, you know, regardless of the alarmists, the planet goes up and it comes back down.
Mhm.
It's only 1 or 2 degrees it goes up. So when you're saying look at the data, what data?
It's the ice core samples. They show how much.
Right, you think to yourself, right? They took these ice core. I remember watching this program as a kid. They took the ice core, and one of the questions we asked back then is like, so how long are these ice cores? Because they're gonna be like pretty long.
They are.
To
They
go
know.
back.
I've seen that they are. There's some really long ones. There's some really long
like,
ones.
what is that going to tell you?
So
you're
allegedly,
Sorry.
allegedly this is how it works. Allegedly, right? So every year there's a bout of snowfall, and in places like Antarctica, that snowfall doesn't melt. So all of that information essentially gets frozen into and layered into the ice over time. And every year it grows by a measurable amount. And, after, like, when you get one of the samples, you can look into these things and it looks like little lines. And every one of those little lines, there's some, like the guy said, you could argue that they're formed seasonally, but not for Antarctica. There are other ice core samples and things that like they may have that problem, but specifically for Antarctica, that's not the issue. But yeah, that's what it is. It's like a bunch of snow that never melted, essentially, and yeah, you get the data from all of you melt it, and then you get the isotopes and everything that.
But they're saying for years the ice caps are melting. They're obviously not melting, because if they were melting, the sea levels would rise, and the sea levels are not rising.
They are, Slitsy.
But how?
They are.
Where did
The city of Miami literally just got from the U.S. Corps of Army Engineers. They pretty much told the city of Miami, if everything stays the same, they're going to spend. They need to spend like $50 billion to get water pumps. You know what I mean? So the city doesn't flood.
Yeah, but if you look at the amount of construction in Miami, that tells you one thing: if there's possibilities of flooding, it's like in the UK. There's flood areas. Yeah, zero. You ain't gonna get a mortgage. You ain't gonna get insurance. You're kind of fucked. And they wouldn't be doing that in Miami for sure.
They're doing that. So you're seeing that a lot happening with like a lot of like 3-story high rises and shit like that. They're making the laws, and you're also seeing insurance companies just getting the hell out of Florida, literally just leaving Florida, so they wouldn't have to get into that whole argument. Almost every natural disaster state's kind of running across that right now. California, Florida.
So you think like in Europe then we're closer to the North Pole and Greenland
Hey, Slitzer, you cut out a bit. You said I heard Greenland, and that's it. What does that mean?
Also, I'm currently above the 45th parallel. How much closer are you?
Who, me? Or Slitzy?
No, but I heard him drop too.
Yeah, I heard Greenland, and then no thing.
So you were talking about the ice core samples. Isn't there a visual line when the world stopped using leaded gasoline? Like,
Yeah.
isn't that actual visual that you can see?
Yeah, they have. Yeah, they have that. They have that. Yep, which is crazy. But yeah, they have that. They can show how much let it, and then they can show like the time, like when they're like, "Hey, this is bad," and it starts like gradually going down, and then it pretty much disappears. Still, I mean, there's still some, but it pretty much disappears. It's crazy. You can see the results of the Roman Empire because of their metallurgy, lead and things like that, and snow caps and cores from the north, from the North Pole area. You wouldn't really find that very well in the South Pole, but you would find remnants of it, but not as concentrated as it would be. You know what I mean? For the North Pole.
So scientific tests like this look really cool, and I love looking at the data. But fuck going to get it. That looks way too fucking cold, and nah.
I don't know. I think it'd be. I went to school where it's in the mountains. It's cold all the time. I don't know. I think it'd be interesting if you don't have to live there. You know what I mean? Like to visit and do it might be fun, but I don't know. Living there would be.
Right, but most of the time you have to be there for at least a couple months to get the
Long
integrity of
time.
your sample and all that. Yeah.
Yeah. And they're there for. They do that base. Some people will stay at that base for, like you said, 3, 4, 5 months. You know, getting all their experiments and samples in. You know. Is that the Amundsen Smith or some shit? I forgot the name of it.
Amundsen Scott.
Scott. Yeah. Scott Smith. You know, who cares?
You know, it's just one of my missions is to just protect people from, conspiracy theories and stuff like that. It's non-productive. It's not true. It's just wrong. It's dark. And it's harming the world, man. People are not productive because of it. You know what I mean? People are not voting correctly because of it. The whole reason why Trump is in office is because of conspiracy theories. Epstein files.
Well, he got in trouble for that one.
Hunter Biden laptop. Garbage. Nothing, a lot of nothingness. You know what I mean? My God.
I think he's going to come back and haunt him, especially with this Epstein file thing. But yeah, people would vote for, someone who supports their conspiracy theory other than someone who wants to try to help them live a better life. Voting within your own interests is not an American culture pastime.
Yeah. Okay. So come back on. One thing I learned from the Trump administration that the deep state never existed. How many mother people yelled at me, "Oh, yo, deep state. Them are the ones that are really ruling the world." You know, if there was a deep state, no, they couldn't go in. Trump couldn't do what he's doing. The deep state is weak. There was no deep state. None.
Yeah. I want to see how this turns out because if I hope people that actually cared about this and like wanted, justice to be done, don't stop because, their Papa Flurf told them to. I hope people realize the power that we could have as a, voting bloc, essentially, and actually get people in power that will want to work for and with us.
So this is an antidote, and it means absolutely nothing, but it's my life right now. My girlfriend has had gallbladder issues for a long time, and we are now taking steps for her to get the surgery because the big new bill removes her from healthcare.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Yeah, like things like that. People are going to die because of that. It's just so unfortunate. I wish he would just quit and walk away, but ain't gonna happen.
None of you guys are really like for any of the America First stuff.
I think we have this. Just tanks.
Yep.
Yeah, like I said, I'm 100% about wanting to do America first in that regard. I always have cautions using slogans from like the Ku Klux Klan though.
I don't know about that.
Right.
America first with the Ku Klux Klan slogan.
I also support America. I'm a military veteran. I think we don't give enough money to our military, especially to the research and development parts of it. But I don't believe that America will survive if we alienate the rest of the world.
100%. But I think you can be
Hold on, let me
America
rephrase.
first.
America will survive, but I don't want to live in that America because it requires growing your own food and riding a horse everywhere.
The thing is, you can be America first, but I think when people say that, they think it's like a hierarchy where America is standing on the backs of these people, essentially. That's kind of how like the whole tariff and all this stuff has been playing out a bit. But oh no.
So how do you feel about it, Tank?
I think we got a real chance of something interesting happening. I think there's something weird going on behind the scenes. But you guys are the closest people I can talk to about that know about the corruption and how fucked up it all is. So everyone else seems to be just fucking following the fucking wind. Oh, this is what's popular. Let's do this.
I agree that I think World War III is probably going to kick in the next 5 years. And right now, it looks like Iran, Russia, and China are going to be the big three players on one side, and America, maybe Australia, are going to be on the other side.
Yeah.
The saber rattling and the intentional ramming of ships done by the PLAN on Australian flagships has gotten out of hand.
That Australia just bought 2 new nuclear subs from us, so I'm feeling that may help the Chinese calm down a bit.
Did you see the Chinese sub that launched 2 months ago?
The one that sunk? Yeah.
And then like a week
Funny.
later, North Korea launched a new destroyer, and it
And that was
capsized.
So in when I was in China, and like the term "made in China," 中国制造, it literally means it's cheap, and that's like their own words. That's the way they even see it. So like literally, I have a buddy where he's there, and we're talking about that, and he said that about the ship sinking. He was like, 中国制造, made in China.
Like the big data race that's coming to an end right now. I feel like we're at like the last episode of a season, or like a season finale, or like a
Yeah.
series finale or something.
I mean, with Russia's horrible performance in Ukraine, and China's pretty much inability to project force, we're pretty far away from like a war that would be kind of scary. But China's getting new subs out and everything, so it's not far away to where they could challenge us. 2 new aircraft carriers, 4 new subs or something.
We just went 6th gen on our fighters, going for this new air
And
dominance.
this is the problem, right? Those 2 new aircraft carriers. This what is it? Xingzong and Ting Tong. I don't even know.
Yeah, like Xinjiang, like Ping Pong 1 and Ping Pong 2.
Drop a can off a cliff.
They both have the magnetic aircraft launch cable.
Yeah.
And they're really cool technology, really cool theory. It's never been tested. Not even tested.
So what they've done is they wanted to try to steal the one we did, but the one they stole is literally from like World War II. Like remember in World War II when like they had like basically fucking slingshots across it,
Right.
That's pretty much the equivalent of it,
So like they put out the propaganda and they say, "Oh, we have these 2 new aircraft carriers." Okay, yes, but they can't launch aircraft. So are they aircraft carriers?
Well, they can carry them. You're dealing with China. It's going to be technical to the definition. Oh yeah, they can totally carry them.
I thought there was mining on the dark side of the moon.
Maybe.
I thought they landed at the South Pole. China was real interested in the H3 at the South Pole. But whoever gets that is going to be the superpower for the next generation.
Well, it's about getting it back too,
Right.
Anything we mine or do in space is going to be the most expensive shit that you get.
Last time they did a
would-
projection about equal to mine the H3 and make it. So now it's probably cheaper to mine it.
Okay. I mean, that's that's how it is. The second the cost gets lower enough, they'll be like, let's send everybody there,
Didn't they recently go to the moon as well after India? But they said that they couldn't show the footage because it was so secret.
Yeah, the Chinese went to the moon recently. Probably like 2
Was it
years
man?
ago.
No, I thought it was
Was
this
it manned?
year.
It wasn't manned. Like I said, I know they went to the moon recently. I don't think it was manned though. I don't think it was manned.
It was most probably such a bad video. That's why they didn't show it.
Probably the camera broke. It's China. The camera probably broke. It's China.
It's technically part of their military, so they literally don't share it as military secrets. It's standard policy. When they break it and actually show something is when it's surprising.
I did send him an email saying that, don't worry, it can't be as worse as India. Then they said that India's one was actually a representation of what was going on there. Is that true?
I don't know offhand.
It was a simulation of what was happening. It wasn't real. It wasn't the real. That's why it looked like a video.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen the Indian footage really.
The Indian one's bad.
Did you see the footage from the blue? Did you see the footage from the blue ghost before it fell over? That's the private one that just landed. Its camera was working for a little while before it fell over and ran out of electricity.
Damn. Damn. What about
I think
the
it'd
rat?
be super. The what?
About the rat on Elon Musk's SpaceX
He put a rat.
thing.
He put a rat
No,
on
there
one of
was a
his
rat
ships.
on there. No, there was a rat.
Are you
Or
talking about the
some-
ice?
You can Google it. Just say the rat SpaceX with a
Okay,
mouse. It's
Hold
fucking. You can't make that shit up. I swear they do these
That
things
is
on
true.
purpose. They do them on purpose.
Rat space.
Do you realize that rat is over 1.5 meters in size?
Yeah, it's one of those ones from Birmingham.
You've seen a rat that's over a meter.
Have I
Let's
seen
see,
a rat meter long? How do you know? How do you know it's a meter long?
Because the engine that in the outside.
Oh, your robot.
And tank. I know.
Your robot, and thank God. Sorry, I
Oh,
didn't
I
mean
see what
that.
you're talking about. What the fuck?
Did you see it? Is that that
Yeah.
isn't a meter rat? That's just a normal rat. So it means the worst thing is, it means that's a model.
Hold on. Here's
no
what
way
it
that's
actually. That is a cryogenic liquid liquid fuel tank. That's ice.
It looks like
that
a rat.
Rat. It does. And,
Yeah.
But that rat, if you look at it, is 1.5 meters in size, and no
Oh, the
rat is
scale.
1.5 meters in size.
When's the last time you've been to New York?
Yeah, but how can you say it's a meter?
Well, the
Because
scale.
we know how
Because
big
we know. Look,
we know how big the tank is.
But we know
that's how we know.
No, you know what you've been told. So they've told you that engine is that size. So really and truly, we know rats are not 1 meter in length. So we have to discern that actually that's a fucking scaled model, because that's not real, is it? The rat, even if the rat was 6 meters long, how is the rat on the engine?
You know,
that's what you should be asking. You shouldn't be saying, "Oh yeah, but that rat's 1 meter long." You should actually be saying, "How is the rat on the, regardless of what size, how is it on the engine?" Then you
Here's
have
the
to
really
think to
fun
yourself. Yeah,
You ready
the
for it?
fun thing is scratching your head and then saying,
Hold on.
"Got it. It's
Hold
a
on.
scaled model, and it's fucking not real."
Notice I haven't even looked anything up because I know this. That exact launch and landing is available for view on Red Rhetoric's channel. We know where that was. We know the time of it and we can watch it from launch to landing. Thanks, Reds.
What are you on about?
But so let's see, that shit looks like a rat, but I
There's
don't.
a rat.
It looks like one. That's for damn sure. Like when I saw it, I was like, "What the fuck is this?"
Look, even if we was like hitting the bong hard, and we looked around at each other and said, "Fuck me, that's a rat," you ain't gonna say, "Yeah, that's 1 meter long." No, you're just gonna say that's a rat, and maybe that rocket is just a space model, and that rat's on the space model, because it's obviously not real. That is like the engine's blasting. So how is the rat? It would have I don't know. It would have stuck to the engine. Like it would have, melted to the engine. Most probably, his fur would have been burning for sure.
Oh yeah, that
So
would have died. I mean, that thing's like 300. So like it things, yeah. But so my mind is, like I said, it looks like a fucking rat. It looks like one, and my mind did exactly kind of what his did. It's like, oh, that engine's huge. That rat would have to be really big for it to be a rat.
So we know. That's what I'm going to say. So we know rats are not that big, and there's no way that's anything other than a rat or a mouse or whatever we want to say. It's definitely a real animal, just by the way it's moving, it's how it mimics. It's no mechanical rat or anything like that. So
Yeah.
I think on the actual when that was live apparently. And when that was live, they obviously see it was on there, and they cut, and it all went a bit crazy. But someone's obviously got the footage.
Well, one, it is Elon Musk, and he's the king of all scams. So that would not be surprising. But like I said, as my mind, I thought the first time when you told me to Google it, I was like, holy shit. And then like I looked at the thing, I looked at the size, I was like, man, that engine's fucking huge. That has to be like one of the biggest rats in the history of time, for that to be the
Yeah, I
fucking
get it. I get that as well. But I think
your complaint came down to we have cut video. Remember when I offered you the full uncut launch to landing of that video on Red's Rhetoric's channel? Do you remember that?
that black and white space rocket thing.
It's not black and white. There's lots of color.
Oh,
we have video of that rocket.
Yeah, but like, look, you still can. You're telling me, oh, we know. So you're convincing yourself that you know which camera is which. You don't know which camera is which. Even I'm looking at that video, and I thought, mate, that's 3 hours long. I'm not gonna. That's 3 hours. I'll never get back. I'm not gonna go into it. But you can't say what's what without you. Listen, we needed to be at the rocket site, and me and you was there, and we say like, look, yeah, camera 1 is view 1, camera 2 is view 2. Yeah, we know the cameras are in the right places, and the cameras correspond to which the playbacks are going. What we're going to watch, and we can't do that. So you're still having to put your faith in that guy for him telling you the truth. And regardless of him sighting the camera, because the camera is one of him, yeah, you got two why put GoPro on there anyway? That's my question. Why in the world you want to represent something really without no fucking argument? So why would you put 2 fucking GoPro cameras on there? It doesn't make any sense. So I'd be like, what? Say if that was my project. Say it was my project, and I went on holiday for a couple of weeks, and I come
You
back.
asked a question, buddy.
Yeah, go on.
You asked a question. Let me answer. The reason they're there is so they have a visual kind of confirmation of stage separation.
Who cares? Fucking hell, who cares? Who cares? We just want no fucking GoPros.
Right?
We don't. Yeah, but like, look, imagine that was my rocket, and I left these cunts in charge, and I went off on holiday and come back, and they say, yeah, we put Go. I'll be going, you put fucking what on there? You put GoPros? Are you fucking kidding me? The thing that everyone fucking loves to fucking interpret, yeah, fisheye or whatever, and then you put them on there. I'd be fuming. I'd be getting the rocket and beating them over the heads with it. I'd be saying, are you mad? I don't care about the rocket. I don't care about the separation. The other thing is when the rocket came down, how did it come down? Did it just self-land? Is it one of them self-landing ones?
Yes. It is a
No
that is a Falcon 9 booster.
way. No way.
Yep.
Self-landing rocket. That's another piece of horse. I'm glad I didn't fucking watch that video now, because I don't believe that. I don't believe you can shoot up a rocket and it goes, how many miles does it go?
A long way. I don't know.
A long way, yeah. That's it. It's like me throwing up a pencil. It's like me It's like me getting a catapult, shooting a pencil up in the air, and that pencil is going to come down and land on the end, on the concrete, on the road, on its end. And I'll be going, see that? It's like, no. Regardless, it's just not
If you had
possible.
fins
Even
on,
the Musk
if you had
stuff,
fins,
even the
you
Musk
could
stuff, the
control and you
chopsticks.
could control the descent of the pencil as well as providing
I
upward
do not-
thrust during the descent. There's no reason you
listen.
couldn't do it.
I don't know. I would imagine I'm going to appeal to Rene now. There used to be a video game, yeah, called Cresta Run, and you'd have 3 little rockets, and you had to first one, then it was like you'd have to link it up on the second one, you know, and the third one was like ultra difficult. One little bit, and there's not many people could do that game. So I don't believe. And it's just my opinion. So like you can disregard it or whatever, but there's no way you can convince me that a fucking rocket can fire up into space. And it's just, I've seen the ones with Musk. It's just ridiculous. You cannot be serious. If we was all smoking weed, I'd love it.
Thousands
We could
of
all sit
videos.
there.
You just want to pretend those don't exist. You could
Yeah,
go
but
to it yourself.
we could get the popcorn out. We can put some toffee on it. We can put some salt. We can put some sugar. Let's go. This is fucking gonna be good, and we can sit there and we can laugh about it. There's no way you cannot be serious, and you cannot, hand on heart, be serious and say they're landing rockets on the fuck.
Yeah,
I'm about to jump to a call, but I'll be back.
If you want the best, if you want real good uncut, go to Red's Rhetoric. If you want really good images, I would recommend Astronomy Live. What's really cool is you can use the two of them because they would film the same thing, and you would have 2 independent views of the same object. You can even run parallax between them.
Parallax.
Yep.
Do you know there's a company here in the UK? It's called Parallax. Do you know what they do? They get guinea pigs. They get people to test drugs. And one year these guys, they were testing some drug. I can't remember what it was, but their fucking heads swelled up. So it was like fucking footballs. I swear to God, you've got to Google it. Go onto the Google and say, what's it? Yeah, drug.
Hey, Stitzy, you ran away so
guinea
fast you
pig.
forgot your coat. Where's your coat, buddy?
I haven't run away. I'm here, innit? What? How have I run away? What you're talking hypothetical nonsense, and I'm just saying in it. But I don't mean that to be rude. I just mean like you can't confirm anything, so you have to take the reins of someone else telling you, yes, this is it. But it's I beg to differ. Just down on my, only on my gut instinct, my logic thinking. So you can disregard that. You can disregard that. Listen, for you to turn around and say I don't have any logical thinking is beyond me. That you actually believe in that shit. That's garbage. So when you're throwing stones, be careful because you're in the greenhouse. And you're actually saying, I fully believe anything that's
I'm not
offered
in the
to me.
greenhouse.
You are.
You want me to go to the greenhouse?
You're throwing stones in the greenhouse.
It's only like what?
God, what you just want an argument, but like, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to laugh with you. If you want to laugh about it and say like, yeah, it's real. Yeah, it's real. It's real.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of plants and stuff. We got some herbs. We got a couple of vegetables.
Look, see, when you look, I told you the rat video. That's irrefutable. That's a rat. Now you're trying to tell me that's a 1 meter rat. No, that's a fucking scaled model of. We know it ain't real for the rat to be on there, so that has to be a scaled model because we know rats are not fucking 1 meter long.
Right. We know rats aren't 1 meter long. We know the size of that object.
So the rocket has to be an interpretation of the rocket. Has to be a model, a scaled model. Let that sink in for 1 minute, because we know rats are not 1 meter long.
Right.
Impossible.
Would you like to see a video of that launch to landing uncut?
No, I don't care about. Listen, the rat on the engine melting
Not a
hot.
rat.
What is it then?
It is a piece of ice.
Shut the fuck up. Right. Stop it. Stop it.
Comes from the cryogenic.
Show me your video where that rat is now a piece of ice. Because that, for me, is a rat. There's no way you can say that was a piece of ice, unless you're mental. That's like me showing you a bar of gold and saying, that ain't a bar of gold. That's an ice cube.
Have you ever dealt with cryogenic?
Or me, I've got my dog. I'm walking out with my dog. It's a chow chow. And I go, that's not a dog. That's an ice cube. Why have you got it on a lead?
Have you ever
why have you
dealt
got
with
it on the lead? Why have you got the ice cube on the lead? I go, don't know. We're just
Have
chilling.
you ever dealt with cryogenics? Have you ever dealt with any? Have you ever dealt with cryogenics? Anything super cold?
Have you?
Yes. We use cryogenics in the bio lab I worked at. It isn't a very common thing. Have you used it?
What bio lab did you work at?
UNM.
What, making biosexuals? No.
No. We were a chemistry lab.
Oh, and what do you make at your chemistry lab?
Nothing. We researched. But anyway, we had a fridge where we kept samples that was cryo, and it was super cold. In your life, have you ever been around anything cryo?
Hold on, where'd you get your samples from? Where'd you get your samples?
Different labs, places. It depends.
But what
samples?
Samples? Give me a flavor of the samples that you had. What samples? Coffee samples, tea samples.
The research that ended up getting published was on a sample of tap water collected from a myriad of different taps, including the water fountain at the elementary school.
Are you kidding me?
The samples come from
You're telling me
No.
you worked in a lab collecting fucking tap water?
Yeah. But that doesn't matter. Have you ever?
It doesn't. If it well, look.
Yeah.
So you collected some tap water. What did you think about the tap water? What did you do with the tap water? Yeah. What was the big test of tap water? What did you?
It was a microorganism.
Microorganisms in tap water.
Yeah, I saturated growth mediums and observed colonistic traits and speciation within the microbes inside.
Yeah, did you drink the tap water?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you saw the shit what's in the tap water, and you still drink the tap water.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of crazy. Do you still eat McDonald's? Do you eat McDonald's? Yeah. You have to be crazy. You have to be crazy. Right. Obviously, you've never. Okay. You have to be crazy or not look at the ingredients in McDonald's.
In your life, have you ever been around any cryogenics, anything frozen? They use it in power plants. They use it in industry a lot. Have you ever been around it?
What are we talking about? Frozen what?
Cryo.
Regardless
Specifically,
of
the field of
cryogenics, what are you
It
talking about?
contains-
Frozen? Frozen what? I've seen some frozen rosin, and I smoked it after it's been pressed. Is that any frozen rosin?
I apologize. You don't even understand the concept. I can't explain it, dumber.
You're telling me that you're in a lab. Hold on.
It's
Let me get this
failing on
right.
me.
Right? I don't understand. Hold on. Come on. I don't understand that you worked in a lab, fucking testing tap water. Fuck it, and I don't understand. Because I don't understand.
No, that it doesn't matter what I used to do.
Well, you seem to be like sort of like flapping around a little bit. You're a little bit nervous. I don't know what's gone wrong. I'm only just. I'm not even questioning you.
And I'm trying to exit this conversation.
You're trying to get angry, aren't you?
I'm trying to get angry now.
Are you gonna like? You're not trying to bully me, are you?
No.
Into me, you're not trying to make me believe.
I really don't care.
Well, what? How can you turn around and say you don't understand? You ain't even. Oh, you're blabbering. You're just blabbering. You're going blah, 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 talking about frozen tap water. I used to work in a lab. Have you ever been around anything frozen? Yeah, some icy bitches back in the 80s. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what you want to. What do you want? What do you want me to say?
Slitsy, stop talking. Answer this question. In your life experience, have you ever worked around cryogenics?
What is cryogenics? I don't even know what cryogenics is. I could have, but if you don't explain it, I don't know.
Cryogenics is the process of getting things really, really, really cold. You don't know
what things? What things? Give me an example. The man who worked in the lab. Huh?
You
Did you say plasma? Did you say
Yes.
plasma?
Yes.
Plasma.
Yes.
Can't plasma be hot as well?
Different kind of plasma.
Don't you get plasma when you're welding?
I'm talking blood plasma.
Blood plasma.
Yes.
So you got some frozen blood plasma. You didn't get that
Yes.
out of the tap, did you?
No.
What did you? How
No,
did you get the frozen blood
that was a
plasma?
different experiment.
Cut your finger.
Cryogenics is also used in
when your football team lose. When your football team lose, kind of like yes, cryogenics. I don't look. You're talking stuff, and you're not really representing it in a way that someone can understand it. So when you're saying you don't understand, it's because like you've got a kind of bad way of explaining things. If you explain things very clearly and very fundamentally, maybe people can understand and say yes or no. But I really and truly, up until now, I ain't got a fucking clue what you're on about.
Sorry, you don't speak
really
retard.
explained it very well.
In this case, what I was trying to discuss.
Did someone say something there? Hold on. Did we have an echo?
Is the cryogenics that is cooling the liquid fuel in order that it maintains a liquid and doesn't raise into a gas. That cryogenics results in ice formation on the outside of the rocket. That ice formation then moves, and it came into the camera view, which was there to ensure first stage separation, not to look at the view, but to ensure the rocket was operating nominally. And that's what you thought is a rat, even though it's
clearly a rat. It's clearly a rat, and you're a rat for denying it. because like what you're saying is absolute horseshit. But I'm glad you're saying it because everyone will know that you're just an absolute fucking it's just a joke. It's a rat. It's not a piece of ice. It's a rat. And for you to just come out with that nonsense of, oh yeah, it's cryogenics. It's the fucking thing you can see is fucking glowing. It's not glowing because it's freezing cold, is it? You know. What do you do?
It's
You
glowing. Oh, what rat
you see a
glows?
video. You see a video. It kicks you in the balls, and you think like, "Oh, I don't care. My balls just made
You
of
just
steel."
said it's a rat, and yet it's glowing.
No, the fucking engine's glowing, but the fucking rat is not glowing, is it? You cunt. The rat is just walking around, smoking a joint. Maybe I don't know what the rat's doing. I ain't got fucking, I can't look at the video and go, oh, yeah, the rat's is phoning the bank. I don't know. The rat's on the engine. You're telling me, yeah, but that rat has to be a 1 meter rat. No, it doesn't. It just means they've got a scaled model of the fucking engine. That's the simple fucking. That's to simplify it, to make it so it sinks into your brain. Obviously, the fucking thing isn't real, is it? The whole fucking scenario isn't real. So what they've done, they've got a scaled model, and it's bullshit.
Fuck.
Yeah, I don't get it. If you don't right, look, I tell you what, I'm wrong, you're right. That's a fucking piece of ice. But anyone who's listening and watched that video, no, that's not a piece of ice. And no, I'm not wrong. But for you, I don't care. I bow out because really and truly, I'm banging my head against a brick wall, and it's starting to fucking hurt.
You suck.
He's so gullible. He'll just repeat anything, and he's a fucking adult. What's wrong with him?
Shit, Bill. What's your fucking problem? Let's have it out right now. What's your problem?
The fact that you didn't think it was a rat, you're just repeating what somebody else said.
It's a rat,
Oh, you're
just like you. A fucking rat.
Yep. You just made my point.
You are a rat. You are a rat. When you explain things, you're fucking lying, and you don't care. You be pissing on someone's back and telling them it's raining, and you don't give a fuck. That's why
None of us speak
a rat.
retard. We can't make you understand.
Yeah. I guess, look, you can bring the horse to the water, but you can't make the cunt drink. And that's my problem. Well, it's not my problem, that's your problem. But, like I said, you're right, I'm wrong. Fucking imbeciles.
Wait, who's the flat earther here now?
Listen, you bumbleclot. Nothing is Irish.
Okay,
Believe me.
Shilsey, are you the flat earth?
No, I'm a glober. I'm a Harlan. I'm a Harlan. I'm a Harlan Globetrotter.
All right.
I'm a Harlan Globetrotter.
Tank is the flat earther.
Yeah, he's a glober that denies everything about it.
Yeah.
Even shoes.
Then you're a flat earther.
Yeah, go tell the flat earthers I'm a flat earther and see what they say. Like, dude, come on. I'm not a flat earther.
I am a flat earther. Not really. I am a glober. I tell the flat earth people in the flat earth community I'm a glober. I'm just a disgruntled glober because you've lied to me. We're not spinning on a ball, fucking flying around the galaxy.
Who has lied to you? Who has lied to you?
You, Roberto.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
Me ha dicho mentiras.
I have not lied about anything. Like, what's going on?
You have. You vehemently have told us we're on some magical ball. with this
Magic? No, magic.
invisible,
What's magic here? What magic here?
invisible stuff
The
called
spiritual
gravity.
object that we are on is scientific.
That's
Science,
what I asked you the other
science
day, innit?
reports,
Did I not ask you, have you lost keys in the past? And
right?
you said to me, possibly. And I said, I bet you
Possibly.
found them again. And you
Okay,
said, if I,
possibly.
yeah, because there's nothing that you couldn't find. You found black holes, you found gravity, you found Coriolis. All these effects are invisible, but you found them. So, like, if you lost a set of keys, ha, it's a day in the park.
Hold on. If you hear a sound in a room, right, in a house, right, you walk into a house and you hear a sound.
Yeah.
You couldn't find where the sound is coming from. You tried to follow it. First of all, can you
thing in the world.
hold on. If you just stand there, if you just stand there and hear the sound, have you found the sound?
What? Just one sound, or is it continuous?
No, it's continuous. I'm just saying. But you
Right.
can
So I'm in
determine
a
a lot.
house. So you're
Hold on
so
now.
you're telling
Hold
me.
on.
Hold on.
I'm walking you slowly down through this thing.
Yeah. Let me steal, man.
So
What
you
you've said
stand there
so
and you
far.
listen to the sound, and guess what? You make some determinations about the sound. You know the decibels, right? How loud it
No.
is,
I know.
right?
No.
Also, you can determine the direction that it is coming from, right?
Depends.
You know
Depends.
the
That's
frequency. You know the
debatable.
frequency.
That's debate.
Also the sound. Hold on. The sound is making the glass where you're standing vibrate, right? No, it's what I'm saying. No, check this out, brother. Check this out. You take the glass out of the house and you go in the front of your yard and the glass stops vibrating. You bring the glass back into the house. Hold on, listen carefully. You bring the glass back into the house, the sound is still going on and the glass starts vibrating. So you know what you have determined that there's something that makes the glass vibrate. And it vibrates at a certain frequency. You see that?
Yeah.
It's the
It's
same thing with gravity, brother.
I tell you who it is. It's little Casper haunting me.
No, you
But
can measure
what
it.
you just said,
You
what you
know the
said,
effect
is
of it. You
absolute.
know all of it. You
Just
don't
doesn't make
necessarily
any
have to
sense,
see
Robert.
it because you're not stupid. You see what I'm
No,
saying,
because
dog?
like, look, I'm not a baby, so you can't tell me stories, and I'm gonna just lap it up. I'm not.
Okay, no
I'm
problem.
not.
All right. So
You've come out with
yeah,
some
okay.
crappy
So
story, and
go
you
ahead.
think I'm a pussy, and I'm
Break
gonna
down the
drink the
sound.
milk because it's gone
Break down
sour
the
on me.
sound. Break down the sound. Right. That
What
example I
sound?
just gave.
I'm in a
I
house,
give you the
right?
example.
Say I'm in my house, yeah.
In your house, your big house, your 5 bedroom
Yeah,
house. Yeah.
it's kind of big. My house is big, yeah. So I'm in my house, right? I hear a sound. I go to all the rooms. I locate the sound, and I find out exactly what's making the sound. That's real.
Oh,
That's reality,
really?
Robert.
Oh, really? So you go to where you try to find a sound, right? And the room is locked. There you find out there's
It
an
ain't
iron
locked. I've
door.
got the keys. It's my fucking house.
Hold on. There's an iron door in front of where that sound is coming from.
Yeah.
Not only that, there's an iron door. Hold on. The room is locked in a iron casing. You cannot get in there. Now,
What in the Faraday
guess what?
room?
Guess what now? So you can still hear the sound, right?
Listen to
So
this.
now,
I get
so you
up.
measure
I
the
get up. I
decibels,
go to the iron door, and
right?
I sit there and I scratch my head and I go, "What the
Yes,
fuck did I put this fucking iron door in there
exactly,
for?"
exactly. That's exactly what gravity is. Gravity, wherever you go to where gravity is emanating from, which is the environment, the core of the earth, what you're understanding is that, whoa, you are not able to get to what it is. But as you stand away from it, it is affecting everything around you.
Why on earth would I put a fucking steel door in which I couldn't
Yes,
open? Why would I
yes,
do that? I'd have
yes.
to be mental, Robert. So in your world, mental things happen, but in my world, they don't.
No, they happen in your world. You're just denying
No,
them.
they
You
don't.
think you're smarter than. You
There's
think
no
you're smart.
way that
You
I'd
think
put a
you're the
steel
smartest
door in
guy.
my fucking house. I wouldn't put a steel door in my house, then put something in it to make it vibrate.
You have no choice. Okay, tell you what. Tell you what. You didn't put it in, but your wife did when you were gone to work, and she
Mate, I'm
installed
gonna
this
punch her
sound.
in the face when I see her.
You can punch her all you want. You could kick her. You can do anything you want with a girl, right? You can even call the cops and say, "Why this woman put this steel room in my house?" Right?
Why?
But
Why is?
still, hold on,
Why
hold
are
on.
you gonna do me like
Still
that?
does not stop the sound from emanating from the steel room,
What
and your butt will never be able
sound?
to get in there. You will have to use a nuclear bomb to get into this blasted room.
What
So now, guess what?
sound?
You have literally stuck with the blasted sound. The only thing you can do with it is study it.
What sound,
And
Robert?
by the way, since you beat up your wife, guess what? Guess what I'm to her now? She's now saying, "I'm not going to tell you what's in it. You dummy."
This is
You should have.
slander and libel. I'm just
Oh
kidding. I'm
my
just kidding.
god, this is
Tell you what.
fucking killing me. So,
It,
number
okay,
one, I wouldn't put a steel
this is
door
just
in
a
my house.
scenario.
I wouldn't
I'm not
put a
having.
steel door in my house,
Nobody's
yeah?
beating
I
up your
wouldn't put a
wives,
steel
and
door in my house.
it's just a scenario. Okay, it's just a scenario. Nobody's beating
Then
your
my,
wives.
then my wife, she wouldn't.
She punched me first. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
My wife isn't gonna put you know, like, I can't get in the steel room. She somehow has got in the steel room, put sound in there, and she's not going to tell me. I don't think that's. I think that's got to be like on a par with what's his name, oblate spheroid. Is like that super bad analogy. You have to come up with something maybe a bit more plausible, a bit more, you know, realistic.
No, it's a great analogy.
No, it isn't, because like, why
No,
would
no.
anyone put a
People's wives
steel
have been
door
known
in their
things that
house?
we don't understand.
Why would anyone put a steel door in their house and then not be able to enter that room? That's ridiculous.
It a long time.
Well,
Okay,
it's just mad, isn't
okay.
it?
Let's do
Oh
this.
look!
Let's do
Oh
this.
shit! When did I put the steel door in? I can't remember.
Mm.
So if I did put the steel door in, don't you think I'm going to have a key?
Yeah, when I get tired of the
Definitely.
kids, I put them in the basement behind this the 7-inch steel door.
Yeah, the one where I'm going to lock my wife in after I punch her face in.
That's a good idea. I mean, wow, it's horrible.
Yeah, she's so
You're
bad.
left with you're left with the
She won't
task of trying
do
to
that. She
understand
won't do me like
what
that.
is in this room, and you're left with that task. And so what you're doing now, you're studying the sound. It's
No, I'm
sound.
not
It's
studying.
you know.
I'm
No,
going to
you're not.
leave the house. I'm going to
You're
leave
gonna
the
leave
house
out.
because it's
No, no, no,
freaking
you're
me
a
out.
scientist.
I've seen too
No, you're
many.
a
I've
scientist.
seen too many
You're
horror
not allowed.
stories
Okay,
to
tell you what.
stay in the house. I've seen too
You're not
many horror
allowed to
stories
leave
to
the
stay in the
house.
house, so I'm just going to leave. I'm going to
No,
It's
go.
tell you
dark
what.
and late, and I heard a creaky noise. I'm like,
I watched Evil Dead. I'm off.
"There's
I'm
an iron
gone.
door in here? Oh, hell no."
Okay,
I'm
you
going
know
to trip
what your
my
wife
wife
did.
over.
Okay,
I'm going to
tell
trip
you
my wife over before she gets to the door and say like, "Oh shit, sorry, every man
If
for
I show up to
himself."
someone else's house and there's an iron door, I'm fucking right off. Hell no. I don't know what they got
That's
going
right.
on down there.
I tell you what. You know what your wife did. Not only did she
Don't go
punch
to
you
Robert's house. You might have a few.
the sound with the sound in there, she also waited until you come home, and when you came through the door, she ran out the house and locked the door behind you and put a steel in front of the door so you cannot leave the house. And she
I
left a
think she
note
just
on the
fucking
table.
she
So she
sacked
left
me,
a note
Robert,
on the
and
table.
ran off with you.
No, 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 no. She left a note that says, "Study the sound. I'll be back in 5 months. I
Robert,
need
why
you
did
to
you
tell
steal my
me."
wife? Why did you steal my wife?
Okay, okay. She's gone for 10 days. She's on a girls' weekend. She's on a girls' weekend. She's gone
Robert,
with her sister
Robert,
and her mother
Robert,
and everybody.
Robert.
They're gone. They're
I'm
gone to
begging you, please
Barbados
don't steal
for
my
10 days.
wife.
They've gone to Barbados for 10 days. You're left in the house with the sound, and you need to study it.
Fucking
Tell us
I'm there
what the
10
sound
days.
is.
if I'm there 10 days, it's because I've had a lobotomy. I've actually had my brain scooped out with a dessert spoon.
I can't quite figure you out, Robert, because I feel like okay. Let me grant everything we talked about earlier, right? Because you talked about your position on Trump. Okay, so he's a bad guy. He's lying to everybody. But where's the world going if we're at a point now where they're putting actors like that in front of us? Like, do you have any worry on where the world's going to end up on this path?
Yeah, well, the Bible says not to worry, but I can tell you this: I'm concerned that we're in a dictatorship, and the world is not going to be the same after he leaves.
Do you think everything's going to be alright? Irate?
Yeah, yeah,
Maybe not.
maybe,
You're
maybe
pointing
not.
towards you're kind of pointing out the biblical narrative there of we're like birds. We don't have to worry about being provided for.
No, listen, you're under a dictatorship. That is what's happening right now in your country. It's a dictatorship.
But you're in that country as well, aren't you?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Include yourself. You just can't like that's not what's happening in your country. I'm not no part of it. But you
Well,
live
that's
in there
sort
as
of
well.
that's just some sort of nationality thing, right? Defend where you live no matter
Well,
what.
well, I like to
I think most
separate
people are
myself from the
realistic
country
about that.
because since I wasn't
What
born
island are
in
you
the
from,
country,
Robert?
a lot of people don't consider me from here. So
What island are you from, Robert?
that's top secret classified information.
Listen, bro,
Come
this is
on.
part of the misinformation campaign to get us all on against each other. We're all humans from the same place, bro. Like,
I think Robert might be like a deep undercover agent. You
bro,
change your fucking
listen,
name a lot. You got the
listen,
traits of an agent.
listen, bro.
He's going.
Please.
I can hear myself. Yeah, you recorded me, Robert.
I don't know why everyone thinks I'm paid to be on here or something. I'm just a creative dude. Spend a lot of time
Yeah,
alone.
no, no, I am not paid to be on here. You are, yeah.
Oh,
I was born
yeah,
in
you're
a Southern
definitely an
Baptist
agent.
family. None of them
You're
want to talk
definitely
about this
a.
stuff. They're all talking about fishing and the weather, so I don't get to talk about this stuff with anybody else.
You're definitely an agent.
That's kind of like a compliment, It's like, oh shit, everybody thinks I'm like, signed an NDA and I'm part of the intelligence. You're contributing to a delusional, mind that could grow. You guys gotta calm down with that.
Wait, but what do they pay you?
Right there around 350.
No, I suppose.
Anybody get that? Throw back to South Park.
Yeah.
Goddamn lockdown, Montreal coming out for 350.
They're just they're just things that are profound in your environment that we don't know. Okay, here's one. Here's one. We don't know why women do what they do. We're still trying to understand that. This is one of the most complex things that has puzzled us men for since the dawn of time.
What about the
Nobody
400,000
knows why
children
they
that
do what
disappear
they
every
do,
year?
but they do it.
What's up,
So
Robert?
you don't think there's some criminal deep state? Where are all the 400,000 kids disappearing to every year? Is that's just normal? Bunch
That's not
of
a
bad
deep
guys out there
state
taking.
thing. That's not a deep state thing.
Oh
Those are
yeah,
just
yeah, fair enough.
bad, disgusting, vile human beings that are stealing. We know that that has been going on
Robert.
since Bible days. What are we talking about?
Oh, there you go. Okay, fair enough.
Robert.
You
What
realize
appeals
it's
to you
impossible
more?
for just the natural population of bad men to take that many kids annually. And
What?
there's a billion-dollar industry behind this. This is just some sort of like software update you never got. That there is a very well organized criminal group that's trafficking children.
Yeah, there's a bunch of bad people in the world that has established a network for
There you go.
trafficking. Yes, it is not government sanctioned.
There you go.
It's not. No, no,
Yeah,
no,
so the
no,
government is
no.
ignorant of it, right?
Now, no, like I said, like there may be some people that were elected that have these kinds of leanings, but they cannot use the apparatus of the government to do these kind of bad things.
Apparatus.
Well, you don't have to grant anybody past that when they're talking about this criminal system,
What are
right?
you
You're just
talking
breaking it
about?
down compartmentally in your brain, and you don't like. I can agree
There
with you,
are
right?
bad.
We don't have any
Listen,
evidence
I
to
don't.
jump any
Okay,
gaps there.
newsflash.
Let me
Newsflash.
finish there, and then you go. Right?
New, newsflash. Newsflash. There are
Okay.
bad people in our world. That's
It's
a new.
common sense to most grown men,
You
right?
didn't know
Who've
that. You
interacted
didn't
with
know
the
that
world.
there are some really vile, bad people. And guess what? Guess newsflash. There are very, very good people in our
So you're
world.
trying to talk over me to tell me some
And here's
basic
another
stuff,
thing.
right?
Here's the thing. There are people in the
No. Here's
middle.
another thing. You're trying to do these mic drops on basic knowledge, right? When we're trying to build a nuanced topic and a subject. So, like, do you lack the communication skills to do this? Is that the big issue here?
What I'm saying to you is, it's not necessary for you to go down this line
Like, anybody fucking else can have this
of
conversation,
discussion.
man.
I mean, dude, they're bad people. There are bad
Yeah, I
people,
think your
and we
brain
walk
doesn't
past them every
see
day.
the topic.
Like you walk past them at the mall, you walk past them at the airport. They are not good, and we are trying to find them. We're trying to know who they are. There is,
Yeah,
right?
and who's
That's just
paying them?
our life.
Who's paying them to bring them these children? Who are their clients? How are they getting the money necessary to pay this
Bad.
much
No,
money?
no, no, no. What you talking about? I don't separate
That is
them
the
from the
only
people. I
possible
am
in the
not
top
separate. Are you? Why are you?
0.1%
Why
of the
are
income
you?
chart in the world. So this is your
Dude,
delusional, this is your
you know,
inability to
dude,
see
have
that this
you
money chart
separated?
reflects an industry
Dude,
that is
they're all
bought
the
and paid
same.
for by the corrupt system here. So you not connecting it to an organized system and being able to label that is your problem,
No, it is an
not
organized
others,
system. It's not
right?
government
And you
sanctioned.
projecting that Trump is bad to discredit this fabric of criminals is also your problem, no one else's. So you've got some stuff you need to figure out apparently. Because
It's
the
not
ship has sailed
government
for a lot of
sanctioned. It's
people. We
not a
know the
deep
intelligence
state thing.
agencies have been
There's
lying to us.
somebody that are doing it from
Like,
inside
we
of
know
your
there's a
government.
chance that Trump is a bad guy. We know all
No,
of
no,
these
he
things.
is. He's a bad.
You're
He's
not
doing bad
really
things in front of your
considering
face.
meta. You're still considering Rachel Maddow and her mad rantings and
Mad
what sounds
rantings?
like
No. Rachel Maddow is one of
the
the
View
most
with Whoopi
intelligent,
Goldberg.
well articulate
You literally sound
people.
like you're repeating the View with
Everything
Whoopi
that you
Goldberg.
notice, everything that she says, she backs it up with
Like, you
evidence.
speak libtard
Unlike
liberal. You
dummies
speak
like Tucker
soundbite libtard,
Carlson,
bro. Like
unlike
right now, like the
Tucker
fact you start
Loser,
talking when everyone else is done,
and
constantly
what's
doing
the
this.
guy named Joey
What are you
Dummy
even
on
doing right
Fox News that spins and Hannity that just talk. They just say stuff. Hey, we want that laptop. What about those Epstein files? Hey, you know,
You're just like a little kid
what about this
saying
deep
sound
state?
bites, and you think
What
they
about
imply
this
things,
deep
but they do
state
not.
thing? We're talking the Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe, sleep. You're right. Dumb stuff, like just
wrong.
dumb.
No,
No document,
You're just wrong.
nothing. Some guy speculating. Well, in my
You're wrong at
opinion,
framing.
I
You're wrong
believe that
on your perspective.
Joe Biden is really
You're wrong
sleeping
on the
and
way
he's
that
not
you're
under
interacting
control.
with the information.
A bunch of nonsense.
There's a lot of
A
points that
bunch
I
of
could go at
BS,
to talk
right?
about how you're engaging with this information. Like you're engaging in it in a very like level
Bunch
1
of
type of way. You're not understanding how advanced a lot of these criminals are and how much
okay,
influence they have in politics
hold on,
in the private sector,
like the
and that the
immigrants,
private
right?
sector
Like these
ultimately
guys come on
controls
the
the
TV and
government
say, "Oh,
through
very
lobbying,
bad immigrants, right? They're very
and they
bad
launder
people.
money through the
They come
criminal cartels, through the
just
intelligence
because of coming
agencies,
across the
and
line.
that's all
They
designed and
are
connected.
criminals.
It's a big system.
This is what we hear on Fox News. Just because they step across the line to come into the country, they're automatically criminals. Listen to the word, criminals.
No,
Big man,
they've committed a crime, so they're criminals.
the hungry pregnant lady that come across the border, you don't just call her a criminal. What you do is you put her through a process. Why are you leaving your country? Can we help you? Maybe we should send some representatives there to help your country be better, or we should
Dude,
support
you're an
you
idiot, man.
and your
Like,
pregnant
honestly,
children and all
there's
these
no
kind
other
of
way around it.
pregnant
You're an
children,
idiot.
children
You
your
lack the
pregnant kids,
communication
and
skills to
stuff like
engage
that.
in
You
any
don't call them
meaningful topic.
criminals.
You
Dude, you
keep
don't call
thinking
them
we need to train
criminals.
everyone on what the truth is.
people
You just sound like a
criminals, dude.
degenerate idiot who
Don't
keeps
call them
moving the
criminals,
goalposts to
dude.
whatever
You
you
don't
think
call
is
them.
valuable,
Okay, the
creating your own
word
stupid
criminal, the
perspective,
word criminal
going on these long rants,
causes
talking over
mad
people.
MAGA people.
You
It
force it
causes
into a
mad MAGA
fast-paced
people
engagement
to hunt
so
them
that you
down
can talk
and
over
kill them.
somebody and stop them
Right?
from
Don't
articulating
do
their
that.
idea.
You know what I mean?
I think you're like
You guys
literally
are so
mentally ill,
weird.
bro.
Robert, stop. Sounds a bit crazy just going on like talking over each other. Hello? Is anyone out there? It doesn't stop going on, does it?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
You're a
Stop
fucking idiot, dude. Shut the fuck
Stop
up.
demonizing people. Stop it.
Robert,
Stop
this,
demonizing
like,
people.
Dude,
you
stop
can't go
trolling the
on that.
chat for hours and then trying to turn it around and virtue signal. You're a little
Stop
pussy bitch.
demonizing good people. Stop
You're
demonizing
ignorant
good
as fuck.
people.
All you know how to do is repeat what you read in a book and what you're hearing on some fucking
Oh,
bullshit mainstream
okay.
news.
Wow. What's
Just
wrong with
shut your
books?
dumb ass up. You're
What's
dumb.
wrong with books? What's
You're
wrong with
dumb.
books?
You're dumb.
What's wrong with books?
You're dumb.
What's wrong with books?
You have a low IQ.
You're the book. You're the person
Special
who's against
ed.
books now. You're
You're
against
fucking
books now.
special ed. You were in the gifted, talented class when you were a kid, so you think you're smart, but you're really a copy and paste machine. You're a fucking idiot, dude. It is a psychological wear and tear to talk to someone like you.
He's about as dumb as a black guy in a 4-cylinder.
This is like strength training on how not to get triggered. Coming in here and talk to Robert for fucking 3 hours. Holy shit.
You can't say he didn't warn you.
You guys just believe opinions and conspiracy stuff. You don't support. You don't have nothing to back up what you're saying. There's no document that is peer reviewed, co-reviewed.
What are you arguing against right now?
Through reputable
What are you
sources,
arguing against?
right?
What are we not proving? What do we not have evidence for, Robert?
There's no reputable information that you guys. You know what I'm saying?
Tell us about your delusional
New York
smirk.
Times, the Wall Street Journal, all these reputable sources, ABC,
all these places
NBC,
that have information and
CBS,
share fake fucking news and pay
PBSs,
journalists to provide fake stories paid for by fake businesses making up fake fucking information. Great
people
point,
who go
bro.
to our
Super
coveted
powerful. Love it.
institutions and they learn
You're
and
a
they become
propaganda
better.
mouthpiece, bro.
Like journalists who go to like Harvard and Yale and they graduate.
Let me be a mouthpiece for all these
degrees.
degenerates that have
And
gatekept
you
intellectual
believe
property
nutcases.
and killed
You
families'
believe
generational wealth
nutcases
through intellectual
like
property suppression,
Hannity and Tucker
suppressed land
Carlson,
ownership,
who didn't
patent
graduate from
suppression,
nothing.
black
They
shelving
haven't
property that's
graduated
been
from
created
anything.
by families. Like,
Just a
you're
bunch
just
of
ignorant
nonsense.
of how much criminality is
No,
going on in
you
the world, so
ignorant,
you
not me,
lack
brother.
the
And
framework
you
to
ignorant,
understand the
brother.
positions
I
and
don't mean
points
that.
people are making around this criminality. You don't understand
Is
how to
you
defend the
ignorant,
right point
brother? Is
because
not
you think
me.
somebody's just
You
watching a
believe
YouTube
people
video
who
and it's made
didn't
up a
graduate
conspiracy
from
in a
school,
delusional perspective. You're like a
right?
40-year-old,
You
50-year-old dad
you
that's
believe
stuck correcting a
opinionated
16-year-old
conspiracy
teenager
theory
about the risks of
idiots,
believing
yo.
what they found on the internet the first time. You're talking
I
to
don't
grown men
support those
and
kind
grown
of
people who have
nonsense.
spent time
We support people
collecting
who
knowledge and information
do
about
the
the world. And if
work,
you're not here to share that and have positive intent around other people that are storing
who
information
take the
around this,
time
then
to
you're just
listen
operating
and
without good intent.
analyze the
Nope,
information.
everybody could hear that while he's talking over me. It's fucking insane.
Analyze the person who is speaking, right? Because you're qualified to do that. You don't listen to big dummies who just have feelings about Epstein files. You don't listen to those people, dude. They just have a feeling like, yo, the Epstein files has Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton and all this foolishness, yo. That's what you believe. It's a bunch of BS, dog. Right? Epstein, okay, child trafficking, therefore Joe Biden on the list. You see the foolishness? You didn't even say, wait a minute, Epstein files. Let's look at who he's associated with. Let's talk to the people who he has done business with. Let us look at what documents have been
produced by him. Let's who is in charge of the documents? What has the FBI done to review the documents, right? Investigative journalism around this whole thing. And then you form your analysis. You don't sit with your power-hungry loser conspiracy self on TV and spout nonsense and rile
Does
up
he
the
ever shut the
voters
fuck up?
to go and vote in favor of your opinion. You don't do that. And that is that is the entire
I just
apparatus
muted
of the
him,
right
and it's
wing.
just his name has
The
stayed green the whole
entire
time.
apparatus of the right wing is based on opinion, dog. You know what I'm saying? It's not analysis. It's not intelligent. It's not intellectuality. It's not truth, big man. That's not try to show you. Come on, no man. Listen, my God.
Well, I ain't got a clue what the fuck you're on about.
Oh, it was just Robert in here. I got him muted. I'm just gonna watch a movie or something.
Shit.